Chapter 560. Young master, you can't do that. Others don't know, but if I, old Huang, heard that there were secret manuals for free when I was young, I would also have to abandon my martial arts. In the end, not many people in Jianghu would be willing to practice martial arts. Old Huang, other than raising horses, what else can you do? Besides, you don't even know how to read. It doesn't matter how many secret manuals I give you. If you don't recognize words, words won't recognize you. Blacksmithing, young master, you don't say. When I was in my early 20s, my front teeth were still there. Old Huang, I was also a famous handsome guy within 10 miles. At least, I was the most handsome blacksmith. There was also a young lady who secretly sent me rice wine. She didn't look good, but was very perky. When I left home, I couldn't bear to drink it and buried it in the backyard. I thought that when I returned home, I would dig it out. It would definitely be fragrant. Only one jar? She could only be considered a daughter of an ordinary family. Even if she yearned for my handsome appearance, she couldn't send much. With your appearance, you were also handsome when you were young? Then wouldn't I be handsome to the heavens? Of course, I can't compare to young master. If young master was here, that jar of wine would have nothing to do with me. Enough, don't mention wine. Our throats are burning from walking. I'm dying of thirst. I know. Oh right, old Huang, how many years have you left home? Is that jar of rice wine still there? I can't remember how many years I've left home, but it should still be there. It's rice wine that can endure. It's different from the wine that young master used to drink in a glass cup. If young master has a chance to come to my house, I guarantee that you'll have a good drink. AI, talking about wine again. I'm so worried. There's smoke in front. Let's go and ask for some water. As usual, the one who opens the door is a man. If it's a woman, I'll do it. Yes. Oh right, old Huang, you only have that jar of wine left. Are you really willing to share half of it with me? Why wouldn't I be willing? If young master thinks it's good, I'll give it all to him. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing. At most, I'll share half with you. Young master is an honest person. I like it. Go go go, if you're a pretty girl, I'll like you. Sigh, it's a pity that I haven't married yet. If only I had a daughter. It's up to you. I don't like it either. Old Huang, don't even think about it. Don't look at me like that. That time, he had bumped into a woman who had gone out to work. It was Su Fengnian who had come to ask for 2 bowls of cold water. He still remembered it to this day. When he occasionally looked back, old Huang was squatting by the side with a bright smile. As always, he was missing his front teeth and looked very comical. While drinking water, old Huang did not forget to naively talk about how good it would be to have a daughter. Old Huang, if you have a daughter, I'll marry her. However, these words were like the yellow wine that didn't make it into their stomachs. They couldn't say it out loud. Su Fengnian sat on the steps in a daze. Somehow, the woman saw his figure and took the opportunity to go to the Daoist temple to talk about immortality with an old Jinren. She hesitated for a moment and came alone. She stood at the bottom of the steps and smiled warmly. Su Fengnian's detection of the qi of heaven and earth had almost reached the realm of Vajra warrior. He just turned a blind eye to her. The woman was not in a hurry to speak. She seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. After all, it was somewhat unreasonable for a woman to strike up a conversation with a man. Especially for the descendants of the Southern Dynasty, most of the Central Plains customs had been passed down. The woman stood under a dragon claw locust tree that was rarely seen in the northern Mang territory. The afterglow was faint, and even though the locust tree was old and clumsy, it could still be considered luxuriant, setting off the woman's slender and elegant figure that was not tainted with vulgarity. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian was no longer that young prince who flirted with women. Regarding this, he only felt that it was a pity that such a good flower had been taken by a pig. He did not have a good impression of that young master who spoke without thinking, but this did not mean that he would step forward bravely and save her from the abyss of suffering. There were too many women in the world who were willing to be deceived by the flowery words and flowery speech of a man who was superior in appearance or outstanding in talent. Seeing that she did not speak, Su Fengnian took the initiative to speak to save her from embarrassment. He smiled and said, "May I know your name, miss?" This was something he had learned from Wen Hua. The fellow with the wooden sword had no ink in his stomach, and it was unknown where he had learned this trick from. Every time he met a girl he liked, he would have to thicken his skin and ask, "Miss, what is your name and where do you live?" When they were traveling together, Wen Hua had said this sentence dozens of times. The last time they met, Wen Hua said that he really liked a woman. Su Fengnian did not know whether it was true or not. The woman was slightly embarrassed but still said softly, "Lu Chen." Su Fengnian understood in his heart that she was undoubtedly a remnant of the spring and autumn period. When the Liang dynasty ruled the world, she was bitterly called Lu Chen of the Divine Land by the scholars of the Central Plains. As long as one had the surname Lu, in the southern dynasty of Beimang, one could probably find 2 or 3 people named Lu Chen out of 10 after they went north. However, a woman named Lu Chen was still relatively rare. Su Fengnian saw the man accompanying her walk out of the main hall with an old Taoist priest with the demeanor of an immortal. He stood up, carried his bookcase, and walked towards the main door. Taoism and Buddhism shared incense in the same courtyard. In the Liang dynasty, it would definitely be regarded as an evil practice. In Beimang, one could tell the autumn from a single leaf. When Su Fengnian was discharged from the hospital, he remembered a wonderful story in Jianghu. The sick tiger Yang Taisui went to Mount Longhu to have a talk with Qi Xuanzhen, the first person in 100 years of orthodoxy. Qi Xuanzhen patted Yang Taisui on the top of the lotus and half of the devil-slaying platform collapsed. It was said that the immortal patted one's head and tied one's hair to achieve immortality. It could be seen that Yang Taisui's temperament was quite bad when he was young. It was fortunate that he could become lifelong friends with Su Shao. Qi Xuanzhen, who was in the limelight for a while, could be considered as riding a bull in his previous life. Su Fengnian subconsciously reached out his hand and rubbed a circle. As he walked forward, he continued to draw circles. It was similar to the situation on Mount Wudong when Hong Shixiang was imparting the wisdom of the Wu Dang sect. The immortal patted his head. Chapter 561. Su Fengnian heard a lot of high-pitched songs along the way. The rhythm was completely different from the music of the Central Plains, and the words were so simple that it made one's heart tremble. There were ants exhorting, young ladies looking forward to marriage, men quarrying stones, and children crying. Usually, Su Fengnian would stop at this time and listen to these unsung songs from afar. He would only resume his journey towards the north when the song ended. He was not in a hurry because he only needed to reach De City in the Aquarius state in time. The earlier he got there, the earlier he would encounter the devil Luoyang, and the more trouble it would cause. Along the way, Su Fengnian walked on a rough post route. Half a day later, he even met the young man and woman who were traveling on horseback. After leaving the Wu family ruins, they had changed into clean and neat clothes. The man with the saber became more and more elegant, and the woman with the sword also became more and more valiant. Su Fengnian had entered the northern Mang and had already broken through that fine line. He had stepped into the initial stage of Vajra realm that the people of Jianghu yearned for even in their dreams. He could very well look down from above and examine the young wanderer's aura. He could generally confirm that the wanderer was at the threshold of the 2nd or 3rd rank. Based on the young master's age, he was a genuine and promising young man. Even if he encountered a group of 50 elite horse bandits, he would still be able to protect himself. Presumably, this was also the reason why he dared to leisurely travel the Lust Plateau with a woman. Although the northern Mang was chaotic, it wasn't to the point where anyone would leave a trail of corpses. From Su Fengnian's point of view, Beimang was becoming more and more like the spring and autumn period. Scholars gradually rose to power, and after there were more rules, not everyone had the right to run wild. When traveling north, if he did not draw the spring and autumn sword Qi and roll the dragon wall, then he would use his bare hands to caress the roof. He was not that lonely. According to the Taoist scriptures, humans have three treasures: essence, qi, and spirit. Essence and spirit are physical objects, and spirit travel is a form of change. Therefore, it is possible to know about the state of ghosts and gods. Putting aside these seemingly mysterious things, spirit, qi, and spirit are the most precious of the three. That is why there is a saying that a demigod's spirit travels outside his body. The way of the sword was complicated and could be roughly divided into the way of the sword and the way of the sword. The way of the sword focused on the way of the sword, and the way of the sword was the best example. The way of the sword focused on the way of the sword, and there was no shortage of people who focused on the way of the sword. The way of the sword focused on the way of the sword, and the way of the sword was similar to the way of the sword. The way of the sword was similar to the way of the sword, and the way of the sword was similar to the way of the sword. The way of the sword was similar to the way of the sword. He was fascinated. These four simple words were extremely difficult for a martial artist. Talent, luck, hard work, none of these could be missing. On a scorching afternoon, Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw two familiar people who had fallen from the sky. He didn't know if the man and woman were extremely unlucky as they bumped into a huge force that he couldn't tell if they were horse bandits or elite troops. Hundreds of people and horses were wearing leather armor, and each of them carried a standard weapon. It was also the fault of the pampered young master who didn't know how to appreciate human relationships. After being provoked by an elite armored leader, he pulled out his blade and completely destroyed the armored soldier's face. After charging and striking him down from the horse, he even added another blade. If it wasn't for the fact that the fish scale armor was better than normal leather armor, he would have been chopped to death. This angered the crowd. The grassland roaming hunting had always been utilitarian. They all swarmed up, arrows raining down, spears stabbing out, and started a dozen rounds of battle against the arrogant young master. If he had reached the second-level master realm, he would have been able to escape. Unfortunately, he had to protect himself and kill the enemy, and also had to worry about the safety of the girl. He couldn't handle the tide of attacks, and his blood was stirred up. After he killed a dozen of cavalries, an arrow finally pierced through his shoulder. Before he could pull out the arrow, a dozen horses were skillfully thrown over, and he was dragged to the ground together with his horse. The girl who was watching had tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't help in time. After she was distracted, she was also knocked off the horse by a strong leader with a long spear. This half-soldier half-bandit guy still had some strength left in his hands, otherwise, he might have been stabbed in the heart. Of course, after that, the girl's fate was destined to be worse than being killed in one shot. She was also hit off the horse by a strong leader with a long spear. She was a half-soldier and half-bandit guy who still had some strength left. Otherwise, she might have been stabbed in the heart. Of course, after that, the girl's fate was destined to be better than being killed in one shot. The successful leader laughed wildly and showed off his exquisite equestrian skills. He bent his horse and reached out his arm to hug the weak woman who had no strength to struggle. He held a spear in one hand and choked her neck with the other. He pulled the reins and deliberately stopped the horse to turn around, showing off his power to the red-faced young master on the ground. Su Fengnian squatted on a slope and chewed on a dried green fruit. He watched the battle from the beginning to the end with a great disparity in numbers. He felt sorry for the handsome young master of the Southern Dynasty. It was obvious that he was a fledgling who had not experienced much killing. Originally, with his fighting skills and strong combat power, he could have protected her and escaped far away. Even if they could not escape the pursuit, as long as they were not completely surrounded, there would be much room for maneuver. When the Jianghu warriors fought against the enemy's armored soldiers, many of the so-called hundreds or even thousands of people could fight against them. It was rare to see someone like Li Chungang, who did not retreat at all. Most of them fought as they retreated. Under the premise that there were only a few mortal enemies, they would wear each other out. Such a battle would still be recognized by the Jianghu. Su Fengnian speculated that this Gong son of a noble family had probably heard too many heart-wrenching legends of the seniors and had become a one-track mind. That was why he was exhausted by the not-so-brilliant method of the 100-man cavalry. Su Fengnian's eyesight was not bad now, and he could tell that the man's moves and routines were all brilliant and ingenious. On the chessboard, he had many new routines that had never been spread before. Even some of the widely spread old-fashioned moves could be changed in his hands. It was obvious that this man either had the guidance of a famous teacher, or he had an extraordinary foundation. He would have a great chance of winning if he were to fight against someone of the same level. However, in the real Jianghu, it was more common to beat an old master to death with random fists. Brutal ganging up was better than a hero. Jianghu was a bloody job where one's head was tied to one's belt. Who would allow you to move step by step as if you were playing chess? You would have long thrown away the chessboard and punched the bridge of your nose. Su Fengmian arched his back like a leopard and tried his best to hide. He stopped near a small hill 100 steps away and saw the leader throw the woman in his arms off the horse. He jumped off the horse and kicked her in the chest. The woman, who only practiced martial arts as a way to maintain her health, almost fainted on the spot. She curled up and gasped for breath like a pitiful black fish that had been thrown ashore. Her face was pale. The leader squatted down and grabbed a large strand of the woman's hair. He shook it and looked at the extravagantly dressed foreign young master who did not know what was good for him. The latter was already wrapped up like a rice dumpling by the horse's rope, and there were even a few chains tied to his limbs. He was held up in the air by the 4 groups of people. Some of the more impatient knights spat saliva after getting off the horse and slapped the handsome young master's face with their scabbards. After a tough battle, more than 20 brothers had died. Everyone would be bloodthirsty to make a living in the desert. On one hand, human lives were worthless, and killing people for their goods was common. However, on the other hand, their brothers had to be worth money. This had nothing to do with brotherhood, but if they were not careful, they would be eaten by other people. This group of people had their current status because of the big fish eating the small fish time and time again. If they had a few dozen people, they would be able to act like a big boss. If they had 100 people, even the imperial army would have a headache. If they had 8 or 1,000 people, then they would not be able to be horse bandits. They would just go to the imperial tent and get a general. This was the unwritten rule of the Shiha province. When they reached 300 people, they could openly go to the provincial capital where the festival edict was stationed. They could get whatever they wanted. In short, the number of brothers they brought was the same as the number of officials. These cavalrymen were typical Beimang people. Their hair was shaved and braided at the back of their heads. The brawny man in fish-scale armor turned his head and did not say anything. The 4 groups of dismounted cavalrymen who were pulling the iron chains also understood tacitly and began to tug of war with hideous smiles. A few men in scaled armor who looked like leaders gathered together. Their eyes were not only filled with malevolence, but they were also clearly calculating and weighing the pros and cons. As they watched the show, they muttered. Perhaps they felt that since they had formed a deadly feud, there was no need to care about face and consequences. Anyway, human lives in the desert were like weeds, withered and flourishing with each passing year. There were not so many thin streams that flowed endlessly. Regardless of the identity and background of this young master, they really did not believe that the big families of the southern dynasty would bring people to the Shiha province to seek revenge. There were 4 iron chains in 4 directions, and there were a total of more than 20 people. They stretched the chains with all their strength. Fortunately, the young man who was about to die had a high-tier martial art, but he suffered even more unknowingly. One of the horse bandit leaders felt that it was not enough, so he ordered his subordinates to get on their horses and put another iron chain around the young man's neck. He was determined to tear the young man's body apart with 5 horses. The 5 horses pulled with all their might. The young man's eyes were red, and his wrists and ankles were bleeding. Not to mention his weak neck, he let out a miserable roar like a dying beast. The only thing left in his body was his chi. The iron chains trembled like ripples in water, and it actually caused the 5 horses to take a few steps back. Suddenly, the iron chains became as straight as spears, and the horses holding the chains immediately died. No one had expected this person to be so brave and fierce. The leader in fish-scale armor vented his anger on the young woman. He threw her to the ground and handed her over to his subordinates to look after. He personally got on his horse and called for 4 of his strong subordinates to deal with this dying beast that could not be underestimated. The warhorse's hooves moved forward with great difficulty. Blood poured out from the young man's limbs and neck. If there were no accidents, the relatively weak neck would be torn apart first, followed by the arms and legs. However, these horse bandits were skilled at this. The cavalrymen in charge of pulling the 5 corpses were very particular about strength. They would tear off the young man's arms and legs first, leaving behind the neck and the remaining leg. Only then could this bloody feast be considered complete. Chapter 562. Compared to hanging corpses with spears and lances, this kind of method was even more vicious and horrifying. It was a method invented by the Northern Mang's border army. It was unknown how many Liang dynasty captives had died under these 5 horses. The only flaw was that the Northern Liang army loved to fight to the death. After the battle, there weren't many survivors. Moreover, there were many small-scale skirmishes that happened without warning, often between the 2 armies' most elite crossbowmen and horse stalls. The Northern Liang army always had the advantage. Therefore, a captured Northern Liang captive was more valuable than any beautiful woman in the Northern Mang royal court. Often, they could be sold for a jaw-dropping price. For example, Tao Qinji, who had left the city behind, would kill a Northern Liang soldier every day. In the eyes of the Northern Mang officials and nobles, this kind of behavior wasn't killing people, but large amounts of gold. Beimang was even more disciplined. Killing a Beiliang soldier on the battlefield was a big crime after retirement. Just as the man was about to be torn apart, the 5 people on the horse died almost instantly without any obvious wounds. They just fell off the horse and died immediately. A few horse bandit leaders who were qualified to wear scale armor gathered their courage to take a closer look. They saw a small hole between the man's eyebrows, as if a small sharp object had pierced a hole. It was inexplicably strange. The people of Beimang were not divided into rich and poor. They all believed in Buddhism and fate. However, no matter how devout they were, they would not hesitate to kill people. However, when disaster came, even the most vicious people would hesitate, afraid that they would really annoy those dignified clay bodhisattvas. At this time, the 5 people died in a strange way beyond imagination. Even if it was not done by immortals, it was done in secret. More than 20 people were killed just to deal with a crown prince of the southern dynasty. The horse bandits came and went like the wind, so they immediately turned over and dismounted. A meticulous leader wearing scale armor wanted to secretly kill the man and woman without leaving any future trouble. But immediately, something pierced between his eyebrows, causing a trace of undetectable blood. As a result, no horse bandits dared to make a move. They all ran away in an instant. Men and horses had 6 legs, so they could escape quickly. The woman from the southern dynasty called Lu Chen did not know why. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she realized that she had survived a disaster. Crying, she got up and ran to the young man who was her family friend. She untied the iron chain with difficulty, especially his neck, which was badly mutilated and shocking. She felt incomparable pain just by looking at it. She suppressed her sobs and sat cross-legged beside him. She tore off her sleeve and bandaged a few wounds that exposed the bone. The woman was really made of water. Her tears did not stop. She softly called his name, Zhonggui, over and over again, afraid that he would die here. She did not have the courage to live alone. The journey back was thousands of miles. How could she, a weak woman who was more familiar with holding a sword than holding an embroidery needle, go back? Besides, if he died, what fun would there be for her to live? The young man who was lucky enough to walk back to the world of the living slowly took a breath. After exhaling a large mouthful of turbid air, he forced a smile and said with difficulty, "I won't die." Taking back his flying sword, Su Fengnian wanted to leave, but he saw a horse in the distance who was still looking at him. He had to be patient and stay where he was to ensure that he would see the Buddha through to the west. Once again, he rode his sword out of his sleeve and assassinated the unlucky horse gang. He leaned close to the ground and listened. The horse gang finally accepted their fate and fled. Su Fengnian quietly stood up, carrying his bookcase, and was about to walk away. He took it as a chance encounter and was doing a chivalrous deed for once. He did not expect the woman to repay him with her body, nor did he expect the young man from the aristocratic family to bow down to him. This kind of brotherly relationship was too pretentious to bear any scrutiny. Digging around, he took out the last few dates and threw them into his mouth. He saw the swordsman who could no longer stand up fall to the ground with the woman's help, bleeding profusely. However, the woman was not skilled in treating external injuries, so she was helpless and could only choke with sobs. The man with a bright future naturally did not want to die in the wilderness. It was just that no one could help him. He sat on the ground, his face as ferocious as an evil spirit. It was unknown whether it was caused by the pain or the sadness of his past. The woman looked even more heartbroken and guilty. She regretted that on the way back, he had tried to sleep in the same bed several times, but she refused because of her modesty. If she had known this would happen, she would have given him her virginity. Su Fengnian saw that after the arrogant man was beaten into the dust, his spirit began to slack again. He showed signs of dying if he was not treated in time. He frowned and had to walk out of the small mound. His figure appeared in the world, and he had to pretend that he saw injustice on the road. He ran in small steps toward the man and woman, squeezing out a flawless face of fear and nervousness. The young man's eyes were already cloudy, but when he saw Su Fengnian, he showed a touch of light. When he did not find any flaws, he returned to his deathly stillness. However, he gently put one hand on the iron chain. Su Fengnian squatted in front of them, took down the book box, and turned his back to the man and woman who had survived the disaster. The man seemed to be thinking about something, but in the end, he did not use the iron chain as a weapon to kill this kind-hearted passerby. Su Fengnian, who seemed to be oblivious to everything, hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from the book box that he had brought from Dunhuang. It contained an ointment that was as black as ink. It was an ointment that could reconnect tendons, lengthen bones, and grow flesh. The ointment was like oil mixed with water, and it was very sticky. The mouth of the bottle was facing down, and it did not pour out in torrents. It was just like the scene of water droplets sliding down a lotus leaf, slowly dripping down. The young man's eyes were cold as he looked at the black ointment dripping on the wounds on his hands and feet. It was cool to the bone and indescribably pleasant. Because he knew the goods, he was more shocked in his heart. How did this stranger, who could only spend a few coins to buy a fake secret manual, get this bottle of ointment that was worth 100 or 200 gold? Su Fengnian rolled up his sleeves and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He raised his head and smiled with a pained expression, as if he had just made up his mind after a great struggle. He handed the bottle to the woman called Lu Chen and said with a grimace, "This ointment is a secret ancestral recipe. One bottle can be sold for a lot of silver. Apply it 3 times a day in the morning, afternoon, and night. In less than half a day, this young master will be healed." "Oh right, I didn't have time to tell you my name at the Wu family sword tomb. I'm Su Lang, also from the Southern Dynasty. I live in Lion Alley in Maple City." Su Fengnian obviously hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "Not to mention the ointment, this handmade celestial globe porcelain bottle is also worth some silver." Lu Chen seemed to have heard a rather funny joke. She felt relieved and smiled through her tears. She wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said softly, "When young Master Zhong and I return, we'll definitely go to Maple City to visit young Master Su." When he heard the words, "young Master Zhong," that had exposed his identity, a trace of gloom flashed across Zhong Gui's face. However, he hid it well. He clenched the hand that had loosened the iron chain and tried to maintain a calm expression. He brushed his hand across his neck that had stopped the bleeding and said softly with a smile, "Of course I should thank young Master Su for saving my life." Su Fengnian continued to play the role of an ordinary scholar who was shrewd but not smart. He smiled and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me." Although Lu Chen was born in a noble family of the Southern Dynasty, there were a few elder brothers in the family who supported the heavy burden. It was not her turn to personally experience the storm. Her mind was relatively simple. Her knowledge of schemes was limited to the hearsay that was used as a joke by her elder brothers. Her experience was shallow and natural. She could not detect the subtle changes that Jianghu had made and could not see through Su Fengnian's untraceable disguise. To the children of wealthy families, like Lu Chen and Jianghu, who were so honorable that they could become the honored guests of the Shiha State Festival Edict, they did not have to care about the schemes of ordinary people. However, today's unexpected disaster made her feel especially grateful. Su Fengnian asked, "Do you want me to escort you back?" Lu Chen wanted to nod and agree, but Jianghu shook his head and said, "No need." At this moment, the noble demeanor of the heir of a noble family was unmistakable. Lu Chen did not know the knack of it and only thought that Jianghu could not put down his face. Seeing that his eyes were firm and stubborn, she could not say anything more. Su Fengnian smiled and reluctantly glanced at the porcelain bottle in Lu Chen's hand before he stood up and bid farewell. Lu Chen had a good impression of this stranger's shallow pretense. Compared to those Southern Dynasty scholars who used to wag their tails and pretend to be Daoist, he was much more pleasing to the eye. She suddenly widened her eyes. She saw that the man carrying the booklet had just stood up and turned around when he was hit in the back by the iron chain that was like a straightened poisonous snake. He flew forward and fell to the ground without moving again. He was most likely dead. She turned her head and looked at Jianghu blankly, her eyes full of horror. Jianghu said coldly, "You can see that I am in dire straits. As for him, he does not have the fortune." Chapter 563. Lu Chen covered her mouth and was about to cry. Jianghu seemed to feel that her tone was too stiff and cold, so she changed her tone to a softer one. Ignoring the blood spurting from her neck due to the accumulation of power, she said gently, "This Su Lang, of all times, appeared when you and I were in trouble. He is most likely a bandit who is in cahoots with the horse gang and has the intention of casting a long line to catch a big fish. Miss Lu, you are inexperienced and don't know the dangers of Jianghu. Most of these desperados are extremely cunning and their skills are not inferior to the foxes in the officialdom. To say the least, we would rather kill by mistake than let him go by mistake." Jianghu saw that she still had lingering fear. Her limpid eyes were filled with sorrow and a trace of wariness. She said softly, "If I die here, what will you do?" "I don't want to die. Even if I die, I have to send you home." Lu Chen's tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes and she threw herself into Jianghu's arms. She was no longer as worried about the life and death of Su Lang as she was when she first met him. Between life and death, they shared trials and tribulations together. Women who were used to a rich and leisurely life might not like to help each other in difficult times. However, how many people could withstand such a scene and such words engraved in their hearts by Jianghu? Just a few words were already far more effective than the sweet nothings that could be said in a peaceful and stable time. Jianghu hugged her delicate body and sneered, her eyes indifferent. Obviously, this descendant of the Zhong family who repaid kindness with enmity was good at martial arts. His ability to pick flowers was also profound. However, this warm scene was interrupted by a few coughs. For the first time since meeting Su Lang, Jianghu showed fear. Su Fengnian stood up and patted his sleeves, murmuring, "It's tiring to be a good person. No wonder there are so many devils in Beimang." Seeing the expressionless man carrying a box and a sword walking over, Jianghu forced a smile and said guiltily, "Young Master Su, please don't be offended. It's my fault for acting so abruptly. It's just that Jianghu's identity is sensitive and I can't let my guard down when I travel outside." Jianghu saw that the person was calm and did not even have a mocking expression. He knew that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to make up for it. "My name is Jianghu, a descendant of the Zhong family of the Southern Dynasty. I can make up for it and give young Master Su a great fortune. Young Master, your skills are outstanding. With the support of my Zhong family, you will definitely have a meteoric rise." As he spoke, Jianghu grabbed the iron chain with one hand. He wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Su Fengnian finally rewarded him with a smile. "Come, let's see if you can kill me again." At this moment, Jianghu could neither make a move nor let go. Ever since he was born, this kind of shame and resentment was unbearable. It was only slightly better than being dragged by 5 horses just now. Jianghu was lucky to return to the world of the living from the netherworld, while Lu Chen fell from the world of the living to the netherworld. She sat aside blankly, her heart cold as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Su Fengnian drew a circle with one hand and slapped it on Jianghu's head. Jianghu sank into the ground and his head and limbs exploded at the same time. It was as if someone had smashed him into a meat patty with a sledgehammer. It was more miserable than being torn apart by 5 horses. A celestial being patted the head. It was not only used to tie hair and receive immortality. Fresh blood splattered all over Lu Chen's body, but she just stared blankly and remained indifferent. She was simple, but she was not stupid. It was almost the talent of the children of big clans to know the big picture from small details. Su Fengnian was about to draw another circle and let Lu Chen and Jianghu die together as a pair of lovebirds. She suddenly raised her head and asked, "I want to know if you are in cahoots with the horse gang. I beg you, don't lie to me." Su Fengnian shook his head. Her heart finally died like ashes and she waited calmly. Su Fengnian did not show any mercy to the fairer sex and continued to raise his hand like an immortal caressing her head. However, she was disturbed once again. She suddenly burst into heart-wrenching sobs. "I don't want to die." Su Fengnian walked over. After taking a few steps, she sat on the ground and slid back a few steps. Su Fengnian did not move forward. He squatted down and stretched out his hand. "Give me back the porcelain bottle." She threw out the small bottle as if it was scalding her hand. In her panic, she did not throw it accurately. Su Fengnian reached out and caught it. He controlled the bottle and placed it back into the box. Lu Chen seemed to have accumulated 20 years of shrewdness in an instant. Her voice trembled as she said, "Young Master Su, how can you not kill me? I am the legitimate granddaughter of the Southern Dynasty's first Lu family. I am different from Jianghu. I don't have any ambitions. I just want to live a good life. After I get married, I will help my husband and teach my children. As long as you don't kill me and don't sully my body, I am willing to be your slave for half a year. Moreover, I promise that when I return to the Lu family, I will not mention a word about what happened today. I will only say that Jianghu died in the hands of a 100-horse gang." Looking at the man who looked like a scholar curling up the corner of his lips with a hint of mockery, Lu Chen realized that he had made a mistake and immediately corrected himself. "I only said that Jianghu had died on the way to the magistrate's mansion in the Shihe region. I didn't know anything about it." At this point, her eyes rippled and sparkled with determination. She bit her lips and said slowly, "If you don't kill me, I'll say that I've had sex with Jianghu. If the Zhong family doesn't believe me, they can get the old maid to check my body. They won't be able to find any flaws. Any man would understand what she meant." She was willing to pay the price of her virginity in exchange for her life. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and lamented that the human heart was higher than the heavens. Lu Chen saw that he had no intention of killing her. She reached out and stroked a strand of messy hair on her temples and continued, "I don't dare to hope that you will return to the Lu family with me. However, since you have something on me and my Lu family has a good reputation in the Southern Dynasty, I will not allow such a big scandal to spread. I also don't want to provoke the Zhong family because of this. Therefore, you don't have to worry about me not being obedient to you. You only need to involve me from afar. I am willing to be your marionette. I believe that with your outstanding skills and wisdom, you will be able to find a way to control me and not get into danger." Su Fengnian wanted to take out some dates but found that his bag was empty. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, "You are very smart. How can you be fooled by Jianghu, a rich playboy?" Lu Chen actually had the courage to laugh and said self-mockingly, "It's not that Jianghu is good. It's just that the Zhong family's background is better than the Lu family's. Otherwise, how can a younger brother of a side branch family be said to be a match for a granddaughter of the first branch family?" Su Fengnian nodded his head in deep agreement. She was indeed a woman from a rich and powerful family with the roots of wisdom. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "You still want to kill me?" Su Fengnian, who had just had the urge to kill, asked curiously, "A woman's intuition?" She asked back, "Isn't it?" Without waiting for Su Fengnian to make a move, Lu Qin stood up and charged at him like a madwoman. She was seeking her own death. She punched and kicked without any rhyme or reason and cried pitifully, "You bastard! Great demon! I'll fight it out with you." She nagged and scolded him as if she was beating him up. Over and over again, she only used a few old-fashioned methods that didn't hurt him at all. Su Fengnian sent her flying with a slap. She was immediately stunned. He looked at the crazy woman who was covering her face and said, "Whether I kill you or not depends on your performance. Bury Jianghu first and then follow me to the hinterland of Shiha region. I need you." Lu Chen's eyes lit up as if she had just been pardoned. She glanced at Jianghu's mangled corpse and laughed coldly, "It's better if I don't collect the corpse." She immediately received another slap on her face. She flipped over and fell heavily onto the yellow sand like a gray sparrow. Su Fengnian mocked, "Men are cold-blooded. Who knows, they might even be ambitious and ruthless. You're just a woman. Is it very likable for you to be so heartless?" Lu Chen lowered her head. Both her cheeks had been slapped. She was frightened and meek as she said, "I know I'm wrong." Su Fengnian used his immortal touching the top to create a big pit, which he used as Jianghu's grave. He watched her move the pile of flesh and blood into the pit bit by bit. He asked her about the Zhong family and the Lu family. She answered him one by one, without the slightest bit of falsehood. She asked carefully in between, "Was it young master who killed those horse gang?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. He just patiently watched her pick up the soil and cover it up. After filling it up, she didn't forget to jump and step on it to make it less obvious. After she calmed down, she tilted her head and asked, "Jianghu, Jianghu. Young master, do you think a cassia tree will grow here in the future?" Su Fengnian scolded, "You're sick in the head." The woman covered in blood curtsied and curtsied charmingly. She smiled and said, "Please save me, young master." Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth. "You're really sick in the head. You've lost your mind. There's no saving you." The woman stood alone on the grave. Her smiling face was sad but beautiful. Chapter 564. After burying the grandson of the Zhong family, Su Fengnian played with the string of golden bells he took from the corpse. When the wind blew, the bells jingled. He brought Lu Chen, who had somehow become a maid, to the center of Shiha province. Not long after, they met another group of horse gang. There were more than 30 of them. Compared to the previous group of bandits, these horse gang were much more shabby. They did not have many standard weapons, not to mention the armor exclusive to military officers like fish scale armor. The only bright spot was that the leader of the horse gang held a horse lance. It was a pity that it was so exquisite that it looked gaudy. The head of the lance was made of steel, the handle was made of red copper, and the body of the lance was painted red. Most importantly, it was tied with a bunch of sable-embroidered balls. After the spring and autumn war, the expensive and difficult-to-use horse lances were as rare as iron halberds. It could be said that people who raised them in their homes did not recognize them. Those who were used to using horse lances were often the children of aristocratic families who were skilled in martial arts. They used them to flaunt their status. However, when it came to the real battlefield, when two armies fought, the normal soldiers would rush up when they saw such people in order to gain more merits. The children with lances would often be surrounded and become targets. They attracted more attention than those generals who wore bright armor. This was because the children of aristocratic families who loved horse lances were mostly inexperienced soldiers. When they fought, it was much easier for them to cut off their heads than the experienced military officers who knew how to protect themselves. Su Fengnian did not say anything and rushed forward to capture them. He beat them up a little and got the truth out of them. As expected, these horse gang were hired by Jianghu to put on a show. They wanted to use this to win Lu Chen's heart. They were really working hard for no one. Lu Chen saw that these horse gang were slaughtered cleanly. There was a strange look in her eyes. Su Fengnian picked 2 mounts and spurred them on. After traveling for 30 miles, he did not see any signs of human habitation. After pausing for a moment, he took out some water from his sack to clean his horse's nose. Lu Chen, who was wrapped in a headscarf, lifted a corner of her head, revealing her slightly dry cherry lips. She asked curiously, "Are you really called Su Lang? You should be at the Master Realm, right?" Su Fengnian did not reply. She asked again, "Are you trying to make an issue out of my identity? I've already told you before that Jianghu and I just left the group and took a detour. Now I'm the only one going to the magistrate's mansion in Shiha province. Once my whereabouts are discovered, how will you explain it?" Lu Chen was not discouraged when he saw that the young man was still practicing his vow of silence. He asked, riding a horse and stopping every 30 miles, "Are you from Beiliang?" Su Fengnian was washing her horse. She didn't even raise her head. She left, put away the water bag, mounted the horse, and continued to move forward. The stubborn Lu Chen struggled to keep up with him and kept pace with him. She tilted her head and stared at the young man who was shrouded in mist like an infatuated woman looking at her lover. Su Fengnian finally spoke, "I changed my mind. I'll leave after I send you to a safe place." Lu Chen's eyes were unfocused. Su Fengnian mocked, "Just a moment ago, you were so desperate that you wanted to be buried with Zhong Gui. How come you're not even willing to collect her corpse in the blink of an eye? Is it just you or all women with noble surnames like you? Even if I take you in as a concubine maid, you might strangle her to death one night. You won't be able to sleep well." Lu Chen pondered seriously for a moment, as if she was reflecting on herself. She slowly replied, "I hate it when people lie to me. I once told myself that it doesn't matter who I marry in the future. If he sleeps with another woman, he has to tell me first. I don't mind if he doesn't bring her into the family to disgust me. I'll continue to be a good housekeeper. But if I'm the last one to know that he sleeps with another woman and becomes a joke, I'll definitely want to cut off his manhood with a pair of scissors and paint that woman's face until she can't seduce another man for the rest of her life." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You don't look like that kind of woman. When I first saw you in the Wu family ruins, I mistakenly thought that you were easy to get along with, the kind of woman who doesn't dare to go back to her mother's house to complain after being wronged." Lu Chen bit her lips and said, "But I'm that kind of woman." Su Fengnian smiled faintly and said, "Should I smash your head with a slap?" Her charming eyes were like silk. "Young master, you can't be so heartless." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. It was very interesting to talk to her and watch her do things. It was the same principle as writing about unfairness. It was always unexpected. She sensed that this young master Su was in a good mood, so she went along with it and said softly, "I'm guessing that young master must be from a martial arts family and not a general's descendant like Zhong Gui. That's because young master will feel guilty if he kills someone." Su Fengnian held his stomach and laughed. "What do you know?" She tilted her head and asked with an innocent face, "Did I guess wrong?" Su Fengnian scolded jokingly, "Don't pretend with me. I've seen so many beautiful women that I can't even count them. Your looks aren't even worth 70 cents. It's not worth mentioning." Lu Chen didn't care about this belittling and said to herself, "I've never been a good-looking woman." Su Fengnian changed the topic. "Say, this time, the Zhong and Lu families have joined hands to head to the Shiha state capital. Your father, Lu Gui, is leading the Lu family. What do you think they're planning?" Lu Chen shook her head and said, "I've never been concerned about these things and I don't know about the inside story." Su Fengnian glanced at her limpid eyes and gave up on probing further. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I can't believe it. That Zhong Gui, who's known to be talented and courageous, died just like that. Moreover, he didn't die in a heroic manner at all." Su Fengnian casually threw away the string of golden bells. His original intention was to borrow Lu Chen's identity to go on a killing spree in the heart of Beimang and make a killing spree. However, he found out that the experts of the Zhong family were all present on this trip, especially Zhong Liang, who was ranked 7th among the demons. Even Zhong Shintong, one of the 12 great generals of Beimang, had disguised himself and hid among them. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't want to get himself into trouble and delay his agreement with white dress Luoyang. Even if he could escape the Zhong family's pursuit, he might not be able to leave Beimang. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and pulled out a dagger from her sleeve. She said straightforwardly, "I was looking for an opportunity to stab you to death. Now, should I give you the dagger or throw it away?" Su Fengnian didn't even turn his head and said, "Keep it. If you don't take it out before the next 30 miles, you'll die an unknown death just like Zhong Gui." Lu Chen smiled happily and said, "I made the right bet." Su Fengnian sighed inexplicably and said, "In this Jianghu, experts are common, but experts are rare." Lu Chen asked, "Young master, are you an expert or an expert?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I can't be an expert." The two of them spent the night in the desert and rested at the bottom of a leeward slope. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. Su Fengnian picked up many dry branches and threw them into the bonfire. Other than secretly nurturing his sword and maintaining the bonfire, he pretended to sleep the whole night. When dawn broke, he saw that she was still dozing off, so he walked to the top of the slope alone and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Su Fengnian rushed back to the foot of the slope and stared at the woman who was trembling with a dagger in her hand with a complicated expression. She was actually ruthless enough to use the dagger to cut 4 bloody grooves on her own face, causing her skin to split open. What kind of tenacious woman would do such a thing? Actually, with their intelligence, they knew that every step closer to the state city of Shihe was most likely one step closer to the Yellow Springs. The Zhong and Lu families didn't lack shrewd and ruthless characters. Zhong Gui, who had supreme skills, died, but she, a weak woman, unexpectedly survived. It was almost impossible for her to muddle through and continue to live a wealthy life. Even Su Fengnian couldn't think of how she could fabricate a flawless reason. He said that he wanted to send her to a safe place, but in fact, to the woman surnamed Lu, the tree that used to shelter her from the sun was the most dangerous place in the world. This pair of man and woman whose fates were intertwined for no reason seemed to be a good person. After the disfigurement, she said that the enemy killed Zhong Gui and then let her live. It was a humiliation to the Zhong and Lu families. That was why she forcefully made an eye on the chessboard of a dead end and gave birth to a fit of anger. However, wasn't this method too costly for a woman? Wasn't it too decisive? Both men and women cherished their lives. Men cherished their lives and women cherished their appearances. This was common sense. Su Fengnian immediately surged with hostility and almost had the urge to kill her. However, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and suppressed his murderous intent. The woman looked at the young man in front of her whose surname she only knew. Her eyes were dazed. Instead of tears flowing down her cheeks, her face was covered in blood. This woman who had once said that she wasn't good-looking finally stopped looking unfocused and some tears appeared in her eyes. She held back her tears and smiled. "It hurts." Chapter 565. Su Fengnian and the disfigured woman rested in a small town that was not covered by city walls. They were still 3 days away from the provincial capital. She wore Su Fengnian's scholar's robes, which were rather loose. The 4 scars on her face had begun to form calluses. Fortunately, in order to not leave any traces and let her wounds heal at the same time as Zhong Gui's death, she was able to apply ointment to speed up her recovery. However, the desert wind was rough. After being brushed by her face, even with a headscarf covering her face that was no longer delicate, she was often badly mutilated. The pain she suffered was probably not any easier than being cut by a dagger. She did not cry much. Su Fengnian also did not say anything to comfort her. The two of them remained silent. Occasionally, Lu Chen would take the initiative to ask about some Jianghu matters. Su Fengnian would also tell her everything in a serious and gentle manner. Perhaps he was afraid that if he made her laugh, she would suffer again. Su Fengnian and her had just entered the city when the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds covered the sun. It was clearly noon, but the sky was as dark as night. A sandstorm was approaching. Su Fengnian and Lu Chen had no choice but to enter a shabby inn. The innkeeper took advantage of the situation and raised the price as high as he could. Su Fengnian's original intention was that it did not matter if he was cheated of a few taels of silver. As long as he had a place to stay, he did not expect Lu Chen to be so stubborn. She tugged at his sleeve and refused to be cheated of money. It seemed that she was sincere when she said that he was good at running a household. Su Fengnian had no choice but to turn around under the innkeeper's rolling eyes. He wanted to go to another and that was more considerate. Before he even stepped over the threshold, he saw merchants and travelers swarming over from the narrow streets. Judging by the situation, if he did not stay in this inn, he might have to sleep on the streets and hide in the alleys to avoid the sandstorm. Su Fengnian smiled at her. She did not insist. The innkeeper was narrow-minded and deliberately made things difficult for her. He doubled the price. Lu Chen was so angry that her shoulders trembled. Su Fengnian put his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. He obediently paid the deposit and took the wooden token and key to the residence in the backyard. Lu Chen, whose face was covered by a scarf, felt a little gloomy. Su Fengnian opened the wooden door, and the room was filled with a moldy smell. After closing the door, he took down the bookcase and the spring and autumn sword. There was a clay jar on the table. He shook it a little and there was not a single drop of water left. Lu Chen sat quietly on the stool. She took off her scarf and gently turned her head away. She did not meet Su Fengnian's eyes. She only asked, with young master's superb skills, "Why do you have to lower your voice to these commoners? You don't even need to unsheathe your sword to scare them out of their wits." Su Fengnian closed the two leaky windows tightly and sat in front of the table. He smiled and said, "Do you think that all experts have to have a pair of cold eyes? Or are they born with the backs of tigers and waists of bears? Or do they want to hang 2 pieces of tiger or leopard carcasses on their backs? Or do they want to hang knives, spears, rods, and spears all over their bodies? Only then will they look imposing when they go out adventuring." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. She could hear the teasing in his words and her mood improved a little. Su Fengnian bent down and took out a few secret manuals from the bookcase. He placed them in front of her and sat cross-legged on the stool in a relaxed manner. He said softly, "I've been flipping through these manuals when I have nothing to do these past few days. I even practiced according to the moves inside. Only then did I realize that they were really fun." She said softly, "Why don't you try it?" Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "That won't do. What if the sky falls and the earth shatters?" Without waiting for her to speak, Su Fengnian said softly, "Don't laugh." She really pulled a long face. Su Fengnian picked up the tea jar and said, "I'll go get some water and food. Wait here." Lu Chen nodded. She picked up a fake secret manual and casually flipped through it. Su Fengnian soon returned with a tea jar filled with cold water. Lu Chen raised her head and asked, "You spent money again?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There's no other way. Little ghosts are hard to deal with. A pot of water costs half a tael of silver. Later, we'll just drink it like nectar. Oh right, the food will have to wait for a while." Lu Chen lowered her head to continue reading and said, "We can afford to wait." Without knocking on the door, a waiter of the inn casually pushed the door open and entered. Lu Chen hurriedly grabbed her headscarf and hurriedly wrapped it around her head. The waiter was holding a large wooden tray with a few sloppy and crude dishes on it. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's face and jumped in fright, almost knocking over the tray. He hurriedly put down the food and ran out. Just as he crossed the threshold, he shouted loudly, come and see, there's an ugly freak in the house. I saw a ghost during the day." Lu Chen tugged at Su Fengnian's sleeve. However, Su Fengnian gently shook and strode out of the door. He kicked the unlucky guy who spoke without thinking, causing him to sink into the courtyard wall. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After returning to the house, Lu Chen said sadly, "I've always been ugly." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Yes, you're not good looking. With the makeup on your face, it'd be strange if you looked good. However, if anyone dares to say it out loud and into my ears, I'll let him." She continued, "Go and die." Su Fengnian said seriously, "How can that be? I'm not a devil." I've always liked to convince people with my appearance. If it really doesn't work, I'll convince people with my virtue. Lu Chen stared at this scholar who she couldn't tell if he was a good or bad person. She pursed her lips and shook her head with a faint smile. She said, "It's not funny at all." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He distributed the dishes and then buried his head in wolfing down the food. Lu Chen covered her face with one hand and chewed slowly. She had the demeanor of a lady who didn't speak while eating. She put down her chopsticks at the same time as Su Fengnian. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I thought you'd say some pretty words to comfort me." Su Fengnian saw that she still had leftovers and didn't stand on ceremony. He moved the leftovers in front of him and said as he ate, "Didn't you say that you hate it when people lie to you? No matter if you believe it or not, in my eyes, you're still that delicate girl. You're not good looking, but you're not much better." Lu Chen asked, "Really?" Su Fengnian lowered his head to eat and nodded. The storm lasted for half the afternoon and gradually calmed down. Su Fengnian pushed open the window and looked out. It was already dark enough to delay their journey. He walked out of the courtyard with Lu Chen. The unlucky inn worker had already been carried away. There was no sign of any retaliation from the inn. Su Fengnian bought her a veiled hat on the street and rode slowly on his horse. Perhaps because she knew that they were about to reach the destination, Lu Chen's words became more lively. She began to take the initiative to ask Su Fengnian about some of the stories of Jianghu. She told him about the Wu family's 9 swords break 10,000 horsemen shop. She didn't have any intention of testing him. The pair of man and woman both intentionally and unintentionally became less scheming. Lu Chen herself was also a lively girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out alone with Zhong Gui. Where there's a gathering, there's a parting. As they neared the provincial city, the width of the relay road was no less than the main roads of Beiliang. Lu Chen gazed at the majestic city sprawled on the yellow sand like a colossus. Her heart palpitated with fear. She bit her lip and fell into a daze. After a long time, she looked back, wanting to catch a glimpse of that man and bid him farewell. However, he was already nowhere to be seen. She smiled. Even though she couldn't see him, she still turned her horse around and waved her hand. In the distance, Su Fengnian, who had seen this scene, slowly leaned back on his horse's back. He held a weed stalk in his mouth. Chapter 566. Lu Chen showed the customs letter and rode into the city alone. Perhaps she was used to the desolate desert where the wind and sand were like knives. She was a little absent-minded when she first saw the bustling city. She almost collided with a group of patrolling soldiers. After apologizing, she thought that she would have to reveal her identity and backing to avoid the entanglement. She did not expect that the other party only asked her to ride slowly and not to hurt people. Lu Chen was not used to it. As the capital of the Shihe state, Wuhou City was located within the oasis. It was also known as the Wall-less City. Due to the fact that Helian Wuwei was confident in his military strength, he declared that even if the Liang dynasty had the guts to attack the Shihe state, he did not need to use the city walls to resist the enemy. In the southern dynasty, Lu Chen had also heard of the valiance and battle prowess of the soldiers in Wuhou City. If it was said that Murong Baoding, who had made it onto the martial arts rankings in Orange Province, had single-handedly stolen the glory of one of the provinces, then Shihe Province had been split between 2 armies. One of them was the Kung Bijuan of the Wuhou Martial Marquis, whose battle prowess was second only to the Imperial Guards and the Tuoba God of War's Beijing army. Lu Chen had originally thought that with such a strong battle prowess, the soldiers in the city would inevitably be arrogant and willful. Thus, she did not think too deeply about the strange phenomenon and headed towards the Spring of Joy. Beside the spring was the Thunder Temple. Every rainy season, thunder shook the sky and could be heard within a radius of 10 miles. Near the Spring of Joy, there were many mansions, where the most powerful figures of the province lived. After the remnants of the spring and autumn period fled to the north, only the northerners lived in the north while the south was gradually handed over to the big clans of the southern dynasty. The boundaries were clearly defined. However, the Zhong family owned a private mansion in the north of the Spring of Joy. It was only because they were able to live in the north that the south was gradually handed over to the big clans of the southern dynasty. Although the Lu family was a big surname, they were only able to live in the north of the Spring of Joy because of their glory. Lu Chen had just approached the Spring of Joy when a luxurious carriage hung with silk bells came towards her. The 100 thin jade bells were naturally far more pleasant than camel bells. Compared to him, Lu Chen was really like a firefly's light. How could the light of a firefly compare to the light of the sun and the moon? In the Liang dynasty, there were as many military officers as there were hairs on a cow. They could only command 300 to 400 soldiers and had to be controlled by others. In Beimang, it was 100 times more expensive, especially the military officer of a military town at the border. He could be considered to have taken a big step forward. Moreover, Zhong Tan was still young and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. His literary talent was appreciated by the empress and he was a rare scholar in Beimang. Zhong Tan's temperament was boorish, but he liked to wear scholarly clothes and was not pretentious. He was on good terms with Dong Zhuo. Back then, it was he who led the 3,000 Jingalong cavalry to kill Chen Zhibao who had crossed the border. It would be strange if such a person did not have a meteoric rise in power. However, every time Lu Chen saw the smiling Zhong Tan, she would feel uncomfortable and fearful from the bottom of her heart. She could not pinpoint why she did not like this person's way. She could only explain herself. The military officer of the Liang dynasty was a military officer of the imperial examination, a military officer of the imperial palace. In Beimang, the first military officer of Beimang. Bimortal was a military officer of the imperial examination, a military officer of the imperial palace officer. His empress was imperial, and had the imperials, the imperial of the imperial, to the imperial, the imperial was. The Lu Zhou imperial was that of the imperial, SS imperial Conan, S imperials, the imperial of the imperial was, the of the imperial, for the of in the. Lu Chen was originally half a daughter-in-law of the Zhong family in name. Sitting in the same carriage as Zhong Tan was not considered to be against the customs. Moreover, with the prestige of both the Zhong and Lu families, there was no need for them to be bothered by those gossips. There was an ice pot in the carriage. In a place like this, one tael of ice was one tael of gold. Neither the rich nor the noble could afford it. There was an average-looking maidservant sitting quietly by the side. She did not seem to be attending to the Zhong family's heir. Zhong Tan took out a pair of silver pliers and picked up a piece of ice for Lu Chen and the maidservant. Lu Chen shook her head and declined politely. The maidservant, however, did not know the rules and accepted the ice pot with a slight crunching sound. She seemed to have sensed that there were outsiders around and it was inappropriate. She quickly covered her mouth to reduce the noise. Zhong Tan was tall and slender with long arms like an ape. He bent down to lift the curtain of the carriage and draped it over his shoulders so that Lu Chen could enjoy the scenery of the Spring of Joy. There was a wide bluestone path by the side of the spring, nestled in the shade of the trees. The western region was filled with sandstorms and the sun was scorching. The wind and sand were stirred up. However, if one were to hide under the shade of the trees, one would be able to cool down very quickly. It was unlike Jiangnan, where it was stuffy and hot and there was nowhere to hide. Zhong Tan looked at Lu Chen and said softly, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry that you've been wronged." Lu Chen lowered her eyebrows and remained silent. Zhong Tan turned his head and sighed. "It's the Zhong family that has let you down." Lu Chen raised her head and hesitated to speak. Zhong Tan smiled and straightened his body as if he was sitting upright. He waved his hand and said slowly, "I don't have the habit of rubbing salt on my family's wounds. If Miss Lu doesn't want to talk about the details of this trip, you can just write it down on a piece of paper and ask someone to pass it to me when the time comes. You won't have to face those nagging old fellows. However, I'll say this in advance. When the family grows bigger, there will naturally be a lot of gossip. Miss Lu, you can go in one ear and out the other." I'll also inform the elders in the family and treat it as if the Zhong family never gave the Lu family any letter of engagement. We won't taint Miss Lu's innocent reputation. Zhong Tan can guarantee that when Miss Lu has a happy marriage of 100 years, the Zhong family will not hesitate to come and congratulate you. Lu Chen raised her head and looked directly at the future head of the Zhong family. Her eyes were resolute as she said, I was born as the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family and will die as a ghost of the Zhong family. I'm willing to be a widow for the Zhong family. When I see my father, I'll persuade him to allow a ghost marriage. Zhong Tan looked out of the window, his brows tightly knitted. Lu Chen's tone was bleak as she said, this is Lu Chen's life. I can't escape it. When they arrived at the Zhong family's mansion, Zhong Tan got off the carriage first. He stood by her side and personally escorted her down the carriage. In the eyes of many people at the door who had spent their entire lives studying people's hearts, it was destined that they would have a different feeling in their hearts. Zhong Tan walked her to the E-gate. He did not cross the threshold, saying that he was going out of the city to burn incense at the Thunder Monastery. After bidding farewell to Lu Chen, he returned to the carriage. The maidservant smiled without the slightest bit of flattery, as if she had met a longtime friend. Zhong Tan was also accustomed to this. She held a piece of ice in her mouth and puffed out her cheeks. She asked in a soft and vague voice, won't the Zhong family be disgusted by you excusing Lu Chen like this and pulling her out of the whirlpool? It's just that you've provoked her to marry into the Zhong family, forcing Zhong Gui's family to not leave. Be careful not to pick up a sesame seed and lose a watermelon. Zhong Tan sat cross-legged with a leisurely expression. He chuckled softly and said, I'm not curious about how Zhong Gui died and who killed him. The Zhong family has too many enemies. Lu Chen was humiliated and returned. For a woman, this is already the limit. If I continue to provoke her, not only will she collapse, I'm afraid the Lu family will also be angry. Marriage between the Zhong and Lu families is the general trend. Since I was born as the eldest son, I must have a long-term vision. Lu Chen's determination to marry into the underworld and live as a widow shows that she is not a short-sighted woman. Such an interesting woman should not be destroyed in Shihe Prefecture. It's only right for me to help her block some of the wind and rain. The maidservant clamped the piece of ice with one hand and held it in the air with the other, afraid that it would fall. Zhong Tan lowered his head and bit into the ice, chewing it in big mouthfuls. She put down the silver clamp and said, a woman's thoughts are fickle. This relationship may not be enough to make her stand on your side in the future. Zhong Tan said indifferently, she's not the kind of person who knows her place. She'll definitely stir up trouble in the future. I'll just continue to protect her. She suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, actually, as long as you take her body, everything will be settled. Zhong Tan said with an aggrieved face, I'm afraid of ghosts. She kicked Zhong Tan lightly. Zhong Tan laughed and said, you're much prettier than her. She sighed, Lu Chen can be considered to have survived. Zhong Tan clicked his tongue and said, does this count as me doing a good deed every day? When we reach the Thunder Rolls temple later, I'll have the confidence to burn incense. A storm that could overturn an ordinary person was blown away by a gentle breath from some people. Chapter 567. Outside the city, about 3 li away from the city, Su Fengnian rode his horse on the road that was filled with pedestrians. He deliberately restrained his qi so that his fata morgana was gone. He was sweating profusely like a normal person. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to enter the city. There were trees on both sides of the road, but there were rules and regulations. The watermelon farmers who sold watermelons did not dare to approach the road. They only set up their tents 20 steps away from the road to sell their watermelons. Su Fengnian dismounted his horse and led it out of the road. He walked on the gravel road. Merchants and travelers often haggled. Those who were good at haggling could bargain from 50 copper coins to 10 copper coins for a caddy of watermelons. Su Fengnian led his horse slowly and saw a robust old farmer who had erected a wooden board in front of his stall. Su Fengnian looked at the suntanned watermelon farmer. The latter, who was squatting on the ground, also looked at him. The latter seemed to have noticed that Su Fengnian's money pouch was not empty. He grinned and said, "Young master, pick one. If it's not tasty, I don't want a single copper coin from you." Su Fengnian, who had wanted to continue forward, stopped and joked, "Even if it's tasty, if I say it's not tasty, will you still take my money?" The old farmer's eyes were not like those of the unruly people. He said, "I still won't take your money." Su Fengnian let go of the reins and squatted down. There was a pile of watermelons, but he did not know where to start. "Uncle, help me pick one." The old farmer brought over a small stool for Su Fengnian. He knocked on the watermelons and put them down. Then, he picked a watermelon that was not small. It was about 7 to 8 caddies. He skillfully smashed it with his fist. The watermelon was brittle and roughly split in half. He handed it to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian opened the watermelon and asked while eating, "This watermelon is not cheap." The old farmer smiled and said, "Other places can also lower the price to 10 copper coins for a caddy. But my watermelon field is good and the melons are sweet. Young master, take a look. My melons here are more than 5 caddies. Some of the bigger ones are more than 10 caddies. In fact, no matter how I sell them, it's not expensive. If you have shallow eyes and only pick the big ones, a caddy of melons won't even be 10 copper coins. But in my opinion, 7 to 8 caddies are the best. They are about 12 or 13 copper coins. A caddy. My family also has some business to make money. I don't want to rely on this to make a fortune. Also, I don't want to have a dirty relationship with the nearby melon farmers who only rely on selling melons to make a living for a few copper coins. It's not easy for people to go out into the world. It's enough to have enough to eat and wear." Su Fengnian did not expect the old farmer to be so talkative. He smiled and said, "No wonder old brother has such spirit. It turns out that you have a big heart." The melon farmer, who was already 60 years old but did not show the slightest signs of decay, also cut open a melon. He did not eat the core of the melon. He started from the edge and left the good stuff for last. It was the same as Su Fengnian's way of eating. He was a little stingy. When the old farmer saw this scene, he smiled and said, "I have also read some books, but not many. When I speak, I like to steal some words from books. I'm afraid that a scholar like young master will look down on me." Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Uncle, you are scolding me." The old man wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and laughed heartily, "I don't dare. I really envy scholars." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "All day long, they point at the rivers and mountains, rule the country and pacify the world. It seems like they can do anything. Without them, it is impossible. In fact, they can't do anything. Uncle, if a scholar comes to sell melons, can he sell more than the surrounding melon farmers?" The old man shook his head and said, "Young master is generalizing. Scholars also have powerful characters who are good at civil and martial arts." During the spring and autumn period, there were a lot of Confucian generals. As if he was afraid that his words would annoy the young master and that Su Fengnian would not pay, the old melon farmer said with a smile, "Scholars have a scholar's work. After earning 1,000 zhong millet from books and a house of gold, it is better to be able to cry out for the common people. Selling melons will be handed over to an old man like me. Well water does not interfere with river water, and we can all live a good life. For example, young master, when you were young, you carried a book to study. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 li was the best thing." Su Fengnian chewed on the watermelon and said with a smile, "Uncle's experience can be said to be insightful. Indeed, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the marketplace." The old melon farmer was particularly happy to be flattered by a scholar. Every wrinkle on his weathered face revealed a sense of comfort and contentment. "Young master, you can listen to this old man's nonsense. You are a real scholar." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Then this melon?" The old farmer was stunned for a moment. With a helpless expression, he said, "I'll sell it to you for 50 copper coins. I can't go any lower." Su Fengnian finished eating more than half of the watermelon. He took out a small piece of silver from his money pouch. It was about 100 copper coins. He handed it to the old melon farmer, who spoke well but could not be considered too elegant. He said, "Don't give me any extra money. Just treat it as buying 2 melons and giving one to uncle to eat." The old melon farmer stared blankly for a moment before praising. "Who said that scholars can't sell melons? If young master sells melons, I guarantee that it won't take more than a few years for you to buy a sizable residence in the city." Su Fengnian also said helplessly, "Uncle, if you say so, I really can't eat a second melon." The old farmer said straightforwardly, "Listen to what young master is saying. In a moment, this old man will give you a cloth bag. Take 2 melons and hang them on the horse's back. When you get to the city, find an inn with well water to chill them. You can fish them out before you talk. They are very cold." After Su Fengnian finished eating the melon, he sat on a small stool and looked at the scenery in Wuhou City. Perhaps it was because he was in an oasis, he looked along the relay road. The clouds were thick and heavy, layer upon layer, and fell straight down. It was as if they were about to press down on the city. It was as if the clouds of the 9th heaven were hanging down. There was only a fine line between heaven and earth. In this fine line, there was a building with a raised eave in the city that was the most eye-catching. Following Su Fengnian's line of sight, the old farmer said, "That is Lei Ming Temple. Once you enter the temple, you will see 2 rows of 18 heavenly kings with fearful eyes. Those who are timid will feel guilty and won't dare to burn incense and worship Buddha. Outside the temple is Shiha State's famous spring of joy. Even the bodhisattva who glares at Vajra would lower his eyebrows. Scholars and beauties with prominent status would be happy to tour the temple. The spring of joy has become more and more foul in recent years. In fact, there is nothing to see. If young master believes in Buddha, it is better for you to go to Lei Ming Temple. Young master, don't worry. There are many important people in the city. However, it is hard to say that there are none who openly bully men and women, but they can be counted with one's fingers. Young master is also a scholar, so it is even more impossible for them to bully you." Su Fengnian smiled, "Uncle, if you say so, then it can be seen that Shiha State's Judushi not only rules the army, but also governs the government. He is worthy of being a pillar of the imperial court." The old farmer smiled, shook his head and said, "I said that it is not accurate." Su Fengnian looked at the Lei Ming Temple that really towered into the clouds. He muttered to himself, "Mortals seek freedom all their lives." The squatting old farmer held a hollow melon and sighed, "The bodhisattva is happy for nothing." Both of them looked at each other and smiled. After Su Fengnian stood up, the old farmer really picked 2 melons and put them in 2 cloth bags for him. Su Fengnian did not refuse and accepted them calmly. He hung one on each side of the horse's back. After getting on the horse, he sat on the horse's back and cupped his fists to bid farewell. The old farmer waved his hand with a smile. In life, people who meet by chance meet and then part. It cannot withstand scrutiny. Most of the time, they will never meet again. It is very rare for them to not hate each other and even leave a good impression. Su Fengnian did not think about this. He only thought that he met an interesting old man from Beimang. In his heart, he was still thinking about the upcoming sneak trip to Wuhou City. Perhaps it would be as dangerous as Tuoba Chunsen's assassination and hunt. In the past, in Beiliang, which seemed to be an iron bucket but was actually surging with undercurrents, people from all walks of life came to seek revenge on him. All kinds of stories and legends, countless joys and sorrows, could be compiled into a book, 100 Ways to Assassinate the Butcher Su Shao and the Hedonistic Prince, and a book, Assassin's Men of Sacrifice Encyclopedia. Most of these dead people did not change until death. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would still fly into the fire. However, many of the so-called blood feuds could be traced back to his grandfather's generation. But when it came to killing His Royal Highness, no one would be soft-hearted. Su Fengnian knew that when he succeeded the king of Beiliang one day, the number of assassinations would only increase and not decrease. The reason was very straightforward. If he could not kill the butcher, who claimed that even the king of hell did not dare to accept him, wouldn't it mean that he could not kill a child of Beiliang who could not even compete for military power? If Qin Jibao did not want to kill Su Fengnian, there were plenty of people who wanted to kill him. There was no need for the white-clothed warrior immortal to kill him with a borrowed knife. Su Fengnian carried his sword, his box, and his melons, and headed straight for Wuhou City. Chapter 568. Zhong Tan's gentle attitude had unknowingly become a protective talisman for Lu Chen. This made Lu Chen, who had prepared for the worst, feel as if she was waiting for a knife to slit her neck, but instead, she was waiting for a feather to brush against her neck. She was pleasantly surprised and somewhat at a loss. It was probably Zhong Tan's instructions that she was specially arranged to stay in a small lakeside building in the Zhong family's other residence, where she could enjoy a rare shade. Zhong Shentong and his younger brother, Zhong Liang, one was a Beimang great general with great authority, the other was a top-ranked Devil Path great warlord. Presumably, they would not bicker with a girl from the Lu family. However, the Lu family's temporary forbearance did not mean that the Lu family could be indifferent. After all, Zhong Gui was not worth mentioning in front of his elder brother, Zhong Tan. Compared to the descendants of the great clans of the southern dynasty, he was still a first-rate talent. It would be unreasonable if the Lu family did not take the initiative to explain his sudden death in a foreign land. At this moment, Lu Gui was standing in front of the window of the small house, quietly listening to his daughter narrate her painful experience. From beginning to end, he did not interrupt, question, or console her. Lu Gui's expression was sorrowful, suppressing her depression, doing her best to speak in a calm tone. Lu Chen did not admit that she had made any mistakes. Some girls were really born actors. As the head of the A family, Lu Gui had a slender figure, and was worthy of the evaluation of a handsome man. Although his hair was slightly white, he was still a handsome man who could make a girl's heart sway. This was especially true for women who had tasted the flavors of love and sex. Only then did Lu Gui slowly turn around and stare into his daughter's eyes. Lu Chen subconsciously withdrew her gaze. No matter how much she wanted to mend it, in front of someone like Lu Gui who had been immersed in the imperial court for half his life, it was futile. Moreover, no one knew a girl better than her father, so how could she hide it so well? However, Lu Gui, who understood her clearly, smiled sadly. He walked closer to Lu Chen, removing the veil that she had not had time to change off. Gazing at the almost unfamiliar and tattered face, he gently placed his hands on her tight shoulders. Shaking his head, he said, "If father did not care about you, how could he only have one daughter? Whether the story you told is true or false, father is well aware of it. As for whether we can deceive the Zhong brothers, that is up to fate." Lu Chen's eyes reddened. She was about to spill the beans and spill the beans. At this moment, she clenched her fists, either intentionally or unintentionally. Her fingertips pierced her palms and she sobered up a little. She bit her lips and rested her head on Lu Gui's shoulder. Lu Gui patted her back gently and said, "Zhong Gui's body has not been found yet. If I'm not wrong, it will be a cenotaph. Are you really willing to marry someone from the mortal world?" Lu Chen sobbed and said, "This is the duty of an unfilial daughter." Lu Gui was speechless. After Lu Gui left, the small house near the spring returned to its former tranquility. Lu Chen sat in front of the dressing table and looked down to see a bronze mirror. She waved her sleeve and threw it out, smashing it against the wall. A general is afraid of a new armor and a beauty in her twilight years is afraid of a bronze mirror. However, she was still a young woman and had not married. After Su Fengnian entered Wuhou City, it was reasonable for him to choose a high vantage point to observe the geography of the Spring of Joy. However, he had been ill for a long time and was very familiar with assassinations and ambushes. He knew that there were many forbidden areas in the Thunder Pond. Beiliang Palace occupied a mountain as the king, with the prince's mansion as the center near Mount Qingliang as the center. The mansions of many generals and dignitaries were gradually spread out according to their positions and titles. Among them, there were also a few high-class restaurants and inns that could be used as a good vantage point to observe the prince's mansion. However, all of these precious vantage points that made it convenient to observe the prince's mansion were firmly under the control of the mansion's secret agents. When new faces from outside the city first entered the city, they would first choose these spots. 9 out of 10 of them would be secretly killed if they climbed the stairs. The reason why the last one lived longer was because the Baoyang Palace wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. They thought that they were smart when in fact, it was no different from committing suicide. Su Fengnian later learned that during the short period before he turned 20, every time the mansion's maids and servants went out, there would be men of sacrifice following them. Chu Lushan was personally responsible for every detail. He found no less than 60 assassins and strangled them to death, pulling out the radishes and bringing out the mud. Several high-ranking Baoyang officials' residences became uninhabited residences overnight. Therefore, Su Fengnian only chose a low-rise and that was slightly further away from the Spring of Joy to check in. He seemed to casually ask the waiter about a few sightseeing spots in Wuhou City. From the waiter, he learned that in 2 days it would be the 15th day of the month. The incense at Leiming Temple was at its peak. Nobles and travelers from outside the city, as well as wealthy merchants who were well off, liked to go to Leiming Temple on the 1st and 15th day of the month to worship a bodhisattva, or to light or add oil to a longevity green lotus lantern. However, the tribute for a small lantern would cost at least 100 taels of silver. Those who were devout Buddhists would easily give away several dozen taels of gold. It was a bottomless pit. Chapter 569. Probably because he looked down on Su Fengnian from the bottom of his heart, the waiter spoke with an air of generosity. He kept saying that if Su Fengnian didn't have a few hundred taels of silver, he shouldn't go to Leiming Temple to puff himself up at his own cost. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a laugh, saying that he would consider burning incense. While he was at it, Su Fengnian also praised the richness of Wuhou City, saying that as a foreigner, he had broadened his horizons. Only then did the waiter's expression turn for the better, and his tone of voice became warmer. Su Fengnian received the copper key, not forgetting to give him a few pieces of silver, and asked him to hang the watermelons in a bamboo basket and place them in the well water in the backyard. The waiter said, "Good," and happily left with the 2 watermelons. He found this scholar more and more pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian put down the bookcase, took down the spring and autumn sword, and placed them on the table. Before he left, he stuck 2 silk threads between the cracks of the window and the door, which were hard to detect. When he pushed them open, they would break. He then nailed the flying sword, Morning Dew, with its perfect sword embryo, to the roof beam. After entering the city, Su Fengnian restrained most of his qi activity. Within 100 steps, he was still concerned about Morning Dew, so he went downstairs to eat lunch. The business of the inn was bleak, and there were only a few tables of customers. Su Fengnian ordered a pot of liquor and drank alone. He was relaxed and had a bit of the spirit of a scholar. Before Su Fengnian went to the north, he had a lot of business dealings. Not only were there tea leaves and porcelain, but there were also a lot of antiques, scriptures, and other relics of the spring and autumn period that had been lost among the common people were also sold to Wuhou City and a few other big cities. Before Su Fengnian went to the north, he had some understanding of the 8 great festival holders and the 12 great generals. Helian Wue of Shihe province was relatively unknown. He only knew that he was of noble birth in Beimang and was a romantic young man. However, after his family declined, he did not give up on everything. Instead, he turned over a new leaf. After 20 years of military service, his outstanding military service brought glory to his family. His wife died early from illness and he did not remarry, resulting in him having no children. He was completely different from Helian Wue, who was known for his military strength and ruthlessness. Other than his ability to lead troops, he could only be regarded as a troublemaker in the imperial court. He was also rarely seen in the Empress's annual spring and winter hunts. Therefore, among the 8 great festival holders, he was the most aloof. Su Fengnian returned to his room. The silk thread was still intact. Other than eating and drinking, he spent his time alone, flipping through the secret saber manual. Perhaps most people who obtained Wang Xinji's martial arts experience would be ecstatic and would quickly browse through it, wishing they could ascend to the first pin realm overnight. Fortunately, Su Fengnian was able to endure. He did not grasp the essence of the move and did not turn to the next page. At this time, he was still stuck at the bottleneck of tying the black silk thread. He also did not play any small trick of taking a detour. During the battle at the Dunhuang city gate, Dong Tai, who was about to go out to sea to visit the immortal mountain, and Luo Yang, who had the Jianghu innate talent, could be said to be evenly matched. Su Fengnian closed his eyes to feel the battle. After the battle, he stroked the hundreds and thousands of sword scars. He only felt that his heart was full of spirit, but he could not figure out what it was. Su Fengnian was not impatient. He still told himself to proceed step by step. The next day, he carried his book and sword and marched to Wuhou City. He ate and walked. The military formation in the city was solemn and orderly. Li Shan always said that the ability to manage an army was in the smallest detail. Su Fengnian clearly noticed this point from the map of Beimang's military town that was hung in the Tide Listening Pavilion. On the western front bordering Liangmang, Beimang's elite troops were all rushing to the southern border. They looked like they were going to fight to the death with the Bailiang cavalry. On the eastern front between the two dynasties, the military strength of both sides was a notch higher. It was just that as they moved northward, their military strength gradually increased. Beimang's eastern border had Dongjin and Juzhi prefectures, which were obviously inferior to Shihe prefecture, which had Kungbijuan as its foundation. Su Fengnian did not know whether this arrangement, which was better or worse, was intentional or not. He did not know whether it was a deliberate arrangement or an unintentional move that had to do with the temperament and ability of the several preceptors. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Su Fengnian did not follow the general trend of going to Lei Ming Temple at dawn. Instead, he left the inn at noon, when the sun was blazing hot. Lei Ming Temple was located at the intersection of the north and south of the Joyful Spring. It was built against the mountain. The main structure was a 9-story pavilion with multiple eaves. Inside the pavilion was a Buddha statue that was even bigger than the Dunhuang Buddha cave. It was a typical building with a slope on one side of a hard mountain in the western regions. Su Fengnian, who had restrained his qi activity, was sweating all over as he slowly entered the temple. Inside the temple, ancient trees towered to the sky, providing deep shade. He immediately felt refreshed. After burning 3 sticks of incense, he crossed the threshold of the main building. There were a total of 81 windows in the 9-story pavilion, but none of them were open. It was just that on the 4th floor below, several thousand green lanterns were lit. The lanterns were splendid, as if the Buddha's light was shining everywhere. Therefore, the interior of the building did not give people the slightest impression of gloominess. Su Fengnian looked up and saw the Buddha statue of Maitreya, squinting his eyes and looking down at the world. The Buddha statue was so big that it was ranked 3rd in the world. It was built 800 years ago, during the 3rd catastrophe of Buddhism. The Buddha statue had a compassionate face, with a gentle outline. One of his hands was placed on his knees, while the other was forming a seal with his index finger raised. This seal was not found in any Buddhist scriptures. Generations of monks were puzzled and argued endlessly. Later dynasties did not make any changes to the Buddha statue itself. They only added new colors and gold. After the empress ascended the throne, she added rich colors to the kasaya. Before entering the temple, Su Fengnian was informed that the longevity lanterns were to be lit. He had to inform the Thunder Temple monk of his name and ancestral home. Regretfully, he could only give up. The building was spacious and empty. Occasionally, a cool breeze would enter the building. The thousands of green lotus longevity lanterns on the 4th floor, from low to high, swayed slightly in order. The scene was not like that of the human world, but rather like the pure land of bliss. Pilgrims were not allowed to enter the building to see the Buddha. Even the monks in the temple had to stop at the 4th floor. The Thunder Temple was built 800 years ago. Most of the monks who achieved the Tao stopped at the 6th or 7th floor. Only the emperor could go up to the 8th floor. Even the emperor, who was known as the Emperor of the 9 and 5, had done so. It meant that he had lowered his status in front of the Buddha. Naturally, no one could go up to the 9th floor. Even the Beimang Empress, who had the ambition to unify the world, was no exception. Su Fengnian bowed to the Buddha and was about to leave the building. He was about to go to a nearby sutra pavilion to enjoy the scenery. In a flash, he had a telepathic connection and looked up. He saw a head poking out of the Buddha's palm. The head was looking straight at him with a cold gaze. At this moment, Su Fengnian only felt that it was ridiculous. His strange mood was indescribable. This woman was really audacious. The white-robed Luo Yang. Sitting on the Buddha's palm, she bent over and poked out her head. She was looking at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian thought that if it was a gentlewoman like Huang Baozhuang, she would definitely not dare to be so rebellious. Su Fengnian said to himself, the devil Buddha has a line. Thinking of the magnificent scenery of the falling clouds outside Wuhou City, he suddenly had a hint of understanding. However, it slipped away and he did not grasp it. For some reason, Luo Yang, who appeared in the Thunder Temple, did not leave the Buddha's palm. Su Fengnian also did not go up. The two could only look at each other. Then, Su Fengnian almost vomited blood. The white-robed Luo Yang seemed to be annoyed by Su Fengnian's cowardice. When her body floated down, her qi surged like a river flowing into the sea. Thousands of longevity lamps were extinguished in an instant. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. He cursed in his heart, what a sin. Chapter 570. For some reason, there was no one guarding the green lotus lamp in the building. Su Fengnian couldn't care less about this. He found a few fire folds in front of a small niche at the top of the stairs. After lighting them up, he glided backward along the corridor like a fish. Wherever he went, the longevity lamps would light up one after another. The ground floor was once again as bright as day. Su Fengnian hurriedly climbed up the stairs and lit up the second fire fold. He retreated so that he wouldn't extinguish the fire. Intentionally or unintentionally, Su Fengnian's mind was as clear as a lotus pond. After one round, he climbed up the third and fourth floors. As the main culprit, the devil Luo Yang did not feel guilty at all. From the beginning to the end, he watched coldly from the sidelines. She was no longer the empress of Huang Baozhuang, whose name was Mountain Gradually Green. She did not hide her purple eyes, which overflowed with evil intent. Su Fengnian lit up 3,089 longevity lamps. He stopped and looked up at the sitting Buddha. Humans saw everything as ants, but Buddhas saw all living things as equals. Burning incense and praying to Buddha, cramming at the Buddha's feet at the last minute, could he really get anything? Would the bodhisattvas be tired of it? Su Fengnian collected his thoughts and laughed at himself. He was about to go downstairs when the next scene caught him off guard. The devil in white stood in front of the Buddha's feet. She clenched her fist and the flames of nearly 4,000 longevity lamps were pulled by her qi. They instantly left the green lamp bases and flew toward the sitting Buddha. They hovered a few feet away from the stone Buddha's body. The Buddha's body was originally covered with gold powder. Under the illumination of the lamps, it shone brightly, as if the real Buddha had come to the world. What a Buddha's aura! Luo Yang flicked her finger. More than 4,000 lanterns rushed to the top of the 9-story building and exploded near the Buddha's head. Thousands of meteors fell. Su Fengnian was annoyed, but he could only jump over the railing and fly through the air. He kept waving his sleeves to catch as many sparks as he could. He rolled up his sleeves and threw some sparks back into the green lamp bases. The longevity lamps were reignited one by one. However, his strength was not enough. He only managed to light 700 or 800 lamps. After he landed, he went to the small niche and picked up a piece of kindling. He looked at the devil, who turned around with her hands clasped behind her back and looked out of the door. Only then did Su Fengnian feel relieved. He slowly went downstairs and stood beside Luo Yang. She did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "The Zhong family is good at robbing tombs." During the chaos of the Spring and Autumn War, they obtained a bamboo slip from the tomb of King Qian of the southern Tang dynasty. 800 years ago, the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty was buried in the territory of Shihe province. Lu Gui was proficient in geomancy and geography, so the two families joined hands to open the tomb and steal the treasure. I have no interest in the relics of the Emperor Qin, but I don't like Zhong Liang. Whatever he wants to do, I will not let him do it. Su Fengnian frowned and said, with your great divine ability as the fourth most powerful person in the world, wouldn't it be fine if you directly killed Zhongliang? No matter how powerful Zhongliang is, can he compare to Dong Tai and Hong Jingyan? Luo Yang's tone was ice cold. Is it that simple? Su Fengnian was speechless. You are the great demon who has single-handedly killed the most people in the world. Back in the day, you roamed through the 8 prefectures of Beimang, killing everyone you saw. You killed several thousand people in a spurt of energy, and only stopped when you were stopped by Tuoba in Beimang's imperial city. You could be considered a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so how could you be so modest now? However, Su Fengnian did not say this out loud. Facing the blind zither player Shui Songguan was enough for him to risk his life, but facing Luo Yang, even 10 lives would not be enough for her to kill. Su Fengnian also did not dare to treat her as a woman. When they first met in the chess and sword music school, with his outstanding memory, he clearly remembered her appearance and figure. When he saw her again in Dunhuang, he only felt that her face was blurry. It was not simply because Luo Yang's imposing manner made it difficult to distinguish whether she was a man or a woman, but rather because he felt that something was not right. If he wanted to get to the bottom of it, this might be the first time in his life that Su Fengnian was so afraid of a woman. Luo Yang said calmly, I've been waiting for you here for 2 days. Su Fengnian's face was full of doubt. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, Do you know where the mausoleum of the great Qin dynasty's emperor is hidden? Su Fengnian held back the sarcastic sarcasm that almost slipped out of his mouth. He grinned and said, If I knew, I would have taken a hoe to dig up treasures in the grave long ago. Luo Yang walked towards a tall sutra depository with a plaque hanging from it that read, Buddha comes, Buddha goes. Su Fengnian asked, Why don't I see the monks of the thunder-rumbling temple? Luo Yang said lightly, Before you entered the temple, I was resting on the palm of the Buddha statue. I thought that they were chanting sutras and doing their homework on the wooden fish, so I killed them all. Su Fengnian walked out of the building, and his restrained qi poured out in torrents. The mirage of the great yellow courtyard was lofty, and the sleeves of his long gown fluttered in the wind. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall. Under Luo Yang's suppression, Su Fengnian not only restrained his qi, but also a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. At this moment, Su Fengnian saw monks coming out of the hall of great strength in a line. The way they wore their yellow kasayas was slightly different from the ones in the Central Plains. They looked serene, and when they saw Luo Yang and himself from a distance, they only took them as pilgrims from a wealthy family. Some monks with lower cultivation just glanced at the white-robed Luo Yang a few more times, but did not pay much attention to them. Only then did Su Fengnian realize that the female devil was playing a joke on him. She played him like a monkey, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. After swallowing the mouthful of blood, Luo Yang's words added insult to injury. How did you enter the Vajra realm with your intellect? I think you just relied on your background as the heir of Bailiang and the fated chance due to your identity. You are petty and have no foresight at all. What a waste of Dong Tai's gift. Su Fengnian did not refute. He comforted himself with the flimsy reason that a good man would not fight with a woman, and at the same time criticized her in his heart. Luo Yang was able to read people's minds. She sneered and said, You must be comparing me with Li Chungang. You think I'm making fun of your intellect and that it's just the pot calling the kettle black. But in fact, not only am I in the first 3 realms of the first pin, I have also stepped into the Vajra finger and mysterious celestial phenomenon earlier than Li Chungang. Even the earth immortal realm is no exception. Su Fengnian said in a low voice without any sincerity, Yes, yes, yes. Your martial arts are matchless. Tomorrow, you will beat Tuoba until he runs away like a rat. The day after tomorrow, you will be beaten by Wang Xinji into a coward. On the 3rd day, you will be able to treat the heavenly tribulation as nothing. Then, Su Fengnian flew into the sutra depository. He was attacked by Luo Yang. She hit his back with her palm, and the mirage collapsed. Firstly, Su Fengnian did not dare to dodge. Secondly, he wanted to estimate Luo Yang's strength. Only Su Fengnian, who was sitting on the stone floor of the pavilion, knew how painful it was. He wiped away the scarlet blood that seeped out of the corner of his mouth and cultivated a sword amidst the pain. After the temperamental Luo Yang entered the pavilion, she did not even look at Su Fengnian and went straight to the top floor. Although it was the Sutra Depository in name, it was actually a 6-story steel pagoda. The wooden stairs spiraled upwards. Luo Yang came to the top floor and looked up at the Spring of Joy. On the top wall of the pagoda, there were many poems of scholars and poets who enjoyed the scenery. Because the latecomers did not follow the rules, the words were overlapping and changed beyond recognition. Su Fengnian looked around in boredom. He did not see many poems with good charm. They were all the kind that groaned for no reason. However, there were some small songs and sentences that were interesting. For example, the spring breeze in Jiangnan, the sound of the orioles on the ancient trees, and so on. He memorized them one by one in his mind. He wanted to plagiarize them and present them to his second sister, who was known as the best in the literary world. Chapter 571. Su Fengnian accidentally saw half of a poem, so he wiped it away with his palm. Su Fengnian stood by the window and slightly released his qi. His vision gradually became clear, and he began to memorize the layout of the mansion of the joyous spring. As the refugees moved north, they brought with them a wave of south wind blowing north. The courtyard architecture was tainted with the style of the spring and autumn period, which was undoubtedly the most obvious phenomenon. Beimang was not only the southern dynasty, there were also many noble families in the north who pursued the style of small bridges, flowing water, and deep courtyards. Moreover, there was a tendency for the green to surpass the blue. They were well versed in the essence of the southern school's architecture, which was a first-class masterpiece. Naturally, Su Fengnian's understanding of this kind of thing was not limited to a smattering. The winding corridors of the Bailiang Palace on Mount Qingliang used to be a joke in the past. After going through untold hardships to infiltrate the mansion in the middle of the night, several groups of assassins actually wandered around for an entire night in fear and trepidation, yet none of them were able to find Su Xiao or Su Fengnian's courtyard. After being captured, they died with their eyes wide open. These jokes had always been talked about by the servants of the mansion. After Su Fengnian's 2 travels, he could no longer laugh. He still remembered that once he was dragged by Wenhua to peek at a woman from a landowning family whom the wooden sword ranger fell in love with at first sight. Wenhua stood on tiptoe outside the high wall, listening to the beauty laughing on the swing inside the wall. Later, he had no choice but to let Su Fengnian bend down while he stood on his good brother's shoulder. Only then could he be considered to have seen the woman he admired. After being discovered by the guards of the courtyard, they chased after him with sticks and gave him a good beating. Su Fengnian's waist and back were sore. The key point was that every time Wenhua solemnly vowed that he would not marry anyone else, he was unreliable. When he saw a beautiful woman again, he would change his mind at the sight of her and travel together with her. He did not know how many times they had fallen in love at first sight. Su Fengnian could not bear it, and afterward, he made a dig at Wenhua, saying that even if he sneaked into the mansion, he could not be a flower thief. Luo Yang's words hit the nail on the head. She asked, "Who are you going to the north of the joyous spring to kill? Kill Helian Weiwu? Do you think you can do it? Or do you have a Bailiang spy?" Su Fengnian shook his head. "I'm just going to take a look." Luo Yang's carelessly said, "If you're not careful, you'll be spotted by the devil Zhong, who is ranked after me. Even if you live, you'll lose a few layers of skin." Su Fengnian pretended to be silly and smiled. "I don't plan to cause any trouble. I don't have much money on me. I'm just going to steal a few valuable items." Luo Yang said calmly, "I'll go with you." Su Fengnian immediately refused. "Please don't. I'm going to be a thief, not a devil who kills to silence witnesses." Luo Yang turned her head and laughed. "I won't expose your whereabouts. I'm just curious about what kind of shady business a Bailiang heir is up to. Actually, you know very well that I didn't kill the innocent in Wuhou City, and most likely I won't go to the joyous spring to start a massacre. Don't pretend you don't know and treat me like a fool. You'll have to wait until you've reached the celestial phenomenon realm and have the qualifications to fight me." But with your level of comprehension, I don't think it'll be easy for you to reach the resonance of heaven and earth. Su Fengnian was exposed, so he didn't try to hide anymore. He openly looked at the layout of the mansion that stretched across the joyous spring. Luo Yang suddenly said, "How about we ask each other something and we answer each other's questions?" Su Fengnian thought for a moment and asked, "I'll go first?" Luo Yang said bluntly, "No. You've already asked and I've answered. It's my turn to ask." Su Fengnian felt extremely sullen. Luo Yang wasn't the graceful Huang Baozhuang. When had she ever been kind to others, let alone be considerate? She ignored Su Fengnian's gloominess and asked directly, "What is your ultimate goal in coming to Beimang?" Su Fengnian was silent. Luo Yang waited quietly. Su Fengnian rubbed his cheeks. For the first time since he went to the north alone, he spoke softly, "To meet an extremely important person. 20 years have passed, and even my father doesn't know if he's still trustworthy. To confirm this, other than Su Xiao and me, the hereditary heir of Bailiang, no one else has the qualifications to verify the answer. If I want to meet him, I have to do something to make him feel that I'm worthy. Otherwise, just being the heir of Bailiang won't be enough. I can't and I don't want to tell you any more inside stories. In any case, I know that if he really does rebel against Beimang and then against Bailiang, I'm destined to die in Beimang on this journey north." Luo Yang nodded, satisfied with Su Fengnian's honesty. She said, "It's your turn to ask." Su Fengnian asked cautiously, "Is Huang Baozhuang really dead?" Luo Yang didn't answer directly. After skipping the first question, she asked the second one expressionlessly, "If you succeed in this gamble, will you be able to secure the position of king of Bailiang in the future?" Su Fengnian said unhappily, "I still can't." Luo Yang laughed coldly. "His Royal Highness is so pitiful." Su Fengnian didn't quibble. He asked, "What are you going to Aquarius Prefecture for?" Luo Yang pursed her lips and replied, "There's a fish in the northern darkness. Tuoba has been waiting for a weapon for a whole 30 years. I'm going to ruin his good fortune. At the very least, I'm going to fight. First, you had a sword duel with Dong Tai. Then, you obstructed the Zhong family's treasure hunt. Now, you're going to find trouble with the Beimang military god. Can't you stop for a bit?" Su Fengnian was shocked beyond words, but he quickly regained his composure. If Luo Yang could be judged with common sense, she wouldn't be the number one person of the demonic path. Luo Yang asked a thorny and unlucky question. "If you die in Beimang, do you need me to collect your corpse and send it back to Bailiang?" Su Fengnian sighed. "Then I'll thank you in advance." Luo Yang suddenly smiled sweetly. "Actually, if I die in Tuoba's hands in the northern icefield, you won't be able to escape either. At that time, whoever dies later will have to collect the corpse." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Can't you not fight with Tuoba? You're still young. Won't it be safer if you wait until you're an earth immortal?" Luo Yang's eyes were unfocused. She looked into the distance. "Things that I'm confident in are boring." Su Fengnian said softly, "It's just that I can't beat you. Otherwise, I'd say you're really pretentious." Su Fengnian, who was playing a word game, was soon beaten into the wall. After he landed, he patted the dust off and slowly breathed in and out. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Su Fengnian's face as he asked in a low voice, "I heard that you killed your way all the way to the northern Mang Imperial Palace. Empress Murong was standing on top of the city walls while you were standing below the city walls." Luo Yang seemed to have never thought about this kind of thing. When Su Fengnian thought she was going to let it go, she unexpectedly spat out 3 words slowly. "Old woman." Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud. It turned out that when this demoness was mean, she was even scarier than martial arts. Would the Empress of Beimang be angered to death when she heard this? When they went downstairs, Su Fengnian was still secretly laughing. Luo Yang asked, "What words did you erase on the wall just now?" Su Fengnian paused for a moment. "It's just something very unlucky. Out of sight, out of mind." Luo Yang didn't have a good temper and patience. Say it. Su Fengnian smiled. The geese have returned, but the people have not returned to the south. Luo Yang turned to him and said softly, pretentious. Chapter 572. In Wuhou City, there was a sudden downpour and then a sudden stop. It was like a joke, but Su Fengnian took it as a good omen. Throughout the year, there were only a few heavy rains, and he just happened to run into it. The heavy rain gradually lessened and finally stopped. Su Fengnian, relying on his clear memory, led Luo Yang, who was dressed in white and wearing white shoes, to walk through a small alley. In the alley, there were groups of children and girls who were in high spirits. They went to the wet wall and flipped over the rubble and stones, grabbing a few water buffaloes with long beards and horns. Su Fengnian did not expect that Shihe province would also have this kind of bug. He thought of many interesting things from his childhood, and his eyes became warmer. The children picked up the water buffaloes and placed them on the steps. They used ropes and strings to tie small stones to the water buffaloes. The little guys walked slowly, and the children looked on happily. These children who lived next to each other and could be said to be childhood sweethearts occupied more than half of the alley. Su Fengnian stuck close to the wall and walked around, but Luo Yang directly walked past him and stepped on one of the water buffaloes to death. The owner was a fair and clean girl with goat horns. Seeing the pet she had just obtained die an unnatural death, she was stunned for a moment. She first glanced at Luo Yang, but did not dare to get angry, and could only cry loudly. The boys also did not have the courage to stand up for her, and could only stare blankly at the white-clothed elder sister. She was beautiful, but her temper was too bad. Su Fengnian was afraid that this group of children would unintentionally anger the demoness, so he hurriedly signaled to Luo Yang, and then eagerly went to the foot of the wall to get busy. He pulled out 2 water buffaloes and handed them to the girl with goat horns as compensation. The children had simple hearts. What they gained, they lost. Happiness and unhappiness came and went in a hurry, so they did not bicker with this pair of elder brother and sister. They slightly distanced themselves from them, playing with the water buffaloes, and gathered together to whisper. Su Fengnian looked at Luo Yang, helpless. He thought to himself, could it be that this is what it means to be in the king's company is to be in the tiger's company? He really did not know how the cat Han Diaoxi had survived. Was he called Han Xingxian? Rumor has it that he is good at killing celestial phenomenon experts. I don't know if it's true or not. Does he have a 40% chance of winning against Luo Yang? While Su Fengnian's imagination was running wild, Luo Yang turned the corner of the alley and stopped in front of a stall. Su Fengnian looked up and saw that it was a narrow shop selling roasted mutton noodles. Luo Yang took the lead and sat down. The shop owner was a fat woman, but she looked kind and had a happy personality. Seeing that the young man and woman were both noble, she became even more friendly and began to boast about their mutton noodles, saying that mutton was the tender meat of the forelegs and the waist. Moreover, the ingredients used to moisten the taste were pure and had been passed down for several generations. Su Fengnian smiled and ordered 2 bowls of mutton noodles with water. Although the woman was a businesswoman, she could not hide her kind nature. There was not much meat in the soup, and she even sprinkled a lot of fresh flower peppers and green coriander powder on the noodles. She also handed over 2 fresh green onions. Su Fengnian was full of praise. He did not have much luck with children, but he was indeed talented in dealing with women, especially women. The shop was quiet. The lady boss was sitting at a nearby table, laughing non-stop. Su Fengnian ate quickly as well. Luo Yang, on the other hand, ate slowly. Su Fengnian simply ordered another bowl and paid the bill after eating. There was too much silver and too little copper, so he felt a little guilty. Su Fengnian originally wanted to pay a little more, but the woman was very forthright. He did not know if it was because she had made up her mind to win over these 2 returning customers, or because she missed Su Fengnian's handsomeness, which was completely different from that of a rough man, so she only asked for copper. Before leaving, Su Fengnian said that he would definitely come back for a meal before leaving the city. The lady boss laughed non-stop and even said a few celebratory words about having a son early, which scared Su Fengnian so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Luo Yang turned a deaf ear and directly left the shop. They leisurely made their way back to the inn. Luo Yang asked for a superior stand-alone room, and the two agreed to meet at midnight. When Su Fengnian returned to the room and saw that everything was fine, he held his breath and concentrated on cultivating his golden lotus. During this period, he silently nurtured his sword. It was only until midnight that he began to prepare for his trip to the Spring of Joy. Actually, with Luo Yang accompanying him, there were both pros and cons. The downside was naturally that this devil's temperament was unpredictable, and no one knew what kind of moths she would cause. The upside was that no matter how bad the situation was, Su Fengnian would not be trapped in a deadly situation. Even if Zhong Shintong and Zhong Liang were to join forces, could they defeat the fourth most powerful person in the world, Luo Yang? Deep into the night, Su Fengnian carried the spring and autumn sword and the spring thunder on his belt. He arrived at the courtyard where Luo Yang was staying. She was sitting on the steps, looking up at the starry sky. The city walls of Wuhou were high, and the sky was low. The scenery was too different from the south. Luo Yang gave him a look, and Su Fengnian leaped onto the roof and swept past. He did not need to think about whether Luo Yang could keep up with him. If she could not, Su Fengnian would have long gone to the imperial palace of the Liang dynasty to defecate and piss as he pleased. Luo Yang followed him like a shadow. Su Fengnian took a breath and asked curiously, "Zhong Liang is only the fourth most powerful devil. Why do you say that he's only behind you?" Luo Yang strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Her voice was cold and clear. "Isn't that maid of yours a coward as well? She's only willing to be ranked last." Su Fengnian laughed. "Of course she's not as good as you." Chapter 573. Fortunately, Su Fengnian was no stranger to the military night curfew and the layout of the city defense. Fortunately, Luo Yang was willing to lower herself and follow him stealthily. When they arrived outside the wall of the Zhong family mansion, Su Fengnian chose a secluded corner with sparse lanterns and was about to climb over the wall when Luo Yang pulled him back. She stood up and her body twisted strangely on the wall. Only then did Su Fengnian realize that there was a trick to climbing over the wall. He imitated her and realized that there was a thin silver wire hanging from the top of the wall. Before he climbed over the wall and landed on the ground, he caught a glimpse of Luo Yang floating a few feet away from the wall. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Su Fengnian cursed in his heart. He fixed his gaze and took a deep breath to stop himself from falling. Like a gecko, he slid down the wall. Only then did he manage to avoid the endless mystery. However, she was the only one who could stand on the thin wire without the slightest vibration of the bell. Su Fengnian admitted that he did not have the ability to do so. The main reason was that Bailiang Palace had always been lax on the outside but tight on the inside. Even if they harbored evil intentions, they liked to close the door and beat the dog. In comparison, the Zhong family mansion was much more cautious. It was obvious that they wanted to repel the enemy first so that the enemy would know the difficulty and retreat. They did not want to kill anyone. Perhaps this was also the Zhong family's way of deliberately putting up a low profile in other people's territory. As long as the architecture of the courtyard was the work of a master, there would naturally be laws to be followed. The majestic Bailiang Palace was a collection of great achievements. The Zhong mansion could be considered a first-class style in the Spring of Joy, but compared to the Bailiang mansion which occupied a mountain and called itself the king, it was still not worth mentioning. Su Fengnian walked very leisurely and contentedly. Hearing voices, he circled around the people he met, as if he was taking a stroll in his own home. He led the white-clothed devil around the beams and through the corridors. However, at first he could still sense Luo Yang's presence, but after a quarter of an hour his perception completely disappeared. Su Fengnian was also too lazy to worry about groundless fears and speculate based on his identity. He did not want to go to Zhong Shintong and Zhong Liang's place and invite trouble. He arrived at the elegant courtyard of the distinguished guest, Lu Gui. The closer he got to the main courtyards, the more relaxed the security was. This was also the Zhong family's conceit. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Su Fengnian hung under the eaves that did not reflect his figure. The room was brightly lit, and the golden threads pierced through the small holes in the paper window. He saw a middle-aged man who looked about 60% similar to Lu Chen reading a book at night. His brows were hazy, and there was also an old man dressed in sackcloth sitting opposite him. The old man looked thin, and his 10 fingers were crossed on the table. The most eye-catching thing was that his lips were purple, which was exactly the same as the Beiliang's master Qingshui, Yao Jian. It was obvious that this was caused by years of tasting soil and identifying acupoints. It could be seen that the Zhong family's journey to the west was indeed to borrow the Lu family's geomancy technique to explore the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin. The old man in sackcloth had an exquisite brass lamp in his hand. Both he and Lu Gui were deeply worried, but they did not rejoice at the prospect of opening the mausoleum and getting a share of the loot. Su Fengnian could still be considered somewhat understanding. When it came to the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin, the mausoleum of the Emperor of the mortal world, the technique of mechanisms was only a small matter. What was more troublesome was the contamination of fate energy. If the Yin energy was too heavy, not only would the people who entered the mausoleum temporarily die after obtaining the treasures temporarily, it was likely that they would also bring disaster to several generations of their descendants. The brass lamp was also known as the ventilation lamp. It contained the essence and blood of a child. Once it was lit, it could be used to ward off the Yin energy. The old man in the house sighed, 36 lamps are still too few. The divination also shows that the odds are against us. Lu Gui looked tired and said helplessly, things happened in a hurry. Where can we get enough lamps for the great Zhou dynasty? The old man sneered, the Zhong family is boorish and arrogant. How would they know the knowledge behind this? It's not something that can be matched by human strength. Lu Gui said softly, the walls have ears. The old man laughed involuntarily, Master, the Zhong brothers still have the breadth of mind. Lu Gui shook his head, it's better to be safe than sorry. In front of great wealth, everyone is narrow-minded. At this point, the old man did not say anything else. His 10 fingers gently stroked the brass lamp with the carved Buddha statue. Although he was born poor, he had great skills. Since he was young, he had learned how to make Buddha from an unknown Buddhist master. It was only after that Buddhist master passed away that he was valued. He was known as the ancestor of the revival of Dunhuang Buddha Cave. After his death, he was posthumously conferred the title of abbot of the whole mountain. He was especially good at making guanyin statues. Although the old man was not a monk, he was ingenious. His Buddha statue did not stick to the guanyin. It was said that the 10,000 Buddhas were in the heart, 32 faces, good for light, and good for 80 kinds of good. The qi-exchanging lamp was his creation. According to the precepts of the king's scripture, if the Buddha statue was not as good as the Dharma, even if the Buddha Bodhisattva was consecrated by the eminent monk, they would not come to receive the Buddha. In layman's terms, the common folk only knew that it was not easy to invite the Buddha, but they did not know how difficult it was. In fact, if the Buddha statue was not as good as the Dharma, the real Buddha would not come. Therefore, many places of worship were not blessed by the Dharma. And many places of worship were full of evil. This led to the Buddha statue not being effective, and the prayers not being fulfilled. This was the reason why the Buddha statue was not as good as Dharma. Especially this brass lamp. At first glance, it was not eye-catching, but upon closer inspection, it was like a new moon, full of charm. It could be considered the highest achievement of the old man in hemp. If it were not for his lamp, no matter how good Lu Gui was in feng shui, he would not have dared to come to Shihe province. Lu Gui raised his cup and took a sip of wine. He said slowly, it is recorded on the bamboo slip that Emperor Qin mobilized tens of thousands of people to cut off the river and dug a mausoleum on the mountain wall above the water. After sealing it, he opened the gate and released the river water. The people and nearly 1,000 supervisors were all killed by the imperial guards. The ingenuity of the acupoint construction technique and the ruthlessness of the method of hiding the truth are unprecedented. This is what an emperor should do. Lu Gui continued, if we want to reopen the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin, we have to collude with the preceptor Helian Weiwu. Otherwise, how can we do such a huge project of cutting off the river? As for how the Zhong family persuaded this stubborn old man, we don't know. That's good. One less secret, one less trouble. Su Fengnian, who was hanging under the eaves, frowned. 800 years ago, in the mausoleum of the Qin Emperor, Li Zhu, the empress of the great Qin Empire, and the white-robed Luoyang who spat out pearls. Why did it feel like they were about to become one? Was Luoyang, whose pearl of the pearl was destroyed by Dong Tai, trying to ruin the Zhong family's good deed, or was she trying to accomplish her own good deed? Su Fengnian, who was helping the evildoer, was worried. Chapter 574. The old man in hemp clothes left the courtyard with the brass Buddhist lamp. Lu Gui stayed up late at night to read an old edition of the geography book he had asked for from the Shihe province government. Stealing the emperor's mausoleum was a big deal. If he wanted to get into the details, he had to at least have a clear view of the overall situation. It was already late at night, but there were still guests. Su Fengnian restrained his qi and did not move. When the young master and servant knocked on the door, he easily recognized them. They were Zhong Gui's elder brother, Zhong Tan. This eldest son of the Zhong family was followed by a personal maid who could not even be called average. She had a plump figure, but her appearance was not pleasing to the eye. With the Zhong family's wealth, it was unpredictable to find such a woman as a maid. Su Fengnian paid attention to her and took a few more glances at her. He remembered many details that ordinary people would not pay attention to, such as the small sachet on her waist that was used to remove impurities and the embroidered pattern of a woman dressed as a pipa. It left a deep impression on Su Fengnian. The maid seemed to be hesitating whether to follow her master into the house, so she paused for a moment. Zhong Tan, who was carrying 2 pots, seemed to be careless, but in fact, he was very careful. He shouted, "Lu Sibu, sorry to disturb you. I know you are a glutton. Come, try the drunken crab that I begged from next door. The wine is the local Yellow River honey wine brewed by the local method. The yellow crab's flavor is different from that of the Central Plains. By August or September, it will be too old to eat. Now is the best time to drink the wine." While speaking, he pulled the maid and entered the quiet house hand in hand with her, regardless of whether the head of the Lu family, Lu Sibu, agreed or not. With a pot of wine and a jar of drunken crab, Zhong Tan entered the house and hurriedly opened the lid of the pot, as if he was presenting a treasure. Even Su Fengnian could smell the tantalizing aroma that assailed his nostrils. He sighed that this Zhong family's son really knew how to enjoy life. Lu Gui stood up with a smile and crossed the threshold to welcome him. The Lu family and the Zhong family had been friends for generations. Although he was an elder, in the southern dynasties, the Lu family had always been seen as a branch attached to the Zhong family's great tree. Lu Gui was the great general Zhong Shintong's echo and was ridiculed as a scholar serving the imperial court. At this moment, Lu Gui's eagerness showed just how much confidence Lu Gui had. However, Zhong Tan had always been smooth and slick. Since Lu Gui gave him face, he didn't blindly put on the airs of the Gaohua family's son. He entered the study, took the bowls and sauces from the maid, and began to do the work of a servant. Lu Gui casually pushed the books on the table away and jokingly said, "Old glutton, old glutton. Virtuous nephew is making fun of uncle for being old." Zhong Tan slapped his forehead and said, "The term old glutton is really asking for a beating. Uncle Lu Sibu is the #1 eater in the southern dynasty. He once wrote that Su Pian." Even Her Majesty laughed and said that Lu Sibu was worthy of the title of clear glutton in our dynasty. Compared to the title of old glutton, clear glutton is much more elegant. Lu Gui had a gratified smile on his face regarding the empress's bestowal of clear glutton. It would be impolite to refuse, but he wasn't modest and wasn't in a hurry to eat. He lowered his head and bent over to smell the aroma of the drunken crab on the plate. He was intoxicated by it. Then, he raised his head to look at the woman's waist and clicked his tongue in wonder. Miss Daigu's scented sachet is the new clear agarwood, which has become an excellent seasoning. The aroma of wine, the aroma of crab, and the fragrance of agarwood. The woman's face didn't show any flattery or shyness. She said calmly, "You flatter me. It's Lu Daogu who has made a fool of herself." This woman was Zhong Tan's weak spot. Praising her was much more effective than praising him. However, when people flattered him, they either praised made Lu's countenance as a flower, or said that she was like a hibiscus. They didn't hit the nail on the head and would only annoy Zhong Tan. Her realm was far inferior to Lu Gui's. Without needing Zhong Tan to open his mouth, Lu Gui invited the woman to taste the exotic drunken crab together. Just as Zhong Tan had said, the taste of the summer crabs salvaged from the Yellow River wasn't inferior to the lake crabs from the Central Plains. With one hand holding a wine cup and the other holding a crab leg, Lu Gui ate slowly and with relish. When Lu Daogu poured the wine, some of it spilled on the table. She used her slender hand to slowly wipe it away. Zhong Tan didn't mind this kind of harmless detail. He looked at Lu Gui and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, this little nephew took the liberty of visiting you this time to pass on a message to Helian Weiwu. The reason this Ji Ling is willing to hand over this jar of drunken crab is because he admires Uncle's wild handwriting. That's why he brought you the wine, wanting Uncle to borrow the strength of the wine to write some calligraphy. The Ji Ling said it's okay to write whatever you want, but he still wants to guess what you've written." Lu Gui pointed at Zhong Tan and teased, You're just a common person. How can you compare to the rice girl who's pure and clean to the bone?" Zhong Tan laughed out loud and said, I don't deny it. After eating the crab and drinking the wine, Lu Gui also wrote a piece of calligraphy. It was incomparably sloppy. Nearly 20 words were written smoothly in one go, showing off his ability. Zhong Tan was a rascal and couldn't recognize a single word. However, after asking about the content, he found out that it was 1 or 2 merits that benefit the people, far surpassing the 8 or 9 moral essays, close to a saint. This sentence obviously had the suspicion of flattery. However, Lu Sibu's calligraphy skills and noble status were all there. If this piece of calligraphy was given out, as he said to San Xiang Yi earlier, Lu Gui, Zhong Tan, and Helian Weiwu would all be happy. Moreover, Lu Gui was originally a scholar who wrote moral essays. He belittled himself to elevate the Ji Ling of Shihe province, who was a martial artist. He didn't hesitate to use the 4 words, close to a saint, to comment on it. It could be said that he had read a brilliant knowledge. Chapter 575. When Su Fengnian and the woman stepped through the door and walked towards the courtyard, Su Fengnian did not look at the backs of the man and woman. Instead, he stared straight at the window to observe the changes in Lu Gui's expression. When he saw Lu Gui looking at the window with a hint of nervousness, Su Fengnian knew that something was wrong. At that time, the maidservant poured the wine carelessly with her back to him and used her fingers instead of her sleeves to smear the wine. Su Fengnian was suspicious. Although he was not sure how she knew about his whereabouts, when he thought about Lu Gui's strange behavior, Zhong Tan was most likely going to call for someone to reel in the net. Su Fengnian had no interest in being a drunk crab. The spring and autumn struck first to gain the upper hand. In an instant, his chi was vast and mighty like the Milky Way pouring down from top to bottom. As expected, Zhong Tan only turned around to watch. The maidservant with a vulgar name struck first. Her slender hands were as sharp as the Milky Way pouring down from top to bottom. As expected, Zhong Tan only turned around to watch. The maidservant with a vulgar name struck first. Her slender hands were as sharp as the Milky Way, and she could kill with just a light lift of her hand. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tan only turned around to watch. The maidservant with a vulgar name struck first. Her slender hands were as sharp as the Milky Way, and she could kill with just a light lift of her hand. She actually had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Su Fengnian had tirelessly studied the saber manual on the road to the north. In addition to the sharpening of many life and death battles, his saber technique had reached perfection. The spring and autumn sword bent at an angle, and instead of retreating, she attacked with her fingers like a whetstone. Instead of retreating, the spring and autumn sword moved up and down 30 times in an instant. Su Fengnian did not think that he had underestimated this strange woman, but still underestimated her skills. He pulled out his sword and retaliated. Sparks flew in all directions. Since Su Fengnian's strike failed, he put his sword back into its scabbard and prepared to engage in close combat. He did not expect the woman to be so unforgiving. She took a series of small steps that were pleasing to the eye. The courtyard was windless, and her sleeves fluttered. Ever since Su Fengnian started practicing the saber manuals and sword manuals that he had read could be piled up into a small mountain. As for the rest of the manuals, he could only be considered average. Since the woman was an outer sect martial artist, she also knew a few techniques of the Xingyi dragon claw. The servant girl was at a disadvantage. Zhong Tan was still interested. He laughed and said, "You're quite interesting. You're just like me. You don't look at the face. You're both handsome and confident young masters. Once you look at the face, women who like pretty boys will be disappointed. Could it be that you're my long-lost brother? This hero, what's your name? Why don't you tell me? If you accidentally die later, it would be too much of an injustice." Before Su Fengnian left the inn, he changed his face into a ferocious-looking bearded man. He looked like a fearsome warrior from the thunder-rumbling temple, which was very different from his previous image of a refined scholar. This girl's scratching really meant a lot. Su Fengnian was too lazy to continue fighting. He swung his sword in a rocking stance, his momentum like a rainbow. Zhong Tan's expression finally changed slightly. He took a step forward, causing a large crack to appear on the ground. Su Fengnian swung his sword halfway and retreated. He leaped over the wall of the courtyard. Then, with a few leaps, he disappeared into the night. He continued to move stealthily. This was also in line with the style of an assassin. If the first attack failed, then retreat. Zhong Tan shook his head to stop Lu Daogu's pursuit. He blew a sharp whistle, and the entire mansion was suddenly brightly lit. The servants lit lamps and hung cages. The soldiers donned armor and held spears. The men of sacrifice chose a place to hide. There was no panic at all. It could be seen that Zhong Tan was accustomed to governing his family using the military method. Zhong Tan stretched his body and laughed. "This guy is probably the one who killed Zhonggui. He's really powerful. You're born from the princess's tomb's unique calligraphy technique, but you didn't get the upper hand. It would be strange if Zhonggui didn't die." He glanced inside the room and sneered. Lu Gui must be a coward. Which scholar who became an official wasn't afraid of death? Lu Daogu's expression was grave. She bit her lip and said, "This person's strength is close to the first rank." Zhong Tan said calmly, "If the sky falls, there's a tall person to hold it up. Do you think my father and uncle are decorations? Let's not worry about this. If he dares to run around, he'll die sooner or later. Not to mention close to the first rank, even if he's a genuine finger Xian, he'll still die." The girl asked softly, "Then what about this Lu Gui's cursive calligraphy?" Zhong Tan shook the ink on the calligraphy and painting. He said, "Forget it. It's a mess. I won't cause trouble for the head of festival. I'll send it tomorrow." Zhong Tan left the courtyard with a mischievous smile. He was still in a good mood. He shouted, 6 yellow crabs. Wash and drain. 1 jean and 2 jeans of good salt. Put it in the pot and let it cool." Lu Daogu followed quietly behind him. She smiled but didn't say anything. The Southern dynasty prioritized famous scholars, then focused on agriculture and light on commerce. But Lu Gui and these scholarly officials aren't businessmen in the end. They're just selling the goods in their stomachs. Hey, can they pretend to be virtuous? Bah. I can fight hundreds of great scholars like him who are well-read and proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhong Sandalwood kept muttering without restraint. The maidservant couldn't help but laugh. She said softly, "Young master, don't forget that you're a scholar who almost became the top scholar." Zhong Tan, who was walking in front, suddenly realized. He blushed with shame and said, "I was talking about it and forgot." Su Fengnian didn't continue to stay in the Zhong mansion. The moment before the Zhong family's power was about to come to an end, he chose the lesser of the two evils and climbed over the wall to the mansion next door. The mansion was very big, and the decorations were very simple. It was so plain that it didn't look like the residence of a ruler at all. Compared to the extravagant neighbors who often used red sandalwood and gold thread cedar as fir wood, it was like comparing a poor old farmer with a rich man who had nothing but four walls. It was really embarrassing. Su Fengnian couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. The Bailiang cavalry was undoubtedly the most powerful in the world. However, after Su Shao became the king of Bailiang, especially when the Bailiang army's new recruits were replaced with old soldiers, many of the old generals probably felt that they had no hope of ascending to the throne. Since they couldn't become the founder of the country, they could only occupy a small piece of land and become a small local emperor under the rule of the second emperor, Su Shao. Joining the army in troubled times, especially the soldiers of the Bailiang army, were like wolves and tigers. They were no better than the bandits in the Zhongyi stronghold who wielded their sabers and slaughtered the common people. Not many of them started out with the intention of helping the people. Who didn't want to live a good life first and then win glory for their ancestors? Once they were rich and stable, they thought that everything would be settled once and for all. As for the crimes of the old generals under his command, as long as they didn't go overboard, Su Shao would turn a blind eye to them. He would occasionally give them a warning so that they wouldn't lose face and disappoint the people. His second sister, Su Weisheng, had repeatedly tried to persuade him, but Su Shao had always dismissed her with a smile. In the end, he had waited for more than 10 years. Before Su Weisheng had gone to Shengyin Academy to study, he had stood up for Su Fengnian's younger brother, Su Fengnian. He had angrily told Su Shao that he should either drink a cup of wine and give up his military power, or he should simply be vicious and merciless. If he wanted to learn the vicious arts of the emperor, he should pull out the thorns in his hands as early as possible. The sooner he acted, the better. If he acted any later, the thorns would be deeply rooted in the Su family's family business, which would be passed on to the next generation. But Su Shao continued to smile and say nothing. It was no wonder that he was both happy and afraid every time his second sister returned to Bailiang. His second daughter's honest advice was jarring to the ear, and it gave the king of Bailiang a headache. Su Fengnian sighed inwardly as he quietly made his way into the magistrate's mansion. The night curfew here was sparse, and there was no hidden killing intent. It was truly relaxed from beginning to end. From another point of view, this was more like a home, not a disguised military camp. Then, Su Fengnian saw two old friends by the lake. One was very old, the other was very new. Even the strong-willed Su Fengnian was a little flabbergasted when he saw this pair of unexpected people. The very old one was an old friend who had met in a foreign land. He had white hair and a blade. As for the relatively new one, he was no longer selling melons and had come to the magistrate's mansion to fish. Chapter 576. Being in a foreign land and surrounded by danger, there was nothing more delightful than seeing an old friend again. Sweet Potato was like this, and so was the white-haired old man. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian did not have the time to be happy. The old man he had released from the bottom of Tidehark Lake made a fool of himself. His two snow-white blades, nailed into his shoulder blades, flew recklessly towards Su Fengnian. Previously, Lu Daogu of the Seed Mansion had used the skill of a woman's embroidery, but when it came to the old man, it was like splashing ink. For a moment, the inner mansion's lakeside stirred up a storm. The fish that had bitten into the old farmer's bait sensed the ripples and fled with their tails wagging. Su Fengnian did not bother to explain himself. For the time being, he pretended to be weak. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and combined it with the swimming fish style he had learned from the herd of buffaloes. He used the Husong paddle that he had secretly learned to scatter a series of swift and fierce blade strikes. Then, he suddenly leaped up and used the immortal's touch on the head to smash the white-haired old man, who had been accumulating strength all this time, into the ground. The old man bent his knees and stood in the pit. He was not angry but happy. His old face beamed with joy. He was a man so old that he had become a wily old man. Naturally, he knew the severity of the situation. It was inappropriate for him to speak in a loud and heroic manner. He only clicked his tongue and said, "His Royal Highness is really something." Even without using his blade, he has 20 to 30% of this old man's strength. Su Fengnian smiled wryly and said, Grandpa Chu, you flatter me. The old man jumped out of the pit and put his arm around Su Fengnian's neck. There was not the slightest hint of unfamiliarity. You're too kind. You've made great progress, kid. This old man can be considered half your master. It's comfortable to look at him. Su Fengnian grimaced, but he did not have the nerve to refute. The fisherman, who had been ignored, was calm. He did not even look in their direction. He was very tactful, but unreasonable. The white-haired old Kuei could not hold back his words. He pulled Su Fengnian to sit by the lake and told him everything in one breath, revealing many shocking inside stories. This old man is the disciplinary officer of the West River State. His name is Helian Weiwu. Like me, he is also a guest of the princess's tomb. However, we have different styles. He is more scholarly while I am more martial arts. This old man knows that you're full of tricks and are not straightforward. So, I won't keep you in suspense. Just listen to me. It's up to you to believe it or not. Years ago, when Su Shao led 200,000 soldiers to this place, Helian Wuwei was not skilled in martial arts and was careless in his command of troops. He was almost killed by a fat pig named Shu. It was Su Shao who let him go, which is equivalent to saving his life. Even if old man Helian knows your identity, he won't make things difficult for you. You can eat, drink, and sleep well here. However, the maids in the residence are not very good looking and most of them are old. If you're really bored, you can make do with it after the lights are out. As for why this old man went to fight with Jian Zhouhuang and was imprisoned at the bottom of the lake, let's not talk about it. It's not something to be proud of. As for how this old man became a foreign official of the princess tomb, there are rules. I can't talk about it. Helian Wuwei finally interrupted. He first smiled warmly at Su Fengnian, then glared at his old friend who he had known for half his life. He sneered mercilessly, why can't you talk about it? You're just a lecher with poor eyesight. When you saw a girl in the princess tomb, you drooled over her beautiful buttocks. In the end, you couldn't force yourself on her. Instead, you were beaten down by an old woman and became a prisoner. You shamelessly gave yourself the title of foreign official. There have only been 6 foreign officials in the princess tomb in the past 300 years. The first 5 are dead, and the 6th is sitting right next to you. What are you talking about? You're just trying to save face. If it weren't for the fact that your shoulder blades were nailed into your blades and you were forced to abandon the sword and practice the blade, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today even if you walked on the wrong path of the sword for 10 lifetimes. The old man didn't expose his friend's shortcomings out of anger. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and looked at the lake. He murmured, what a good girl. Helian Weiwu sneered, if you can still say the same thing when you look at her now, I'll be convinced. The old man laughed, you're already so old. Old men and old women who are about to die. There's no need to see her. Just keep the good memories of the past. Su Fengnian stood up and performed the etiquette of a junior. Respectfully and reverently, he said, Su Fengnian greets Governor Helian. Helian Weiwu didn't put on airs. He put the fishing rod aside and waved his hand, no need for formalities. We met outside the city. You and I have similar words and temperaments. It's good that we can be friends despite our age difference. If you still can't let go, you and I can call each other uncle and nephew. The old man was surprised. Helian, old man, I've never seen you speak so nicely to any younger generation before. Why? Just because this kid is Su Zhao's eldest son, you want to pave the way for him to defect to the enemy and commit treason? Helian Weiwu scolded, Bullsh *T. Su Fengnian had a headache when he saw someone in white walking on the lake. However, when he saw the behavior of the 2 old men beside him, he was completely confused. The dignified Beimang Shiha province's county governor patted his sleeves and stood up from the small bamboo stool. He folded his hands over his abdomen and put on a respectful look to welcome the guest. Although the old man was somewhat reluctant, he still knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. He said in a low muffled voice, the guilty slave of the Princess Grave greets the great idea. Chapter 577. The Princess Tomb was one of the top 5 sects in Beimang, on par with giants like the chess and sword music school in Mount Tibing. It was very mysterious and had been passed down for 800 years. It had almost no contact with the outside world. Su Fengnian had only learned from the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret scrolls that the Princess Tomb was divided into 2 groups. The Flying Immortal Dance of Dunhuang, taught by Sweet Potato, originated from the Flying Immortal painting of colorful clothes in the Princess Tomb. Su Fengnian would never associate the devil Luo Yang with the Princess Tomb, let alone the identity of the Princess Tomb. In Su Fengnian's original impression, Luo Yang was the kind of celestial being who came out of nowhere. She was all alone in the world and lived a lonely life without a grave or a place to mourn after her death. The atmosphere was strange after Luo Yang's arrival. She bent down to pick up Helian Weiwu's fishing rod, changed the bait, and swung the rod into the lake. The old farmer, whose other identity was the guest of the Princess Tomb, was respectful but not afraid. He sat back on the stool and turned his head with a smile. Fengnian, let me ask you. What is the Princess Tomb? Su Fengnian shook his head. He did not know. Helian Weiwu said slowly, the Princess Tomb is the tomb of the youngest daughter of the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. The father and daughter were buried together in different tombs. The women of the Princess Tomb were all guardians of the tomb. Su Fengnian asked doubtfully, the Qin Empress's mausoleum is in Dragon Waste state? Helian Weiwu turned his head and glanced at Luoyang. Then, he chuckled and said, these are the secrets of the imperial palace that cannot be brought to the table. Do you want to hear them? Su Fengnian did not treat himself as an outsider. Just now in the mansion next door, I accidentally became the assassin who tried to assassinate Lu Sibu and the young master of the Zhong family. I smelled Uncle's secret Yellow River drunken crab. How about drinking it with wine? Helian Weiwu kicked the old man, the last few jars of drunken crab were all hidden by you. Go, go, go. Give it to me. The old man scratched his head of white hair and stood up abruptly. His twin sabers and chains clanked. Not long after, he returned with a few jars and threw them to Helian Weiwu and Su Fengnian. However, the latter's jar in the air was snatched by the woman of hand in the air. She tore the oil paper jar of the oil paper and didn't even tear the crab. She only of the wine down, s. When a man talked about a woman, especially a woman with a story, his saliva would always splatter everywhere. The 3 men, one a high-ranking official, one a mysterious Bailiang heir, and one a wandering Jianghu machete man, talked about the Li family and the Wang family like a woman. It was very low class. Helian Weiwu said vaguely, I heard from my elders that the woman that the Emperor Qin liked was killed by the jealous Qin empresses. The emperor took the woman to the watchtower of Mount Li in private and said that I will rule the world. Finally, I can love the beauty and not the country. I don't know how these words of love entered the empress's ears. The next day, the woman was killed, and the woman was pregnant with a dragon fetus. This made the Emperor Qin furious. Ignoring the objections of his officials, he issued a secret edict that forbade the empress to be buried in the same grave after death. Later, Qin empresses died of depression. The Emperor Qin seemed to feel guilty, so he gave the pearl to the empress, who had accompanied him to conquer the country, and let her carry the pearl into the coffin. Su Fengnian said recklessly, and then it was snatched away by Luo Yang? The old man smiled strangely. Helian Weiwu paused and joked, if you want to know the answer, you can ask her yourself. Su Fengnian had nothing to lose. He said, hey, how did you become the great idea of the princess grave? Luo Yang stared straight at the lake, waiting for the fish to take the bait. She coldly replied, do you want to die? Su Fengnian smiled awkwardly. The old man gloated and added insult to injury, boy, you're a disgrace to men. Luo Yang swung the rod. There was no fish on the hook. She had fished up a whole lake. What a big lake. As a result, even the old man kept quiet out of fear. Luo Yang threw the rod into the lake and got up to leave. She still had the demeanor of a mysterious master. Helian Weiwu smiled and said, "This great idea is good in all aspects, but her temper." The old man did not continue to explain, leaving a lingering impression. He changed the topic and explained, "A few years ago, the Zhong family bought a piece of land a few thousand miles away from the Yellow River. This time, they used the excuse of changing the river to make the poor land into good land. If I wasn't a guest of the princess' grave, I would have been deceived by them." Zhong Shintong promised to ship 200,000 pounds of ironware to Shihe province within 5 years and sell it to Kung Bijuan at a low price. For me, this is a bait that I have to bite. The devil Zhong Liang is the lover of the princess Grave's little idea. Not only that, this time, Hong Jingyan's shadow was also hidden in the river robbery. This person is very scheming and ambitious. The whole Beimang Jianghu probably can't satisfy his appetite. The reason why the great idea was able to swallow the pearl was because he had the evil intention of letting the great idea cultivate the pearl. Fortunately, there's no one in the world who can predict everything. Hong Jingyan missed the great idea's realm. When the pearl ripened, not only did he not take away the great idea's realm, but he also lost and almost suffered from qi deviancy derangement. Su Fengnian sighed and said, "Why does it sound like Hong Jingyan is more terrifying than Tuoba?" Helian Weiwu nodded and said, "Tuoba and Su Shao are the same kind of people. Even if you lose to them, you'll be convinced. Hong Jingyan is different. His character is very treacherous, so you can't let your guard down." This person went to the Liangmang border with the copper man holding the plate some time ago. On the surface, he fought with Chen Jibao, but who knows what happened inside. Su Fengnian looked at the lake that was gradually becoming calm like a mirror. He felt suffocated as if a storm was coming. The old man suddenly said, "Kid, do you know that the dragon tree monk of the 2 Zen temples went to Daoist's sect and sat in front of the heavenly gate for 3 days and 3 nights? How pitiful, he was beaten by Qilin Immortal for 3 days." Su Fengnian was worried and sick at heart. "Is the old abbot dead?" The old man shook his head and said, "Not yet. The Buddha's diamond body is really amazing. But I don't think he can hold on for much longer. In this battle between the Taoist head and the Buddha head, I think the old monk is more likely to lose." Su Fengnian knew very well that although it looked like the Taoist head had killed the Buddha head, it was actually the Taoist head destroying the Buddhist sect. Helian Weiwu laughed and said, "I've seen the old monk's bodhisattva lowering eyebrows. I wonder if I'll be able to see the white-robed monk's diamond glaring eyes next." Su Fengnian thought of the East and West ladies and the North and South little monks. Chapter 578. After the assassination in the Zhong mansion, everything in the mansion was still in order. General Zhong Shintong didn't even show up. Only Zhong Liang stood in Lu Gui's courtyard for a while and asked the maid Lu Daogu a few questions casually. He then glanced at the ground that was affected by the sword qi without any serious expression. Seeing the tall and sturdy Zhong Liang, Lu Gui sighed in relief. Although he didn't like this person's rebellious behavior when he was young, sometimes he felt lucky that he wasn't the enemy of the second son of the Zhong family. In Lu Sibu's eyes, Zhong Liang's behavior was absurd and unfathomable. When he and his peer, Zhong Shintong, were still studying hard at home, the young Zhong Liang had already killed many people. It was said that he went to the princess's tomb before reaching the age of 20, so he missed the ceremony. Later, when he got married, the bride was carried into the Zhong mansion in a sedan chair with 8 carriers, but the groom was nowhere to be seen. His misdeeds made the old master of the Zhong family so angry that he fumed with anger. When the old master died, Zhong Liang didn't even get to see him. Lu Gui felt relieved not only because he saw the devil Zhong Liang in the mansion, but also because he didn't know. He had heard about Zhong Gui's sudden death from his daughter Lu Qin, but he didn't believe it at all. However, right after Zhong Gui's death, there was a brilliant assassin who openly entered the mansion to target Zhong Tan, which indirectly proved Lu Chen's words. This was great news for the Lu family. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. His daughter's disfigurement, Ming Hun, and entering the Emperor Qin's mausoleum would give the entire Lu family a generous reward once they returned to the Southern Dynasty. Lu Gui thought of his poor daughter and said something contradictory. "It's a pity she's a daughter, but fortunately she's a daughter." In Helian Wui's family, the only thing that was worthy of the title of the commandant was probably the spring water into the mansion to make a lake. It was late at night, but he didn't feel sleepy. Without Lu Yang's presence, the three men were talking enthusiastically. They were all rough people and seldom talked about the classics. After talking, Su Fengnian knew that in the eyes of the commandant of Helian Wei, Chen Jibao was worthy of being called a commander among the 6 adopted sons of Su Shao. However, for the next 2 generals who were slightly inferior, Chu Lushan actually talked about the fat man who brought shame to the commandant of Helian Wu's army before Yuan's Wuzong. The commandant of Helian Wu, who held the power of a province, didn't hold a grudge. On the contrary, he didn't hide his admiration for Chu Lushan. He said that Chu Lushan's management of the army was strict and he was especially good at leading a lone army deep into the hinterland of certain death. He was truly a lucky and fierce general who had fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield. Because of his age, Su Fengnian missed the national wars during the spring and autumn period. As for Chu Lushan, he only remembered his smiling white and tender fat face. He was so bloated that his eyes and neck couldn't be seen. It was hard to imagine him leading an army to break through the enemy lines. Today, after hearing Helian Wu's praise, he suddenly realized that if Chu Lushan really rebelled, it seemed that there would be endless troubles in the future compared to Yuan's Wuzong secretly supporting Chen Jibao. Helian Wu drank a mouthful of wine. His face was red and his skin wrinkled like pine grain. He looked more like an old farmer. I've heard of some gifted sons of aristocratic families who practiced martial arts and eventually became masters. I've never heard of a son of a feudal lord who could achieve great things. The white-haired old man said, "This kid is lucky to have Jian Jiuhuang and Li Chungang as his masters." If this old man had a tide listening pavilion when he was young, I'm sure he would have reached level 1 before the age of 18. With the guidance of a master, he would have reached the finger mystery realm before the age of 30. Helian Wu squinted. If you were the heir of Bailiang, you would have been reincarnated 18 times. The old man glared at him. Helian Wu was not afraid of his demonstration and was too lazy to pay attention. Su Fengnian laughed at himself. It's just good luck. Taoism says that from the time of conception, a man's innate talent is based on 8. After the age of 78 or 56, there is no vitality left. Only the acquired qi is left. That's why rich old people, when they are old, believe in Huang Lao and seek immortality. It's often an extravagant hope. They can only slightly prolong their life. Practicing martial arts is very important before the age of 8. If one doesn't work hard before the age of 16, it's almost impossible to become a master. When I was young, I wanted to become a top swordsman or a first-class swordsman. But it was delayed. Later, it was because I went to Wudang Mountain and was taught by Master Wang. Later on, my realm climbed rapidly. In the end, those who rely on themselves are few. Those who rely on their family background are many. Helian Wu shook his head. I don't like to hear that. I've been there and I know how difficult it is. The white-haired old man finally spoke some words of conscience. Actually, you have some tenacity. This old man is embarrassed to deny it. But let me pour cold water on you. In this lifetime, you won't be able to catch up to those monsters. Helian Wu scolded, "You're the one who talks the most nonsense." Su Fengnian laughed. When it comes to martial arts, it's better to practice it first. The old man was stunned. He muttered, "He's the same as Jian Jiuhuang." Su Fengnian acted as if he didn't hear that. He asked a key question, "Uncle Helian, did you agree to intercept the river and let the Emperor Qin's mausoleum surface and see the light of day again?" Helian Wu narrowed his eyes and drank. He pondered for a long time. Then he slowly said, "Originally, this old man didn't want to bite the bait. Later, when the big idea came to the mansion, I changed my mind. Who is the cicada, the mantis, the oriole, or the slingshot? It's up to the heavens." Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. "Uncle Helian, I want to learn from you about managing the army and politics. Whatever I can learn is still a little bit." The old head of discipline said frankly, "I won't hide it. I don't have a son or a daughter. It's not easy for me to save up some ink and knowledge. I can't take it all to the grave. I'll say it first. If you really want to learn, you have to come with me. I don't know much about books, and I'm not willing to teach you. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The old man muttered, you officials and soon-to-be officials don't have a moment of leisure. It's even more boring than practicing martial arts. The old man and the young man looked at each other and laughed. If talking about military and politics with the old man wasn't like playing the lute to a cow, what was? While drinking, Su Fengnian was silently calculating in his heart, as if he was playing a chess game. The princess's tomb was divided into two parts. The greater part was in Luoyang. It seemed that other than the foreign official Helian Wuwei, there were no other forces that could be mobilized. The fatal thing was that this commandant of discipline did not want to get too involved. He wanted to watch the fire burning on the other side of the river. Even if he had substantial support, it was impossible for him to brazenly mobilize the powerful and well-trained Jade Army. Fortunately, there was the white-haired old man Chu Kuangnu. If there were no accidents, he would personally get involved. On the other side, Little Idea had colluded with Zhong Liang. He should at least turn a blind eye to the opening of the emperor's tomb. It was even very likely that he wanted to get rid of the shackles of his identity as the 800-year-old guardian of the tomb. There was no need to talk about the Zhong and Lu families. Even the powerful minister Zhong Shintong, who was on the same level as Helian Wuwei, had personally come to Shihe province. The power of the aristocratic families was bound to be shocking. Apart from this, it was not clear whether there would be some disorderly mountain heads that would come for profit. However, there would definitely be some, and they couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 579. Su Fengnian, on the other hand, had been forcefully tied to the same line by Luoyang. How much effort he put in depended on how dangerous the situation was. According to Su Fengnian's original intention, this kind of thankless task was to stay out of trouble. For someone like him, who had climbed up and down the tide listening pavilion since he was young, he really had no interest in secret manuals and treasures. To fish in troubled waters, one would only put in effort if the person who was fishing liked to eat fish. It was a chaotic situation. Su Fengnian frowned as he slowly drank his wine. Helian Wuwei glanced at him, his smile shrewd and playful. The two Zen temples were the most respected temples in the world, and the abbot, Monk Long Shu, was revered as the head of Buddhism. However, when one actually went there, one would realize that it was far inferior to the temples on some famous mountains in the provinces and counties. It was not at all a big mountain, a big temple, or a big hall. The old abbot, Monk Long Shu's residence, was especially simple and crude, no different from that of a villager at the foot of the mountain. It was a somewhat sturdy thatched hut, but it was cramped and the courtyard could not be considered wide. One could only hear the gurgling of a stream in the distance, but there was no stream. The corners were old and the fences were new. If one walked a few more steps, one might even step on some chicken dung. There was an ancient cypress behind the hut, and there was nothing mysterious about it. Under the shade of the tree, there was a large water tank. Under the lead of the abbot, the monks of the two Zen temples were pragmatic and practical. They could not see farming as a disgrace. Every time Monk Long Shu returned from his work at dusk, he would go to the water tank to wash away the mud, and a lot of silt would settle at the bottom of the tank. It was said that a famous Jiangnan scholar used this mud to make a famous pot, which was widely spread. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the water tank, whispering to each other. The old abbot had left the temple and descended the mountain. He was going to Beimang, which was thousands of miles away, to quarrel with someone. Someone had to take care of these chickens and ducks, so he handed them over to these two children who had grown up on the mountain. In any case, they often played here and were most familiar with the place, so the old monk was very relieved. The little monk was draped in a brand new and clean green jade kasaya. The two Zen temples were different from the Taoist master mansion on Longhu Mountain. Even if they were rewarded by the imperial court, they did not like to drape themselves in purple. The little monk's kasaya was of a standard that very few monks of high virtue in the temple could wear. However, at this moment, the delicate and pretty little monk had a melancholy expression on his face. His words were full of hesitation. Lizzie, someone came to the temple to ask for the mud in this large tank. Do you think we should give it to them? The girl reached out and stirred the clear water in the tank. While doing so, she rolled her eyes and said, no. In this world, how can a guest come to the temple and take something for free? That's too shameless. The little monk's brows were almost knitted together. But as long as there's mud, the old abbot will agree every time. The girl glared at him and said, now that the old abbot isn't here, I'm in charge. I have the final say. If master and mistress knew about this, they would complain that I don't know how to treat guests. The girl's bright eyes lit up. She was immensely proud of herself, thinking that she had found a perfect compromise. Why don't we sell it to that person for 1 tael of mud or 1 tael of silver? The little monk was a simple-minded person. Obviously, he wasn't that smart. He had a troubled expression on his face, but he didn't dare to refute the girl. He could only remain silent. The girl thought about it and said in a serious tone, selling 1 tael of mud for 1 tael of silver seems like a bit of a bully. Forget it, no matter how much he takes, we only want 1 tael of silver. When we go out, we have to be a bit more astute. Since we're in our own home, we have to be honest. You see, last time when we went to Bailiang Palace, Su Fengnian was very generous with us. That's called being generous. I can't be stingy. The little monk Nanbei grinned brightly. The girl withdrew her hand from the water jar and whispered, when we go back to my mother, father, and the old abbot, you can't say that I earned 1 tael of silver. Do you remember? The little monk smiled foolishly and thought of a stupid idea that didn't need to lie. Later when we sell mud, I'll go to the mountain to drive the chickens and ducks back into the cages. I won't see anything. The girl rolled her eyes. When you get older, you'll definitely die of stupidity. How can you become a Buddha and burn the Saraira? The little monk touched his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as the girl was about to go find the thick-skinned Jiangnan celebrity who refused to leave the temple to do business, she saw a tall monk in white robes leisurely stroll over. Her eyes smiled into crescent moons as she jogged over and called out, "Father." The little monk who was imitating the crow of a chicken to lure the old chickens back into the cages also smiled. The white-robed monk rubbed his daughter's head and let her do her own thing. The little girl was innocent and carefree. She gave the stupid Nanbei a look that said, "Don't let it slip." Only then did she skip away. The stupid Nanbei was actually not stupid. He only took one look at his master's expression and knew that something had happened. He stopped his comical action of driving the chickens back into the cages. The white-robed monk Li Dangxin hesitated and said, "Your master's master can't quarrel and can't fight. I'm going out for a while. When I'm not here, take care of the plums." The stupid Nanbei nodded vigorously and then asked, "Master's wife knows?" Li Dangxin smiled and said, "Listen to her for small things and follow me for big things. It's been like this all these years." The stupid Nanbei turned his head and thought that since he could remember, he had never heard of a big matter where he listened to his master. Didn't he listen to his master's wife? The white-robed monk touched his big bald head and knew what his stupid disciple was thinking. He laughed and said, "Isn't this a big matter?" The stupid Nanbei carefully asked, "Master, can you go back to the temple with the old abbot?" The white-robed monk sighed, "I don't know." The little monk Nanbei did not say anything else and went to chase after the plums. After a while, he came back with the angry girl. The white-robed monk smiled helplessly. There were 4 people in the house. The daughter-in-law's words were not as effective as his daughter's. He could only nag this disciple. It was a pity that this stupid disciple was always on their side. The little girl put her hands on her hips and said, "Father, why didn't you tell me you were going down the mountain?" The white-robed monk smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was afraid you wouldn't allow it." The girl's expression quickly changed from gloomy to affectionate. She was about to speak but her father knew her best. Li Dangxin shook his head and said, "Li Zi, you can't go." The little girl's expression dimmed. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. She seemed to be hiding her red eyes and asked, "Mother agreed?" The white-robed monk nodded. The girl walked closer to him and lightly tugged at his sleeves. Do you want me to ask for some money from mother? No need. Keep it to buy rouge and face powder. Dress up beautifully. Father will only think about the plums at home. The more he thinks about it, the less he feels cold and hungry. Boasting again. Right, father, there are many big baldies in the temple. Old baldies all know how to fight. Do you want to call them to go with father? No need. Father walks quickly. They can't keep up. Oh. Father is not home. If you are bored, go down the mountain with Nanbei and Nanbei to play. You haven't been to Great Peace City. The rouge there is good. Father doesn't have money, but your father's master's abbot's room has many good things. If you sell them, it will be worth a lot. Compared to selling the stinky mud in the water tanks, you can earn much more. Just like the old abbot's meditation mat. That's not good, right? What's not good about it? When we go back, I'll have Nanbei weave a new one. Ah, let's go, let's go. Also, don't hook up with those girls that throw themselves at you. You will make mother angry. How can that be? In father's eyes, other than Li Zi and your mother, there are no other women. On the mountain path, many pilgrims saw a monk with white robes fluttering in the wind. Some young women and matrons instinctively looked a few more times. In the 100 years of Jianghu, the young sword god Li Chungang with the wooden horse and bull was truly outstanding. The white horse and white robes were still in great peace. The emperor personally led the horse into the palace. Li Dongxin at that time was also truly outstanding. When they were far away from the two Zen temples and there was no one around, a white rainbow flashed through the sky. Chapter 580. Jianghu began to spread rumors of a reckless young man. He was dressed in black, barefoot, and had messy hair. He rose like a comet. He led a giant black tiger that was twice the size of a normal tiger. First, he rushed south to Shangyin Academy, and then he charged straight for Bailiang. He didn't take the initiative to hurt anyone along the way. The young man didn't smile or speak. He didn't do good deeds to help the weak, nor did he act like a villain. However, if someone tried to provoke him and blocked his path, no one left a whole corpse. The black-clothed young man was like the white-clothed Luo Yang of the Beimang dynasty. He was unstoppable. Many hotheads in Jianghu who didn't know the severity of the situation bullied him because he was alone. They weighed his weight and felt that he could be used as a stepping stone to build up their reputation. Most of them tore off his limbs or were eaten by the black tiger. When one person and one household crossed the border, the local sects that were slightly more well-informed all held back their troops and warned the younger generation not to join in the fun. During this time, 6 or 7 groups of unknown assassins came one after the other. Their fates were particularly miserable. The young man was practically invulnerable. His brute strength was so great that he could overturn a ship and destroy a city. 300 cavalrymen galloped out of Liangzhou to welcome the black-clothed young man, Su Longxiang. Huang Manor returned to the empty Bailiang palace expressionlessly. In the Wutongan, he saw the fake heir who only had the appearance but no charm. If it weren't for the servant girls he still recognized who risked their lives to stop him, he would have been smashed into meat paste on the spot. The young man didn't see his older brother, nor did he see Su Shao who was still patrolling the border. Huang Manor didn't seem to know what to do. He stared blankly at Tidehark Lake for a while, then went to the Wutongan. No one could persuade him, and very few people dared to. Moreover, the young prince had a terrifying black tiger by his side. Afterwards, Huang Manor became agitated and uneasy. He seemed to have discovered that he was lost. Then he began to rampage through Bailiang Palace. The layers of courtyard walls were all smashed through. No one dared to stand in front of the young prince. Everyone in the northern young prince's mansion knew that His Highness the Crown Prince had brought back 2 beautiful foreign women. The younger one lived in the Wudong courtyard and rarely went out. The younger woman was so beautiful that she made people want to have an extra pair of eyes. Unfortunately, compared to the woman who would occasionally go to the lakeside for a walk, She only lived in her small plot of land filled with reeds and never stepped out. She left a graceful figure for everyone to catch a glimpse of, and it was difficult for them to let go of her. After her younger brother mysteriously disappeared, Murong Wuzhu lived a lonely life, but she wasn't sad. She lived under someone else's roof in the Wutongan. Fortunately, she had a gentle temperament that she was born with. Compared to Pei Nanwei, who lived in the reeds, it was easier for her to be accepted by the second-class maids. They were all outsiders who had left their hometown. Murong Wuzhu would occasionally visit Pei Nanwei in the reeds near the water. Today, when the two heard the movements in the prince's residence, Murong Wuzhu hurriedly ran out of the room. She stood on the high platform and looked around. She didn't see the familiar slender man, only a crazy barefooted young man. Other than fear, she also couldn't hide her disappointment. Pei Nanwei didn't leave the room. When she saw the dazed young woman return and sit down, she secretly sighed in her heart. Is that prodigal surnamed Su worthy of your concern? Murong Wuzhu calmed herself down and said softly, Sister Pei, I saw the young prince who came back from Mount Longhu. He doesn't look like him. Pei Nanwei mischievously asked, Him? Who is he? Your younger brother or the king of Bailiang? Murong Wuzhu's face turned red. She lowered her head and kneaded the corner of her clothes. Pei Nanwei looked at her and felt a little envious. When a woman was young, she would be shy if she could. When she got older, she would become disgusting. Murong Wuzhu was afraid that she would be teased again, so she found an excuse to leave. Pei Nanwei didn't get up to see her off. Her small house was built by the lake, so it could be surrounded by reeds. In the middle of summer, the reeds were green and several pairs of wild mandarin ducks were floating. She walked out of the house. There were no stone slabs outside the house. It was full of mud. She took off her shoes and socks and walked in the reeds that seemed to be isolated from the world. She gently raised her head and looked to the north. It was Yuanzhuazong who came back with dozens of cavalrymen. For this adopted son of the king of Bailiang, Huang Man, recognized him. Outsiders didn't know what Yuanzhuazong said, but the young prince immediately calmed down. The cavalrymen didn't have time to eat and left the house. They didn't stop and came to the foot of Mount Wudong. Su Longxiang ran barefoot all the way. His speed was faster than a horse. Last time His Royal Highness came to Wudong, only the hierarch Wang Zhonglo came down the mountain to welcome the guest. Today, there was only a young man in a simple robe standing under the 4 words, Black Tortoise Dang Xing. Yuanzhuazong nodded to the Taoist priest surnamed Li and stood still. Perhaps Huang Man had stayed in the small Taoist temple on Mount Longhu for a long time and spent time with the old Taoist master, so she didn't dislike Taoists. Instead, she felt close to them. They climbed the mountain quietly. When they reached the top of Little Lotus Peak, Taoist Li Yufu no longer approached the tortoise camel tablet. The young man in black and the giant black tiger came to the cliff together. Here, a red robe flew up. Chapter 581. Here, Hong Shixiang disintegrated himself and declared to heaven and earth that he would attain Dao for another 300 years. Since this Daoist who became an earth immortal before the age of 30 was the reincarnation of ancestor Lu and Qi Xuanzhen, then the Jianghu great emperor in the prophecy was obviously someone else. Immortal Qi's black tiger, who had been immersed in Taoism on the demon-slaying platform for a long time, had a violent temper. It was unusually docile here, lying on the ground. Don't forget that Hong Shixiang was the reincarnation of ancestor Lu and also the reincarnation of Qi Xuanzhen. Hong Shixiang was the former master of the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger was psychic and possessed supernatural powers. It shook its head and whimpered. Li Yufu stood in the distance and saw this scene. He was also sad. To him, youngest Uncle Master was a well-deserved celestial figure. Li Yufu respected his master but worshipped youngest Uncle Master. If only Sect Master Hong did not ascend and became a celestial couple with the woman in red and cultivated in the world. Suddenly, Su Longxiang clenched his fists and howled to the sky. The black tiger also roared. The earth shook and the mountains shook. With Su Longxiang's outburst, the qi dynamic was like a flying stone that hit the center of the lake. The new youngest uncle Master Li Yufu, who had only been on the mountain for a few years, was like a small boat floating in the sea. He swayed but did not fall over. Li Yufu went up the mountain to welcome and send him off. Li Yufu looked at the man and the tiger following the cavalry and sighed. His brother was already so domineering. Presumably, His Royal Highness, who even Uncle Master could not subdue, was really as lawless as the rumors said. If he knew that he was going up the mountain in the future, it seemed that he had to find an excuse to not meet him. Li Yufu himself did not know that before Hong Shixiang disintegrated, he left behind 9 words: Wudang will prosper, Yufu will prosper. His master, Yixingrui, picked him as an orphan fisherman in Donghai. Although he entrusted him with a lot of things, he did not do anything stupid. Moreover, Wudang Mountain had been in the same vein for hundreds of years and liked nature the most. In recent years, Li Yufu had not only followed the uncle masters to practice Taoism, but also to lead the boxing in front of the main peak palace in the morning and evening. He was also responsible for feeding the green cattle and taking care of the vegetable garden near the waterfall. Uncle Master's best friend Wuxia Xianxia's secluded bamboo hut was also given to him to clean. Every day, he went to a few mountains and mountains. The journey alone was 50 to 60 miles and miles. There were 6 Taoist temples along the way. Many children who finished their homework liked to wait for rabbits to help Uncle Master and Uncle Master help. Buddhism does not depend on people, while Taoism cultivates nature. Li Yufu has never been to the ancestral court of Taoism, Mount Longhu, which has suppressed Mount Wudang for hundreds of years. He also felt that it was reasonable for the youngest uncle to be reluctant to leave the mountain. Everyone here has blind dates and the scenery is good. He could still clearly remember the first and last time he chatted with Little Martial Uncle. At that time, Little Martial Uncle was at the peak of his power. He rode a crane down the mountains and flew a sword thousands of miles to subdue dragons and tigers. He had cut off the providence of several countries. He could enter and leave Great Peace City as if there was no one there. No one in the world dared to look down on Wudang Mountain. Li Yufu was brought to the small lotus peak by his master. His palms were sweaty. His master didn't say anything to comfort him. He just smiled all the way. When he reached the waist of the mountain, he bumped into the sect leader, who was herding cows and basking in the sun. After his master left, Little Martial Uncle Hong waved at him. The two of them sat on a big rock under the shade of a tree. Seeing that he was uneasy, Little Martial Uncle smiled and said, "When you first came up the mountain, I should have gone to fetch you. Unfortunately, I wasn't on the mountain at that time." Li Yufu was very nervous. He sat upright and still. He shook his head and said, "I don't dare." The young sect leader, who was not even 30 years old, said in a warm voice, "I remember when I went up the mountain as a child. It was snowing heavily. No matter how hard I tried, it couldn't be swept clean. Big Martial Brother stood under the archway waiting for us. At that time, I thought that the Wudang Taoist had made a big snowman over there." Martial Brother smiled and shook off the snowflakes. "Only then did I know that it was a living person. I was shocked and almost cried. At that time, I scolded Martial Brother behind my master's back for a long time. Martial Brother didn't get angry. When we went up the mountain, I turned my head and secretly looked at him. He smiled. Your eldest Martial Uncle is well versed in the subject and understands everything. Meng Shi's divinatory qi, Jing Fang's adaptability, Sun Shuang's promotion, Deng Xianxiao Chen, Yu Fan's Na Jia. He studied deeply and finally cultivated the Dehuang Ting. He told me that the ancient alchemists cultivated their spirits, which was full of wonders. After that, they cultivated their qi, and then their essence. The more they wrote, the farther they were from the Tao. Cultivating one's life but not one's nature is the first disease of cultivation. He also said that the cultivation of Taoists was no different from that of martial artists. However, Big Martial Brother said a lot. I didn't really understand at that time. Fortunately, he didn't blame me. There are things that the sect leader doesn't understand. When you say that, it sounds like me. In the future, when you see His Royal Highness, remember to say the same thing. That guy is easily swayed. Oh right, Jade Axe, your name is not bad. Reporting to the sect leader, my master helped me to name it. Your master is knowledgeable and has a deep cultivation. He doesn't show off, you have to cherish him. Jade Axe, do you want to cultivate immortality? Sect leader, this. I haven't thought about it. Don't rush to answer. I'm just asking casually. I'll come back and report to you when I figure it out. Just call me young martial uncle. Come, I'll teach you a set of fist and sword techniques. You can go down the mountain after you've mastered them. Young martial uncle, please speak. I'll listen attentively. Recalling the past, Li Yufu had nothing to do and felt a little sad. He walked leisurely and came to the main hall of the main peak. He saw the statue of Jianghu the Great. Li Yufu looked at it many times and became absent-minded every time. This time was no exception. I look at Jianghu, and Jianghu looks at me. On the border of Bailiang, 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry were ready to go. Su Shao, who was wearing an old armor, stood in front of the army. He pointed in the direction of Beimang to the young man in black beside him and said softly, "Go and pick up your brother." Huang Man seemed to smile innocently, but there was a sense of bloody heroism in it. Su Shao turned around and asked with a smile, "Longxiang army, do you dare to march 1,000 miles straight?" The soldiers were excited. Fight to the death. The young man rode on the black tiger and took out a ribbon. He raised his hands and twirled it around his hair. His actions were exactly the same as his brother's. Chapter 582. 10,000 Longxiang army hastily broke camp and marched hastily toward Beimang amidst the earth-shaking bugle horn. Let alone the ordinary Bailiang soldiers, even Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao, these generals with real power in their hands, felt that it was inconceivable. Previously in the battle between Chen Jibao and Hong Jingyan, the chess and sword music school was holding a plate of bronze figurines and watching the battle from the side. The battle was full of ups and downs. After the battle, Chen Jibao went to the Green Pure Land mountain to avoid the heat and heal his wounds. Wei Fuqing controlled 1/3 of Bailiang's white crossbow feather forest, while Dian Xiongzhao led 6,000 iron stupa heavy cavalry. All of them could be considered as Chen Jibao's trusted subordinates and direct subordinates. This time, not only these two met, but also several young and strong generals who rose to prominence on the Liangmang border by virtue of their military exploits also happened to meet together. Birds of a feather flocked together. Chen Jibao's direct subordinates and forces were divided into two distinct groups. They did not merge into one group. The other group was made up of civil officials, all of them were scholars and aides, who emphasized strategy and were light cavalry and archery. Most of them came from superior family background. Both sides minded their own business and did not see eye to eye. The whole world knew that the great general Su Shao doted on his children. In the Bailiang army, 3 elite brigades with nearly 10,000 men were named after his children. Only the eldest son of the first wife did not have this fortune. The Longxiang army, which had 10,000 men, was especially famous. It was a true cavalry that had been through hundreds of battles. Not to mention the position of the main general, even the position of the deputy general was always empty. In these years, Yuan Zhua Zongyao was in charge of the position of the deputy general, but he never interfered in the specific affairs. However, every time there were elite soldiers in the Bailiang army, more than half of them would be sent to the Longxiang army to train. This cavalry army, which was between heavy cavalry and light cavalry, could be said to be the darling of the Bailiang army. In the past 10 years, there had rarely been a battle at the border of Liangmang where more than 50 to 60,000 men were involved. However, as long as there was a battle and there was military merit to be gained, the Dragon Elephant cavalry would definitely be the first to rush to the battlefield. They fought bloody battles and fought to the death, and had never lost a battle. This also gave the Bailiang army an impression that in the future, when the hedonistic eldest son of the first wife became the king of Bailiang, he would definitely have to rely on his naturally strong younger brother to charge and break through the enemy lines in order to sit steadily. Otherwise, the 800 light cavalry of the Phoenix Battalion, no matter how valiant and good they were in battle, they would only have less than 1,000 men. Once the Liang-Mang army started an all-out war, there would be tens of thousands of troops on all fronts. It was Qin Jibao who made the entire spring and autumn period understand the horror of multiple types of soldiers working together in battle. When he was in command, it was said that his military orders could be accurately given to every one of the captains. When the army was in formation, they could advance and retreat freely. He had truly reached the realm where he could command them as he wished. Even though the war Saint Yi Baikue had a blood feud with Qin Jibao for killing his wife and daughter, he still couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart when he faced the enemy. This person's deployment of troops is flawless and superb. Yi Baikue remembered that the current emperor once stayed up late to read military books and forgot to eat and sleep. After the morning court session, he smiled and asked the court full of talented civil and military officials, "Dear officials, who can compare to Qin Jibao in the art of war?" At that time, the Bailiang army's reputation was at its peak. Naturally, the civil officials kept quiet and looked down. The generals frowned. Some of the generals who would become the backbone of the Gu party looked at each other and then looked at General Gu Jiantang. The latter kept his eyes closed and rested. The Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, answered expressionlessly, "No one can compare to him." There was a small village on Jingtu Mountain that was planted with green willows. Until now, the village still didn't have a female owner. Over the years, no woman had caught Qin Jibao's eye. The servants in the village were all disabled old soldiers who had retired from the army. Although they were servants in name, they lived a comfortable life. Some of them even got married and had children. These children, like their parents, didn't know that they were inferior. When they saw the general in white who didn't smile often, they weren't afraid at all. The women who slowly grew up in the village even had the mentality that there was no man in the world except for him. Outside, there were rumors that Qin Jibao had fought with Hong Jingyan, the fourth most powerful expert in the world, and had suffered a fatal injury. However, at this time, Qin Jibao was wearing a white robe and his face didn't look withered. He sat on a stone bench under a willow tree. The village didn't have an outer wall. At a glance, one could see thousands of miles of yellow sand. There were young girls carrying plates of cut watermelons or a pot of iced plum soup. Qin Jibao didn't say anything. The young girls were used to it. They stole a few glances and then turned to leave. They didn't want to disturb their master's quiet contemplation. Qin Jibao was known to be familiar with poetry and books. He was full of strategies. His attainments in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were not shallow. He was better than the scholars. However, it was rare to hear him speak in a scholarly manner. Even more so, it was rare to see him recite poetry with scholars. Most of the time, in Bailiang's army, he had accumulated a lot of prestige. He was second only to one person, so he preferred to be alone. Very few people cared about what this white-clothed war immortal was thinking. Wei Dian and the others were used to following orders, they never doubted him. Perhaps even if Qin Jibao told them that he was tired of being a general and wanted to go to the capital to pull the emperor down from the dragon throne, they would only cheer. Qin Jibao suddenly laughed coldly, because he remembered a lot of interesting things. When the smoke of war subsided and the curtain of spring and autumn came to an end, it was a lot of bitterness, but also a lot of interesting things. For example, the Empress Dowager of the Southern Tang was fond of theater. She called herself the ancestor of the Pear Garden. She was so obsessed with theater that she couldn't extricate herself. She ignored the state affairs for 10 years, mingled with theater performers, and was muddle-headed. When her country was destroyed, she finally said something clear. She wore an unsightly theater costume and sat in the palace hall. Qin Jibao's eyes were cold. He chuckled softly and said, "Theater performers who can't get much money. Theater performers have no loyalty, but those who watch the show have feelings." The Longxiang army raided Beimang without warning. The second son, Su Longxiang, rode in the front, and Yuan Zuozong brought up the rear. Su Shao returned to the military camp. An old scholar was concentrating on a game of chess. He was Su Weisheng's teacher, the Shangyin Academy's chancellor Mr. Wang. Back then, Su Fengmian had seen him play a game of chess with the lousy chess player Su Xiao outside the red-crowned crane tower on Mount Qingliang. He had seen the chancellor withdraw his moves more than 10 times. From then on, he had an indelible psychological shadow of the so-called national chess player. Mr. Wang boasted that he had never tasted defeat, but he was too much of a scoundrel in the marketplace. However, since Chancellor Wang could be Su Weisheng's teacher, he definitely wouldn't be careless about the art of war. After Su Xiao sat down, he wasn't in a hurry to urge Mr. Wang to play. He smiled and said, "On behalf of Huang Manor, I thank Mr. Wang for secretly training the Longxiang army all these years." Chapter 583. The Chancellor picked up a white chess piece and placed it down heavily. His face was full of confidence as he stroked his beard and smiled. "The game is set. General, you've lost again." Su Xiao didn't expose this Mister's evil act of secretly changing the position of the black chess pieces. He pretended to admit defeat. "Losing to Mr. Su Xiao is honorable even though I've lost." The old Mister, who had almost no chess ethics, didn't feel guilty at all. He was refreshed and said, "Playing chess with you is indeed a blessing in life." Su Xiao stood up and walked to the map of Beimang. He slowly drew a route for the army with his finger. Mr. Wang stared at the map with narrowed eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Su Xiao also didn't change his expression. It was the Chancellor who couldn't hold it in anymore. He said softly, "Chaotic, very chaotic." Qiao Chongqing added fuel to the fire in the southern court and they're about to make a big fuss. The Empress of the North has always disliked Buddhism. She wanted to worship Taoism and destroy Buddhism. She wanted to unify the religion for her own use and create a second Jianghu under her skirt. In the end, no one expected the dragon tree monk to go to the Tao Te Ching sect alone. He didn't listen to reason and just sat there, enduring the rain of arrows and swords for a whole 10 minutes. "General, you mobilized the Longxiang army at this time. Aren't you afraid that the North Court and the South Court will work together to deal with your Beiliang cavalry?" Su Zhao's back was slightly hunched. He looked at the map and said calmly, "Beimang is not as rich as the Central Plains. The imperial tent has been short of money for the past few years. Feeding the 12 generals and maintaining a standoff with the Beiliang army and Gu Jiantang on the eastern front is already the limit. There is still a long way to go before that old woman wants to swallow Beiliang in one go. If the army is strong, it needs real money. Where will the money come from? How could she not be envious of such a fat sheep? In the past, she did not dare to slaughter the meat because Bodhisattva Tuoba and the other preceptors did not approve of it. But now, with the Chilan state preceptor who was regarded as a Taoist saint, and with the support of the other generals, Bodhisattva Tuoba could only watch coldly from the sidelines. The annihilation of Buddhism was already set in stone. Whether I send the troops or not, it would not delay the old woman's action. Not to mention the abbot of the 2 Zen temples, only the Buddha himself would be able to do it. She was indeed forced into a corner by our border policy in recent years. Zhang Julu and Gu Jintang's alliance was very effective. These 2 bastards also forced Beimang to use all its national strength to fight with my Beiliang cavalry. The Beimang Empress wanted to eat up the financial resources of the Buddhism in the country and then swallow Beiliang in one go. Only then would she be able to bypass the eastern front that was getting more and more stable. She would then be able to move south and occupy Shishu and Nanzhao. With food and soldiers, it would be time to fight with the Liang dynasty for the world. Those who were qualified to talk and fart were well aware of this intention. This was Zhang Julu's ability to scheme in the imperial court. Originally, if the eastern front was too weak, Beimang could have directly borrowed several great generals and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the western front and sent 400,000 cavalry to the eastern front. They would have crushed the eastern front into a sieve. First, they would have taken over Tai and city and become the ruler of the world. Then, they would have turned around and targeted Beiliang. This way, I would have lived longer than him and Gu Jiantang. I believe that in the whole world, only that coquettish woman who flirts with me every now and then would be happy to see me. Other than her, there is no one else. Sir Wang nodded in deep agreement. Green eyes is like me. They both play a good game of chess. Su Xiao smiled. Originally, this was a game of chess that would have lasted for at least 20 or 30 years. However, both sides were impatient. Compared to Beimang, the empress was even more impatient. This was because Zhang Julu controlled the military and politics of the northern front with one hand and digested the power of the old 8 countries of spring and autumn in the south with the other. Most importantly, this grand secretary prevented the emperor from trying to emphasize culture and suppress military force to a considerable extent. This made the tension of our dynasty far greater than that of the resource-poor Beimang. The longer we dragged it out, the greater our advantage. Our Liang, after unifying the spring and autumn, can be considered to have a truly large family and business. It can withstand the torment. In addition, we have a diligent mender like Zhang Julu. If I were the emperor of Beimang, would feel uncomfortable all over. Who the hell would want to be neighbors with a well-off and well-educated man? Wouldn't that be like being bullied every day? The chancellor of the education palace laughed. Great general's words are coarse, but they are reasonable. The old man sighed with emotion. People who live high in the library say it's peaceful, but they always think that as long as they go out, they can manage the world and help the people. They can turn the tide in a desperate situation. They make it so that governing and pacifying the world is as easy as writing a few words at their fingertips. The danger is no less than that of a military town's separatist regime. These words were personally spoken by Green Eyes in front of the emperor. As a scholar who reached the Zhuangyuan rank, to be able to say such a thing, it can be seen that he is very suitable to be the Grand Secretary. No wonder Zhang Julu can be the great general's opponent. Hey, great general, we are thousands of li away from the topic. Su Xiao continued to point at the map. He said with a laugh, my thinking is different from teachers. This time the Longxiang army is going to the north. Not only they want to fight a battle, they want to fight a tough battle. Picking up soft persimmons to pinch is not our Beiliang army's temperament. Teacher is worried that if the Longxiang army wins the battle, those scholars of the southern dynasty, who have obtained riches and honor, will forget their ancestors and betray their ancestors, will hate the Beiliang even more. Actually, in my opinion, if the Beiliang cavalry does not teach them a lesson, those new nobles of the southern dynasty, who followed their fathers to flee to the north when they were young, will have their tails raised to the sky early on. They will have to be ruthlessly whipped before they know what is called fear. I want them to be afraid to the bone. These bastards are the same as those scholars of the spring and autumn period, they can't remember what's good for them. Therefore, this time the Longxiang army is going to fight to the death with the first military town in Longyao province, Tile City, which is ranked first in terms of military strength. The other military towns, Gentleman's Mansion, Ligu, and Maolong, are all tough bones. They are not in the same line. The Longxiang army is going to take a detour and attack them one by one. The old teacher sighed with worry, but the Longxiang army only has 10,000. Not counting the troops and horses along the way, just the 5 towns alone have 60,000 elite armored soldiers. They still have to face the 2 Beimang great generals face to face, is that okay? 10,000 Longxiang army, how many people can they withdraw and come back? Su Xiao chuckled, I forgot to tell teacher, our Beiliang's great snow dragon cavalry is also about to set out. The Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world, the great snow dragon cavalry is the best in Beiliang. In this hot summer, the old teacher seemed to feel the chill, he pulled up his sleeve. He muttered to himself, but doesn't this mean that we are going to fight for real? It's not appropriate, it's really not appropriate. Su Xiao pressed his palm on the map and said, my son is there. Is this reason enough? Chapter 584. It was becoming harder and harder to live in Jing. Not only were the foreign businessmen sighing, even the officials were so worried they were pulling at their beards. In the first 20 years of Great Peace City of the current dynasty, every mu of land only cost 600 taels of silver. Now, it was still expensive and cheap, but it had risen to an eye-popping 2,500 taels of silver per mu. No wonder the left servant of Wuxia province, Sun Shiji, had the saying that every mu of land had the same value as gold. A small courtyard, even at the very edge of Jing, cost close to 1,000 taels of silver. The scholars who came to Jing for the imperial examination all complained incessantly. Fortunately, there were the local guilds that flourished because of the times, so most of the scholars who did not have enough money did not have nowhere to go. Also, there were monasteries to rent. Normal scholars could afford the rent, so there were no complaints. Only those literary magnates who only had a good reputation but no gold and silver could not afford to buy a place in Jing in their entire lives. They would often write a few self-deprecating poems. They could express their feelings and also gain the sympathy of the poor scholars, killing two birds with one stone. Some guilds that had produced large and small yellow doors or Hanlon guilds would often hang up signs that would allow them to rent 1,000 taels of silver a day. These places with good feng shui were in short supply. There were a total of 600 guilds in Jing. Most of them were located next to each other in the southeast of Great Peace City. Every time the imperial examination was held, it would be bustling. If one was not amorous, it would be a waste of youth. This large area of guilds had all kinds of food and drink, restaurants, and brothels as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Originally, the scholars going to the imperial examination were worried that they would be unfamiliar with the place. Their local accent was scorned by the locals of Jing. When they entered Great Peace City and lived in the guilds, they found that they were surrounded by people from their hometown. Those who did not have money were happy. Those who had money in their pockets wanted to spend it all to enjoy themselves. Did they really think that these people were stupid with too much money? Of course not. Most of the scholars from the same hometown who were qualified to enter the capital to take the imperial examinations had studied hard. They were just short of breaking through the last layer of window paper. Once they had jumped through the dragon gate, they would always remember the days when they were poor, when other people only had a few copper coins for a piece of flatbread or a few taels of silver for a full meal. When they soared in the future, as long as it was within their ability, how could they not be happy to help a fellow villager who had helped them in the past? As a result, the business of almost all the shops in this area, which was known as the Dragon Fish Restaurant, was exceptionally good compared to the other markets. Moreover, many foreigners who were already officials in power in the capital liked to come here every now and then to gather with their friends. They would cheer their fellow countrymen on or give them advice in person. This scene was just a small microcosm of the competition between the four parties in the Liang dynasty. Unfortunately, as the Green Party, one of their best friends, gradually withered away, the rich scholars of Qingzhou became homeless ghosts. Their voices in the fish dragon strip area became quieter and quieter. The White Lion building was not originally called this name. It was called the Heavenly Fragrance Building. At that time, business was average. This year, it had made a lot of money. It could be said that last year, the head of the brothel, Li Baisher, had stayed in a big brothel nearby. This beauty did not need to be said. She was the only prostitute on the rouge list. For the men of Jing, just this point alone was enough. Li Baisher was known as the Queen of Beauty, and she had a good reputation. Several famous and upright officials in the imperial court had been sponsored by her. She was also an official from Dongyue, and her family background was very powerful. Not only the Baisher restaurant, but many nearby restaurants also benefited from her fame and were overcrowded. They were all rich young masters who came because of her reputation. The White Lion restaurant also had a few specialty dishes that were incomparably spicy. To diners who leaned towards the strong palate, it was undoubtedly a good place to eat without spending much money. Today, a group of customers had arrived. There were only 3 of them, but their wealth was different from before. The restaurant owner still gave them enough face and personally served them. There was no other reason. The young master Zhao who led the way knew how to conduct himself. He had known the manager for many years and often chatted with him, so it was to his liking. The shopkeeper surnamed Lu was not stupid at all. Not only did he cook, but he also served the dishes himself. In addition to the many years of friendship with Prince Zhao, the 2 friends of Prince Zhao did not look like common people. One of them was a woman disguised as a man. How could she escape the sharp eyes of the shopkeeper Lu? He knew at first glance that she was an extraordinary lady. Could it be that brother Prince Zhao had taken a fancy to the daughter of a high official? Hey, this was a good thing. It would be even better if he could attend a few cups of wedding wine in the future and meet the big shots in the capital. As for the other man with a white face and no beard, shopkeeper Lu did not dare to look at him. He was wearing an unfamiliar satin that could not be said to be exquisite. Compared to the clothes of the rich people he had seen in the past, it seemed to be a small style of a local rich man. After Prince Zhao took a seat in the private room, he smiled at the woman who covered up her appearance clumsily and asked, "My the great Prince of Sui, how is this place?" She snorted coldly and said, "It's extremely shabby." Prince Zhao was not surprised by this answer. He said with a smile, "The dishes are not good to look at either. They only have one characteristic, which is spicy. But don't you always say that you can eat spicy food? When the time comes, if you have the ability, don't drink a mouthful of water." She rolled her eyes and said, "Can't I drink water when I'm thirsty?" "Zhao Kai, what can you do to me?" The young man who was called Zhao Kai leaned against the back of the chair and gave a thumbs up. "Princess Sui Zhu's true temperament is admirable." The woman raised her eyebrows and slammed the table. She said angrily, "Surnamed Zhao, call me young Master Sui." Zhao Kai said helplessly, "Fine, fine. Who asked you to be my sister?" "The great Prince of Sui is the great Prince of Sui." The woman did not know if she was angry or sincere. She said very hurtfully, "Anyway, I don't treat you as my brother. What you think is your business." Zhao Kai's face was sad. The woman added frost to the snow and said with a sneer, still pretending. Zhao Kai did not care. He laughed and was very happy. The man who looked the most like an official among the three stood with his hands clasped behind his back and was very respectful. He looked at the two young men and women bickering with an expressionless face. Zhao Kai turned his head and said with a smile, "Great master, come and sit. This is not the palace with strict rules. Let's do whatever is comfortable." 2 strands of white hair hung down. The man near his chest shook his head and said, "I don't need to kneel to be comfortable." It had always been the eunuchs of the dynasty who called themselves that. Only those eunuchs with some status and power had the qualifications and courage to do so. However, since the young man was Zhao Kai, the illegitimate son of the current emperor, and the woman was Princess Sui Zhu, the identity of the eunuch who Zhao Kai called Great Master was revealed. The number 1 eunuch in the dynasty, Han Daoist. This old eunuch who could not be considered a man was nicknamed Human Cat. If he was not the stabilizing force of the palace and obstructing time after time, West Chu's Chao Changqing would have already taken the emperor's head. The finger-profound realm of the Handiao Temple was too incredible to be able to skin the talisman General Hong Jia, one of the 4 outstanding grandmasters of the pugilistic world. This damned eunuch was feared by all the court officials. Every time shopkeeper Lu knocked on the door and served the dishes, he had to apologize and take a bite before letting the 2 young masters eat. After eating 2 dishes, Princess Sui Zhu suddenly put down her chopsticks and said sullenly, "Eating like this is no different from eating in the palace. Zhao Kai, let's go downstairs and pick a lively table." Zhao Kai smiled and said, "We'll listen to you. Great master, the great Prince of Sui's words are the most important today. We'll all listen to him, okay?" Han Daoist's mouth twitched for the first time and nodded slightly. Human Cat was not making fun of Princess Sui Zhu's childish nature. He was just grateful that the young master deliberately arranged for him to sit at the same table. In this world, Han Daoist had seen too many people who treated him well but did not remember him well. When he was still an ordinary eunuch in Handiao Temple, he had followed his master out in plain clothes and met that lowly woman. She had also sincerely invited him to have a meal with her. Even though she knew that he was a eunuch, it was the same. Handiao Temple would remember that simple meal for the rest of their lives. If someone respects me, Han Xingxian, an inch, I'll respect them 1,000 feet. If someone bullies me, I'll bully them for the rest of their life. Countless civil officials and generals who were tortured and killed by Human Cat were glad that they did not have an afterlife to suffer again. Since it was fish dragon slices, Baisher restaurant was of course full of good and bad people. There were scholars, rich gentlemen, and even some scoundrels who lived in brothels as thugs. Shopkeeper Lu had no objection to changing tables. Rich people were always happy to do things. The restaurant's business was good, and it was mealtime. The shopkeeper finally cleared an empty table and had the waiters quickly clean it up. Zhao Kai and the other two sat down and heard a bare-chested man at the next table step on the bench. He clenched his teeth and scolded, "Damn it, a few days ago, a pretty boy came to our dingfeng to visit women. He didn't have money in his pocket to pretend to be a master, and he used a few nonsensical essays to fool us. The poems were not poems, the words were not poems, and they were noisy. I'm going to beat this little bastard up with a stick on the spot." Sitting at the same table were a few scholars who did not have much money. They had been in the brothel for a long time. The scholar who was in charge of paying for the prostitutes was suffering from a lack of money, and the price of his sisters was too high. He thought that it was not a good idea to stay in the brothel for a long time, so he wondered if he could build a good relationship with the head guard in front of him. He did not expect to lower the price, but before he went to bed, he could at least get rid of some unnecessary tips. In brothels, there were many ways to do things. To maintain one's reputation, it was very expensive. The extra expenses on maids and servants were accumulated bit by bit, and the amount of broken silver was also very frightening. An old-fashioned scholar who did not look like a clever person hesitated for a moment and said, "I've heard of this person." He recited 3 poems, and now everyone knows about fish dragon slices. They are all not bad. Among them, "The lonely light shines on me, my liver and gallbladder are all ice and snow," and "The east wind of spring brings the spring," are all good poems. Chapter 585. The burly guard's expression changed greatly. He spat mercilessly and got up to leave. The leading scholar was experienced in the ways of the world. It took him a lot of persuasion to get him back to his seat. He said, "No matter how good the poem is, it's just a small path." Su Weisheng, the great poet of Shangyin Academy, also said that the poem is just a poetic remnant. Most of the contemporary poets in the literary world are just picking up scraps from the pile of old papers of their predecessors. They can't be considered as real talent, let alone establishing their own school. In my opinion, what's the point of being cold? If it's really cold, why would they go to the brothel to make a fuss? Isn't this just a cheap gimmick? In terms of character, it's far from being as straightforward and forthright as Instructor Hong. The burly guard liked what he heard. He took a bite of the fatty and spicy drumstick. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a young man who looked like a rich man laughing at a nearby table. He glared at him and said, "What are you laughing about?" Zhao Kai said with an honest face, "You're right. Those scholars who fish for fame should be beaten up." When the man saw that his expression did not seem to be fake or sarcastic, he laughed and said, "You're quite smart. When you go to Dingfeng someday, tell them my name, Hong Sanlong, and the price of the girls will be fair." Zhao Kai gave a fist salute and thanked him. Princess Sui Zhu lowered her head and rolled her eyes. That man should have some influence in this area. After talking about a lot of things, he became more and more unscrupulous with his words, which were very boorish and grating to the ear. "Since I came out of my mother's womb, I've been living a hard life. You want me to put in a good word for those rich kids? I don't care if they're good or bad. As long as they're better than my reincarnation, I can't wait to chop them to death. I can't bear to see them live a good life. If those rich kids are diligent in their studies and treat people well, they deserve to die even more. Won't they give us a way out?" Mr. Liu, don't worry. I'm not criticizing you. You're kind and honest. You're good. Since there's fly droppings in a pot of porridge, there might be a few grains of rice in a pile of droppings." The scholar with the surname Liu, who was patted on the shoulder, smiled awkwardly. Being praised was worse than being scolded. Han Jiaoxi narrowed his eyes and said softly, "How dare you use the word dragon in your name?" Zhao Kai, who was very familiar with his great master, hurriedly said with a smile, "Let's not bother about these trivial matters. Let's go. When the great prince of Sui has had his fill of tea and is no longer thirsty, we'll go and meet Li Baisher." Under the table, Princess Sui Zhu stepped on the back of Zhao Kai's shoe, not forgetting to give it a hard twist. Zhao Kai put on a bitter face. After paying the bill and leaving the White Lion restaurant, Zhao Kai cautiously reminded her, "You'll definitely have to wait when you get there. Don't be angry. Since you're sneaking out of the palace, you can't just do whatever you want. Otherwise, you can hang a plaque on your body saying that you're the princess." Princess Sui Zhu said angrily, "Why aren't you the one with the title of prince? Wouldn't that be more useful?" Zhao Kai smiled mischievously and said, "How many people outside the palace know that I'm a prince? It's useless even if I talk until my mouth breaks." She was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and said, "I can't believe you can still laugh." Zhao Kai walked on the street with his hands behind his head. Great Master said that standing is better than kneeling. He won't think about sitting. That's contentment. In that case, I feel that smiling is much more joyous than crying, and it's also less annoying, isn't it? She hesitated for a moment. Then when Su Fengnian took away a few red talisman armors, "Did you laugh or cry?" Zhao Kai smiled and said, "He's my brother-in-law anyway. We're family. It doesn't matter who has the things." She sneered, "You're brother-in-law and brother-in-law, but in the end, you still have to kill each other. It's so fun. I can't even cry if I want to." Zhao Kai suddenly said, "Bailiang is going to be in chaos." Princess Sui Zhu's tone was even more sarcastic. "In any case, that guy thinks His Royal Highness is useless. Later on, he's also very embarrassing when he practices the knife. If Bailiang is really in chaos, he'll just hide." "Humph, he's even worse than you." Zhao Kai sighed and said, "It would be better if you didn't say that last sentence." She said casually, "Father is quite satisfied with the red sect female bodhisattva that you recommended to the palace. He's very interested in the struggle between the red sect and the yellow sect, as well as your suggestion of signing the living Buddha with the silver vase. In the future, he might let you go to the western regions with her." Zhao Kai also casually said, "Oh." Su Fengnian and Helian Wue went to many places. Other than the important military matters, they did not participate in other matters, whether it was important or trivial. They even did not mind Su Fengnian reading some of the military and political documents. After 5 days of running around, Su Fengnian had a rough understanding of the outline of Shihe province. Today, the two of them finally had some free time from their busy schedule and went to the place where they first met to sell watermelons near the courier route. Su Fengnian did not hide anything. While sitting on a small stool and waiting for customers, he said directly, "From the speed at which Uncle received information about the Dragon Tree monk in the Tao Te sect, it can be seen that Beimang places great importance on the courier route. They don't lose out to Su Shao, who single-handedly built the courier route system during the spring and autumn period. Especially the eastern line where Shihe province is located, it can be compared to the western line where Liang Mang confronted each other. Along the way, I've seen many inconspicuous things, but they're all Beimang slowly accumulating military power." Helian Wue smiled in relief and said, "You can see the whole picture from a small clue. Not bad, not bad." Chapter 586. He turned around and saw Su Fengnian's serious face. Holding the order, he handed over half a watermelon and smiled faintly. In fact, in an imperial court, even if it's the few that have fallen in the spring and autumn period, there are definitely many smart people who have great foresight. However, whether or not they can inform the heavens and make the emperor happy, allowing the laws and regulations that contain ambition or ambition to be smoothly implemented is the crux of the problem. Your Liang dynasty has many pillars, especially with Zhang Julu in the middle. You are naturally better than others. To tell you the truth, as the county magistrate of Shihe province who was born in the army, every time I think about it, I feel worried just like you do now. In terms of military strength and armaments, the soldiers of the 12 generals are not weak. But compared to the Bailiang army, even Tuoba is not shameless enough to say that he is invincible. Fortunately, Beimang learned from the shame and became brave. After suffering a lot, they know that the men in the south are not all weak scholars. There are also butchers like Su Shao and Gu Jiantang who kill without blinking. Over the years, Beimang has been gradually getting stronger. As for our side, I think it's a pity. Fengnian, can you guess? Su Fengnian said with a smile. There are many scholars who fled northern Mang during the spring and autumn period who have the qualifications to give advice and suggestions to the imperial preceptor or the great general. However, we are still lacking a first-rate strategist who can become the imperial preceptor. Helian Wuwei took a bite of the watermelon, looked up and said, "Don't laugh. Bei Mang doesn't have none. It's just that he hasn't stepped into the stage yet." Su Fengnian lowered his voice and asked, "Li Mibi who weaves spider webs?" Helian Wuwei turned his head and spat on the ground. He sneered, "This old dog is the best in the world at harming people. Ruling a country? He is thousands of miles away from ruling a country. But he knows his place and doesn't mess with the court. Otherwise, I would fight him to the death." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "If it's not him, who else could it be?" Helian Wuwei said vaguely, "It's the headmaster of the chess and sword music school. He's been missing for almost 20 years. When he was in his middle age, he was looked down upon by the empress and disappeared completely in a fit of anger. I'm guessing that he went to Liyang. As for what he did, I have no way of knowing. Perhaps even our emperor doesn't know. I don't believe that such a person would die quietly in the south." Su Fengnian said, "I heard from my master, Li Shan, that this guy is very good at chess. He is almost on par with Huang Longshi." The old man sighed, "I have seen many people with great ambition but little talent in my life. Only the head of the chess and sword music school has great ambition and talent. The chess manor has a cultivation method that allows one to place 1,000,000 pieces in a lifetime. Do you know how many pieces that guy placed?" Su Fengnian said in astonishment, "It can't possibly be 10 million, right? Wouldn't that mean that he was born to stay in front of the chessboard and play chess? A chess addict like him can't possibly have great prospects, right? My master always says that playing chess on the chessboard is just a checkmate. There's nothing special about becoming a first-rate national player. It's different from being a person." The old man laughed heartily. "You're too smart for your own good. That guy played very few games. You can count them with your fingers. I estimate that he placed less than 7,000 to 8,000 pieces." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "At the very most, there are less than 100 games. Why is playing a game of chess with the chess manor head of the chess sword music house as if he's gambling with his life?" The old man slowly said, "Do you know how this guy played his last game? After he lost to Huang Xianxia, he went into seclusion to study. When he mastered his chess skills, he played against the old headmaster. It was a life and death game. Whoever lost would die." Su Fengnian clicked his tongue. Both headmasters were ruthless people. Helian Wuwei laughed in schadenfreude. "You should just pray that this kind of person doesn't make it back to Bei Mang alive. Otherwise, if you were to succeed him and become the king of Beiliang, you'd be in for a lot of trouble if this guy were to still be alive." Su Fengnian said in all seriousness, "I'll go to Thunder Roll Temple tomorrow and curse this old man to death." Helian Wuwei laughed loudly. "Then remember to curse me to death as well. With me in Shihe province, even Su Shao will have to be a little afraid." Su Fengnian didn't need to be polite with this old man. He joked, "Uncle Helian, your skin is even thicker than mine." Helian Wuwei nodded. "Humans, as long as they get older, they'll be cursing themselves just like how I cursed Li Mibi as a chicken thief. They're all thick-skinned, afraid of death, and greedy for life. They're not as open-minded about life and death as they were when they were young and full of vigor." Su Fengnian took a bite of the watermelon. He thought of Su Shao and his master Li Shan, who were younger than Helian Wuwei. Helian Wuwei said slowly, "Now that I've taken you to see the political affairs of our province, I can tell you some things directly. I can't say much about other generals and provincial governors, but as far as I'm concerned, Helian Wuwei, I don't expect all the generals and officials under my command to be saints. It's okay to be greedy for money, but don't be too greedy. In my opinion, pedantic and honest officials who earn their own reputation are not as good as capable officials who can fill their own pockets but can also benefit the people. If you don't cross the line, I think I'm very easy to talk to. If you cross the line, then I'm sorry. I don't care if you're my relative or my trusted aide, I'll kill you if I need to kill you and confiscate your property if I need to confiscate your property. I won't be lenient. This is called nothing can be accomplished without rules and standards. How to recognize people is difficult, how to use people is difficult, and how to make use of people is even more difficult. Even if you go to the university, you won't be able to learn about the sages. Because scholars cherish their reputation, they don't have the guts to write about the shrewdness and black-bellied knowledge. Moreover, most scholars don't have the ability to write about it. Go and count the number of Zhuangyuan in your Liang dynasty. Other than Zhang, how many of them can become first or second rank officials? On the contrary, those ordinary Jinsher are more likely to reach the top. Su Fengnian made a sound of acknowledgement and silently remembered it in his heart. Helian Wuwei said, when that master was young, he wrote a piece called 9 Questions. He asked the heavens, Hutu, ghosts and deities, emperors, Buddhism, beauties, the past life, and the future life. Su Fengnian wondered, there's still one question missing. Helian Wuwei smiled and said, it's said to be 9 questions, but in fact, there are only 8. I guess that guy asked himself on behalf of us idiots who have doubts. Su Fengnian was so angry that he laughed and said, that old man is indeed scheming. No, I have to go to Leiming Temple immediately. While they were talking, a thirsty customer came forward. Su Fengnian quickly got up and eloquently helped the old farmer sell watermelons. The customer didn't know who the young man who was bargaining with him was. Furthermore, he didn't know that the old farmer was the prefectural governor. Su Fengnian also didn't know that 2 groups of Beiliang cavalry had suddenly attacked Beimang. He also didn't know that the Empress of Beimang, who had received the military intelligence, had dispelled the idea of personally going to the South Dynasty because of the appearance of one person. This old scholar who carried a bookcase into the palace was followed by Beimang's #1 swordsman. ### Shuizhong VIP subscription group. Announce a Shuizhong group. Those who subscribe to Shuizhong can join the group. Group number 165500001. Chapter 587. The next chapter starts at around 4 in the morning. Compared to the imperial palace of Great Peace City, which was like the imperial palace of 9 heavens, the palace of Beimang was like a child playing house. It could not withstand a few trips by agile eunuchs. The great eunuch's son Dingxing would feel some regret every time he looked down at the palace from a higher position. His status was about the same as Han Diaoxi's, but the palace of Beimang did not favor eunuchs. There were only about 3,000 eunuchs in the palace, which was less than the imperial palace of South Korea. This made Sun Dingxing very annoyed. When the Empress arrived, she changed the itinerary and cancelled the imperial inspection to South Korea. This made Sun Dingxing, who had finally left the palace, angry. However, when he secretly waited at the palace gate today and saw the old scholar and the man with the sword, he could not help but gasp when he guessed their identities. Then, he felt a great honor. His smile became more respectful and sincere. He did not dare to say a word and silently led the 2 into the palace. Unexpectedly, it was the guest who took the initiative to speak warmly. Supervisor Sun, how are you? Sun Dingxing was flattered. He had only met the old man once more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was just a newly appointed eunuch. Besides, the eunuchs of Beimang had no power to speak of. He did not dare to hope that the old man would remember his face, let alone his surname. Sun Dingxing, who had been walking carefully in front but could only keep a distance of half a step, quickly bowed even more. He laughed softly and said, in reply to the imperial peace decree, I am fine. My life belongs to Her Majesty. I dare not fall ill. The imperial peace decree's complexion is good. This is Beimang's fortune. The old scholar laughed and said, Supervisor Sun, thank you for your auspicious words. Sun Dingxing bowed and led the way. He smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. The old scholar did not go overboard and did not exchange pleasantries. He put his hands in his sleeves and squinted at the somewhat unfamiliar palace. They walked up the steps, past the Vermilion Gate, and went down the steps. It was the Jade Square outside the main hall. The ups and downs of life were so similar. The old scholar looked back at his junior who was 5 steps away and said somewhat guiltily, "I caused you to not be able to compete with Dong Tai." The middle-aged swordsman shook his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, you have 9 questions. I can only ask. Ask for the sword Dao? Ask." Subtracting 1 word, the difference is 10,000 miles. Dong Tai underestimated you. The middle-aged man with a sword on his back was famous in the Beimang royal court. His nickname, Sword Aura Nearer, was truly worthy of his name. Li Mixi was a powerful official who was highly regarded by the empress. He was the bloody executioner who controlled almost all the dark forces in the dynasty. In the past 10 years, he had been assassinated by the sword residence master many times. Some of the nobles in the imperial tent joked that Zhu Yi was able to improve over the years because Sword Aura Nearer was good at finding flaws. Sword Aura Nearer was a very boring man. His appearance was boring, and his personality was boring. His ordinary name had long been replaced by his nickname. Other than practicing the sword, he had no other interests. He was not interested in women, power, or eloquence. He was only interested in sword aura. However, Li Mixi had a very high opinion of this archenemy who did not change despite repeated admonishments. Even the empress was furious with him. Sword Aura Nearer only showed 60 to 70% of his strength because he only allowed himself to be defeated. He did not have any interest in killing others. When Li Chungang was young, he once said that Beimang did not have a sword. After Dong Tai became a swordsman, he also said that Beimang did not have a sword. Beimang originally thought that the sword residence master would intercept the peach blossom sword deity. Even if he did not defeat Dong Tai, he would at least make him take back his words. However, Sword Aura Nearer was very disappointing. He did not show himself. It seemed that in his eyes, escorting the old scholar to the north was more important than anything else. Sun Dingxing slightly quickened his pace. There were 9 levels of suet jade stairs in front of the main hall of the Beimang Palace. A woman with a cold face stood high on the stairs. She was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. The old scholar laughed and said, "We're almost there." He was about to meet the empress, the most famous woman in the world. However, the old man still had the mood to leisurely turn his head and ask, "Huang Qing, after today, you should go to the Liang dynasty. You can't let Beimang know that Dong Tai is Li Chungang, but Liang does not know that Huang Qing also has a sword." Sword Aura Nearer nodded and stopped almost at the same time as the head eunuch Sun Dingxing. The old man continued to walk forward. He did not kneel to the empress. The empress, who was known for her great talent and bold vision, did not condemn him. However, she did not walk down the stairs, not even 1 step. The old scholar raised his head and looked at her. The empress's face was old, but her eyes and eyebrows were faintly discernible. She was indeed a beautiful woman when she was young. She stood alone on the stairs and looked coldly at the Taiping magistrate who had left Beimang in a fit of anger. After a long silence, she finally smiled and said, "According to your request, the palace has done everything. Shall we begin?" The old scholar did not stand on ceremony. He walked up the first step, took down the book box, and waved his hand. Nearly 200 palace maids and eunuchs holding satin scrolls entered one after another. They bent their knees and placed the satin scrolls on the left and right sides of the square. They walked backward with their heads bowed, each holding a long scroll. Without exception, they all stood back to back in the center of the square. The empress suddenly squinted and looked at the square. Hundreds of satin scrolls formed a huge painting. It was the territory of the 2 dynasties of Beimang and Liang. It was so detailed that it included every military town, every river, and every vein. The world was under her feet. Therefore, the empress subconsciously took the first step and walked to the 8th step. Standing high, she could see further. However, her ambition had been more than just looking since the first day she entered the palace. The 2 dynasties were beautiful. It was a magnificent sight. The outline of the Beimang dynasty was written in white on a black background. The territory of the Liang dynasty was written in black on a white background. Chapter 588. A chessboard and a game of chess. Black and white faced each other. The Empress smiled and said, Taiping Ling has always been good at playing chess. Are you going to make a game of chess for me today? Do you want me to walk on this country with you? The old scholar did not reply. He waited until those meticulous female officials and eunuchs who were sweating profusely had quietly left the square. He opened his book box, took out a bamboo pole and a few pieces of black charcoal, sat down, and raised his head. Your Majesty does not need to step down for the time being. Today, allow me to talk about the right time, the right place, and the right people. Tomorrow, I will talk in detail about the geography, people, military power, and customs that I have seen in the spring and autumn of the Central Plains. On the third day, I will talk about the border between the two dynasties, just to solve the urgent situation. On the fourth day, I will talk about the specific matters of our dynasty and how to win the hearts of the scholars. On the fifth day, I will talk about how to destroy Beiliang, occupy Shishu, and annex Nanzhao. On the sixth day, I will talk about how to direct the spearhead to Graydon City and finally pacify the world. On the seventh day, I will talk about how to govern the country. Even though the Empress had experienced many ups and downs, when she heard these bold words that could swallow the world, she was stunned for a moment. She walked down a step and imitated Taiping Ling and the old scholar sitting on the ground. The old man first put down the charcoal that would be used to add the finishing touch. His hands leaned on the bamboo pole that he used to climb mountains and wade through rivers. He had already rubbed it until it was smooth and clean. He looked at the square and said calmly, Huang Longsher once said that the general trend of the world is that after being separated for a long time, it will be united, and after being united for a long time, it will be divided. At the beginning of the spring and autumn, the Liang dynasty destroyed 8 countries and used the momentum of successive victories to conquer our dynasty. They seemed unstoppable, but they did not know that after a spurt of energy, there would be a time when they would be exhausted. Liang's army was exhausted and attacked the north. Although Beimang was resting and waiting for an exhausted enemy, at that time, Her Majesty had just ascended the throne and the situation was not stable. She did not hesitate to take the risk and fought for a very difficult balance. In fact, at that time, the timing was still on Liang's side. It was just that Beimang's geographical situation was very different from that of the Central Plains, so the 400,000 soldiers were not acclimatized. In addition, the late emperor of Liang had been afraid of Su Shao of Beiliang for a long time. He was afraid that the Beiliang cavalry would devour the wolves. After destroying Beimang, Su Shao could not divide Jiangnan into the north, but now he could. After all, Beimang worshipped martial arts and not literature. If Beiliang occupied the rich Heliang corridor, which was enough to stand on its own, and took the north into its pocket, this kind of confrontation between the north and the south could be considered stable. Therefore, the late emperor of Liang issued a secret edict and forced Su Shao to retreat under the favorable situation. He signed a contract with Beimang. It was not a brilliant move, but it was also not a bad move. This created the current tripartite situation of Liang, Liang Mang, and Mang Qingshan. This is the first principle that I want to tell your Majesty. The timing is not as good as the geographical location, and the geographical location is not as good as the harmony between people. The strength of a country is not in the natural barrier, but in the people's hearts. The people's hearts are not as simple as the people's hearts. Since ancient times, the common people have followed the trend, but they must not be blind. The scholars of the spring and autumn period attach themselves to Beimang. For Beimang, it is a blessing and a curse. We must observe. This old official traveled around the Central Plains and memorized 2,643 people of all kinds. I will tell you one by one, each with a rough outline. Your Majesty, please find a female official to record them. A farmer can cultivate 30 mu of land. He can harvest 2 or 3 dawn of rice per mu, 2 dawn of rice per mu, 1 dawn of rice per mu. A family of 5 eats 1 liter of rice per day, 18 dawn of rice per year, about 12 dawn of rice left over. In addition, clothing, marriage, sacrifice, birth, old age, sickness, death, and so on all require expenses. If there is drought, flood, locusts, and disaster, the family will be hard-pressed to make ends meet. This old official is talking about the situation in Suang, Jianghu, Western Shu, and other places where the empire's granaries are located. In other places, there are often people who marry but have no children. It is not rare to see a large number of people who do not have roots. The Liang dynasty's so-called peace and tranquility is quite exaggerated. The Liang dynasty already has officials, no feudalism, and the officials have signs of feudalism. The officials cannot be appointed by the locals, but the officials are different. For generations, they will be local officials. In less than 100 years, there will be local snakes everywhere. Zhang Julu is anxious and many of his hasty policies have to be rushed. I will choose 3 kinds of sea merchants, salt merchants, and tea merchants to talk about the Liang dynasty's finance and taxation. The Liang dynasty's newly appointed official position is the Liang dynasty's Secretary of Current Affairs. The important officials of the military and the state will be given a title every month. They are divided into the imperial family, the imperial concubines, the 5 types of rights, public clothing, Taoism, auspicious, and barbarian, and 21 others. I will tell you one by one. Your Majesty will know 1 leaf of autumn and 21 leaves of Liang. The Longhu Mountain does not worry about danger. Your Majesty should take this opportunity to order the imperial preceptor to compile 10,000 volumes of Daoist canon and let the Taoism sect become the leader of the world's Taoism. Your Majesty must not just watch the battle between the Red sect and the Yellow sect in the western region. Our dynasty can destroy the great Buddha of the Zen sect, but we must establish the little Buddha of the esoteric sect. The Taiping commandant spoke tirelessly about everything in the world, regardless of whether it was big or small. The Empress sat on the steps on the first day and walked down the steps on the second day. She followed the old man and walked on the beautiful embroidery. He spoke non-stop at night. The lanterns were hung high and the lights were as bright as day. No one was allowed to set foot on the square, so the Empress personally held the lantern to illuminate the old man. On the next day, the 2 ate and ate casually squatted or sat on the satin painting. The Empress even hung a cloth bag filled with warm water and food. If the old man felt thirsty or hungry, he did not need to speak and could reach out his hand to ask for food. The Taiping commandant had to draw circles on the ground every time they passed a boundary. He had used up countless pieces of charcoal and his 10 fingers were pitch black. Every time he hurriedly washed his hands, the water basin would be emptied. The Empress's dragon robe had wide sleeves and long hemline. Later on, she simply tied it with a silk thread to make it easier for her to walk. She did not care about etiquette at all. On the 5th page, the Empress still did not show the slightest sign of tiredness and was in high spirits. She spoke with a bellyful of knowledge in 7 days. The old man walked out of the world's largest map and stood at the bottom of the steps. The Empress held his hand and walked up the steps with her back facing the slightly wrinkled beautiful landscape. She said calmly, "May you be the imperial preceptor." Chapter 589. Fortunately, Helian Wu's prestige was there, so no one dared to go against it. Helian Wu also gave a lot of compensation to the noble families on both sides of the lower reaches of the Yellow River. Many children of the aristocratic families were able to enter Cungbijuan. Their official positions were not high, but it was also a good thing that they did not dare to dream of in the past. Coupled with the diversion of the river, it was only a 20-mile semicircle, so it could not be considered a serious injury. For a time, Shihe Prefecture was still calm and peaceful. There were only some rumors and gossips in private among the aristocratic families. The common people were still going on with their lives. It was a pity that the imperial edict ordered that no business was allowed near the river. With Cungbijuan in charge of supervising and patrolling, there would be a windfall otherwise. A horse would not get fat if it did not feed at night. The principle of the world was the same. Su Fengnian and Helian Wu came to the place where they threw stones and cut the river. This time, the theft of Emperor Qin's mausoleum, which had not seen the light of day for nearly 1,000 years, caused the various forces to be intertwined. Helian Wu was in charge of the dangerous business of opening the door to the thieves. Not to mention the other people who crossed the river, one General Zhong Shintong was enough to deal with. Therefore, the old imperial edict did not dare to be careless. Everything was handed over to his trusted aide, Kung Bijuan. Su Fengnian saw a group of men and women dressed in Confucian attire on the high platform. Most of them looked haggard and did not have the elegance of a scholar at all. Su Fengnian was surprised and asked, "Children of the school of Moism?" Helian Wuwei nodded and smiled. He did not elaborate on his family background. Su Fengnian changed into a scholar's old man's face. When he climbed over the wall and entered the Imperial Edict Mansion, he was recognized by the white-haired old man at a glance. Other than the spring thunder saber hanging from his waist, the main reason was that the old man and the young man could be said to have known each other for many years. The old man's face was at the root level. The disguise only changed the appearance, but it did not change the qi. That was why the old man's identity was seen through. The witch Xu Xiu used 10 years of her life as the price to create a soul-level face. She handed it over to Murong Tonghuang, who was far more ambitious than her sister Murong Wuzhu. Helian Wuwei took Su Fengnian and walked slowly along the riverbank. A few days ago, there was a rare rainstorm. At the beginning of the river cutting, the effect was not obvious yet. The water level of the river was still much higher than the previous years. The water was turbulent and surging, it was very muddy. The sound of the rushing river was like a thunderclap, intimidating people just by looking at it. Su Fengnian left the spring thunder saber and the spring thunder saber at his mansion. His hands were empty as he squatted on a huge rock by the riverbank. The water vapor assaulted his face. His ears swelled as he heard the sound. The flow of his qi was imperceptibly pulled by the river, so it was several times faster than usual. Helian Wuwei threw a stone into the river. There was not even a splash. He said with emotion, "When I was young, I often swam in the river after the rain, but I liked to swim against the current. Now I can't swim anymore. After I got old, I became interested. If I really want to go into the river, I can only choose the gentle part of the river. Even if I don't want to, I have to be old." Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, he saw a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes slowly approaching. They were talking and laughing. The leader of the group was a tall man. His simple gestures had the aura of a ruler. Behind the man were a few unfamiliar faces. Lu Gui and Lu Chen, father and daughter, Zhong Tan and the maidservant Lu Daogu. Other than Lu Chen, he had only met the rest of them once. Su Fengnian was originally worried that Lu Chen would be exposed after seeing him. He did not expect that she would not even look at him. She was even more of a stranger than a stranger. Su Fengnian squatted and did not get up. Helian Wuwei glanced at him and restrained his qi. He said calmly, "That is Grand Admiral Zhong. He has a good relationship with Beimang's imperial tent. He is better at being a person than leading an army. It's a pity that his brother, Zhong Liang, is not here today." When Zhong Shentong saw Helian Wuwei, he laughed and walked quickly towards him. He kept a distance from the people behind him. The powerful Grand Admiral Zhong regarded himself as a junior. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, old General Helian." Helian Wuwei didn't want General Zhong to give him the cold shoulder. He slapped Su Fengnian's head as if he was an elder disciplining a good-for-nothing nephew. He scolded angrily, "Get up and salute General Zhong." Su Fengnian helplessly stood up and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Helian Wuwei looked angry. He sighed and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of General Zhong. This distant relative's younger generation is stubborn and doesn't know the rules." The old man turned around and glared at him. "You think you can be arrogant just because you read a few baskets of books? Did you become the top scholar or the prime minister? You only know how to look at the sky from the bottom of a well. You're useless. Take General Zhong's eldest son, Zhong Tan, for example. He's only a few years older than you, but he's already a real Jinglang commandant. He's in charge of 3,000 elite soldiers and almost became the first top scholar in this dynasty. He's 100 times better than your useless articles." Zhong Shentong saw that this good-looking young man wanted to say something but stopped. He must be afraid of the Zhong family's reputation, so he suppressed his scholarly spirit. However, he did not look happy. Grand Admiral Zhong was not surprised that Helian Wuwei was a distant relative. Helian's surname was a popular surname in Shihe province. Helian Wuwei was born in an official's family. However, his family declined and he joined the army. Helian Wuwei was a general who had fought hundreds of battles. He was famous in Beimang for being a diligent scholar. He had never fallen behind in his military career. He had a good impression of scholars. If a descendant from a declining family had a chance to become the top scholar, Zhong Shentong would also have high hopes for him. Zhong Shentong did not want this kind of trivial matter to dampen the atmosphere and harm the long-term situation. Therefore, he smiled and comforted, "Old general, don't think too highly of my son. He's just a few years older than Helian." Su Fengnian whispered, 3,000 soldiers and horses are nothing. When I become famous in the imperial court, even leading 30,000 cavalry will be too little.